What's the pleasure of the board?
No. If they're not gonna show up for 2 meetings in a row.
Right.
You know,
There's a lot.
Deny the request to
Right.
pay tuition.
I make a motion, we deny the request to pay tuition.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to deny the parent request to pay tuition to attend, I believe it was Vermont Academy. Any discussion on this before we vote? I'm looking for hands online. Go ahead.
Joe, I have something to say.
Okay, hang on one sec, Trish. I got one here and then I got you.
Okay.
Just the possibility that the parent received Bill's notice to no school community gatherings, that they didn't show up here, or is that? I'm new, so just kind of throwing it out there.
I would have hoped that they would have connected with Joe or I.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything from them.
They didn't show up at the last meeting.
And they didn't show up.
They didn't show up at the last meeting. They've sent a letter. We needed some clarification, and we talked to them about that, and we haven't heard since then. So.
Plenty of opportunity.
Yeah, I would be sensitive. Thanks, David.
Thank you. Trish?
That's what was going to be my question. Had there been communication between the administration and the family, or if there hadn't been, with the extraordinary circumstances going on right now, I would say let's give them until next month because there is still time. But if there has been communication and it's kind of gone nowhere, then I would support the motion.
Okay. Any other comments? Questions? Ready to vote? All right. All in favor of the motion to deny the tuition request, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? The ayes have it. The motion carries.
Howie's still mute.
Yeah, Howie's still muted. Okay, the long-term planning work calendar. At the last meeting, we were given these 2 different drafts of possible long-term work calendars where, going forward after we get a budget adopted for next year, we start talking about what, as a district, we can do going forward. The future planning that Bill was talking about at the end of the budget presentation. One of them contemplates having a budget committee do some additional work, and the other has the board doing all the work without the aid of the budget committee, right?
That is correct.
The one where the board does all the work without the aid of the budget committee means more board meetings. These meetings would be in addition to the regular board meetings. We'd go back to most of the time 2 a month. So we should tonight, or certainly at no later than the April 13th reorganization meeting, adopt one of these as the plan going forward for the work that we have in front of us for the next 6 months or so. Thoughts tonight?
I think it would be a very good idea to have a budget committee separate from the regular board meetings.
Okay. Keegan. Yep. Rick. Sorry. I looked at him move and I looked at Mike.
Well, that's exactly what I said last time is what Keegan said, so I'm still on that page.
Okay. Anyone else?
Should have a budget committee.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
another committee though. But.
Yep. Well, we try to keep those to a minimum.
Well, we had one this year, and apparently it didn't work out too well when it worked out. The committee did great work, but apparently the public wasn't too happy with what the committee wanted, and then tasked the administration to go back without the committee.
Okay.
And come up with a budget.
So we've heard support for the budget committee, and again, this can all be decided at the reorganization meeting, but it sounds like, based on the feedback we're getting now, we could have one different member is at the reorganization committee, or we could just be the same as we are now. But the plan, I guess we can give Bill the heads up that he should sort of look to plan with the input of a budget committee, and then that committee can be finalized at the reorganization meeting. You can be volunteered or, if you're interested in serving on that and all those extra meetings, think about it now, and then you'll get tapped at that meeting. Does that make sense to you?
Yep.
Does that work for everyone? Board? Did I capture it? All right. Great. The next item is blizzard bags.
Yes.
And there's a link that is supposed to go to some research but when the board packet was put together, the PDF document flattened the link and it doesn't work. So, Bill, could you tell us what that link was?
Well, I will say that this is almost a 2-year-old conversation that I think some creative thinking from some board members about looking to neighboring states, New Hampshire and Massachusetts in particular, that received permission from their Department of Education to create blizzard bags, which is essentially what we're going to kind of live through here the next 4 to 8 weeks.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think it is prudent to bring the thought back up. In Vermont, the current pathway before COVID-19 was a pretty extensive waiver that had to go through the Agency of Education and the State Board of Education. And I am curious to see what happens on the other side of COVID-19. And so I would respectfully ask that we go ahead and keep it on old business, but kind of with what Al was thinking about, kind of an after-action review, I think the state is going to do that. And so I am happy to continue investigating the possibility for West River to participate in that. I would just suggest if we could wait until after this current situation, hopefully, subsides, and I might have some more support and thought around it at the people that would have to say yes.
Just want to say
Mike.
that makes a lot of sense. So.
Okay.
Agreed. Ken?
Well, this is not how I wanted to set a precedence for this to happen. Now, the state has a precedence that the governor is turning around and saying, you have to provide blizzard bags, basically.
COVID bags.
Okay? Yeah,
So we got a
whatever,
model,
whatever you
right?
want to call them, virus bags, whatever you want to call them now. But, so, well, I came up with a whole bunch of different names for them in this situation, but believe me, I'm going to tell you, the best thing to go with, stick with blizzard bag. Okay? It'll cover any situation. Catastrophe bag, whatever you want.
All right, so we can keep that.
But
we
now
can
that the
keep that
governor,
on.
has set a precedent,
But I'll keep it on.
there
under
should
old
be no
business.
reason why we can't keep this learning model that we're using now
I-
for the winter, so that we don't have to have the problems that we've had in the past with extending the school year. And the board should stay on top of this.
Yeah, what I'll do, as if it's okay with the board, I'll just leave it under old business.
Yeah.
So that we can't get rid of it.
Can we leave it on working on business instead of old business? Old business just seems to get shoved
New
to
and
the side.
refreshing
Yeah.
business?
Yeah, new and refreshing business. Something.
I just want it on the agenda.
Oh,
In perpetuity.
all right, as long as we can keep it on the agenda and keep
Okay.
it fresh in everyone's mind.
All right.
Because it got
Motion
lost
on
for
that?
2 years.
There we go.
And it
No.
got lost for 2 years and it.
Well, for perpetuity, he might.
Well, you just need the indulgence of the chair. who sets the agenda.
Chair indulges.
Yeah. New chair, maybe no indulgence, I don't know. Anyway, all right. So we'll keep blizzard bags around, and we will probably learn a great deal in the current situation. I think you've got a number of tasks.
Yeah. I got one.
Yes, so Mike, you're going to mention one in a
Yeah.
sec. I have a request from Mr. LaPasta. I will reach out to Scott Tabachnik, the principal at Newbrook, asking him to contact Mr. LaPasta to discuss amaze.org and communication with parents about that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I will. Keegan is going to be on the policy committee. Trish is on the negotiations committee. Class configuration, we have, it will be on the agenda for discussion on April 13th, and permission has been for an anticipated position. Blizzard bag stays on old business. And Mike.
All right, so I saw on a post tonight that from Sarah Wiswell that the Jamaica Town Hall is open for phone business, but closed to the public. So people who wanted to early vote can't, or they might be able to, but I'm not sure how that would work. So I wanted to task Bill to talk to JP Isabel, get guidance there, and if it's not clear, talk to the attorney and let us know. I also heard that Brattleboro did the same thing, so it might happen.
Brattleboro's closing town offices, yeah.
Yeah.
We probably do need to seek some guidance. Brattleboro's also recommending postponing elections.
That might have to happen
That
too.
might have to happen.
Yeah.
Although that would make budget planning difficult if we did, I think.
Well, I mean, how do we even get a fair budget vote on that? You know?
Yeah.
The budget's already been planned. What you gotta do is just make sure you
We
get
gotta
a date, you
gotta
get
it
people in
passed,
public.
Yeah. Okay. So those are the tasks for the administration, and the committee tasks are really just the membership, and then your committee chair will be in touch with you about policy committee meetings, or Trish, March 27th. It's the next negotiation. Is there anything else that needs to get added to that list? I don't think so, but I'll check. Okay.
Can someone tell me when the next policy committee is?
We're looking for a chair of the policy committee. Ken is doing it in memoriam, he's chair emeritus. So he is really looking for passing that baby off. So if you're excited, you could become the chair and call the first meeting.
Did I hear volunteer down there?
We got a volunteer.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike says he'll chair it.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
We haven't had a meeting to have that conversation.
Okay,
It
then
was an
why?
open meeting.
I'll
at
have
this
the
meeting.
old chair call a meeting, and then the policy committee can decide.
There we go.
Thank you.
So Ken will be in touch.
I'll call a meeting as soon as we can meet in public.
All righty. So that's it for committee tasks.
Joe?
Yes.
Sorry, you just said that the next negotiations committee was on the 27th, but Bill said 26th.
26th. Did I misspeak? It is the 26th.
26th at 6:30.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Sorry.
We're all gonna gather on the common.
Okay, so there are minutes in your packet of the January 27th, February 10th, and February 24th meeting. I just need a motion to approve those.
I noticed that the February 10th meeting has Christina Robinson listed as a board member. I believe that should be Drew Hazelton at that time. Because Jen Dorda Duque was also listed for Jamaica.
February 10th?
Yep, that's a Peter one. Yep, we'll make that correction.
Move to approve the agendas with the corrections.
Any other corrections in these meetings? Okay, it's been moved to approve them. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Okay, discussion, corrections. I see some name misspellings, but nothing huge. I thought, I missed the one that you had, Mike, but, what happened seemed correct to me. All right, so all in favor of approving the minutes as corrected, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? The minutes pass. Okay, pay orders.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay,
Here.
the pay orders got reviewed?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so
So you
who
ready?
wants to make the motion?
So moved.
You got
Approve them.
I make a motion.
Usually,
How
Hang
about
on.
somebody make it who knows the numbers and the amounts?
do you have them?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Go for it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so pay order or AP voucher number 46 in the amount of $208,506.05. The second pay order voucher is number 47 in the amount of $17,968.49.
Okay, there's one more, that was from the last meeting, that was the pay orders that were paid so that we didn't make late fees. And it just didn't get approved at the last one, so if you could add pay order 42 for $129,980.62.
I will add pay order number 42 in the amount of $129,980.62.
Thank you very much. Okay, so it's been moved, is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to
Give me
approve
till 9 a.m.
pay orders. Any questions about them, discussion?
Everything seemed in order, didn't see anything that popped out and looked different, so.
Thank you. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. We do not need executive session for anything.
We don't, but I will inform the board after I talk with the Secretary of State if anything needs to happen with the annual meeting and the elections on the 25th via email, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Fine.
that's fine. Okay.
You wanna do the
What?
next meetings?
Oh, yeah.
Announce them?
Yeah. We don't need the executive session. The next meeting is the annual meeting, March 24th at 7 p.m. At Leland and Gray. And there will be a budget vote and the member-at-large election on March 25th. And then the next school board meeting after that will be April 13th, where we reorganize the board when we've got all the people elected. All of those are subject to change based on current situation. Stay tuned. Any other business?
Move to adjourn.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All right. Thanks for hanging in, folks.
Yeah, thank you.
Good night, everybody.
All right, state law.
Point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder how gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Energy Week with George Harvey and the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. And if you can't see us, don't be disheartened. We can't see each other.
We can't see you either.
We're doing this show by telephone from home, and I must say that I'm glad to have Tom back on. We missed him the last couple of weeks, and the only advantage that we had in the show was that my face was visible, and I'm pretty sure that from the point of view of advantage, that's not an advantage. Anyway, this is Energy Week number 365, and it is being recorded on the 2nd of April, 2020, and we will start on March 26th. And I want to say, if you want to read more on any of these, you can go to geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. Click on the date. We're starting on the 26th of March, and that'll give you 15 or so items to search through to find the specific article that you want. You can also go to the website, which is linked at the recording of this particular show, which BCTV does on their website and is put up on YouTube and so forth. So we're starting on the 26th of March, and we have a picture of a wind turbine blade being attached from inside the rotor.
Yeah, it looks like it's a big picture window, and it's not. It's a hole.
It looks like the biggest porthole that ever happened.
And you can see on the right, you can see the parts of a crane, and that woman's standing there, and she's got to connect about 150 little bolts.
Yeah.
So she's going to be busy this afternoon.
I think she is, yes. Okay, what do you got for a title, Tom?
Well, the title of the picture says Attaching a Blade, and the title of the article says Wind Capacity Grows by Over 60% in 2019.
I'm going to correct you, Tom. It says gigawatts.
Huh? What did I say?
You said percent.
Oh, it does say gigawatts.
And the synopsis says, this, by the way, is from News, and the synopsis says global wind energy capacity increased by over 60 gigawatts in 2019, making it the second highest year for new installations, according to a report from the Global Wind Energy Council. The 15th edition of the Global Wind Report said year-on-year growth in 2019 was 19%, with 60.4 gigawatts installed. That's a lot of gigawatts.
Well, you've heard me say on this show before, gig means big.
That's right.
As a quick takeaway here, the report says that the main driver for growth was market-based mechanisms.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is interesting.
It is indeed. Yep. And we've also mentioned in the past, talked about capacity factors, and the wind turbines, if you're lucky, you're going to get a 50% capacity factor. If you're not so lucky, it might be as low as 35. But
this is the capability of the wind farms to generate electricity.
Right. And nuclear power has a 90% or so capacity factor in the United States. It's more like 80 or so. I'm going to say 92, 93 in the United States, 83 or 84 in the rest of the world. So putting up 60 gigawatts of wind capacity is like putting up 30 large size nuclear power plants.
The times they are changing.
They are indeed. You got more on that one, Tom?
Well, it just says emerging markets in Africa, the Middle East, Latin America, and Southeast Asia showed only moderate growth. Most of this growth is occurring in the more advanced markets.
Right.
And the UK is in the top spot.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. They're putting in wind energy. I noticed, by the way, today that a note went into the news, and we'll have it next week, about The UK is closing its last coal-burning power plant.
We ought to have a party.
Yeah. Okay, we have a picture of the picture is titled "Depending on Coal," which is a title I gave it.
Okay.
It's a picture,
and it's kind of a murky picture of a city in China.
I think that's what it is. But that coal-burning power plant is gigantic. Look at the size of that thing.
It is that. It is that.
And this is from the Sydney Morning Herald.
And what the article says, well, the picture, depending on coal, that was what you said, right?
Yeah.
And the article says coal power remains in global decline despite Chinese surge.
The impact of coronavirus has prompted a surge in coal-fired power plant construction permits in China, with the government issuing more permits in a couple of weeks in March than it did all of last year. However, would-be developers are having difficulty getting financing. And it looks to me like it's not such a great surge in China.
I'm looking at this thing and I'm having a problem. I can't get another page.
Uh-oh.
I'm working off a PDF and apparently it's only copied the first page. I'm going to have to switch to a Word document.
Do that. Or you could go online and go to the.
I got the Word document right here, so
okay.
A couple of clicks. I got exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I got the Sydney Morning Herald. I got that one.
Okay.
And have you read the blurb?
Yes. Yes, I have.
The would-be developers are having difficulty finding financing?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said it sounds to me like it's not such a great surge.
Well, leaders have toughened their stance against fossil fuels as prices for renewables continue to fall.
Yeah, we're going to see some more of that later in this show.
Uh-huh. Well, we got another one coming up here. We got a picture of Science the Times.
That's right. This is from Clean Technica.
Okay.
Got a title?
It says, nature is trying to tell us something. Is there anybody listening?
The coronavirus has upended our society. The head of the Federal Reserve predicts a 50% reduction in America's GDP in the second and third quarters this year, with unemployment of 30% or more. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, President Trump, is pushing for the pandemic to be over by Easter. Now, remember, this was something that appeared last Thursday, which is a week ago today. Things have changed a lot since then. And
yeah, they have.
Huh?
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, they have. And
Easter, for what it's worth, is Sunday, April 12th. That's coming quick.
It's coming quick. The 12th, yeah. I don't know what's going to happen with unemployment, but I saw this morning that 6.5 million people had filed, which is the highest. It's double the previous week, and that week was a record that was just astonishing compared to anything that had ever happened before. So we've had 10 million people apply for unemployment in a 2-week period.
Well, this is a great unknown. There's going to be all sorts of consequences of this.
Yeah, but Donald Trump is no longer pushing for the pandemic to be over by Easter. In fact, he said he would be doing a really good job if only 100,000 people die.
Oh, that's nice.
Isn't it? You want to move on, Tom?
Well, there's a quick takeaway here. Nature is sending us a message.
Yeah.
Loss of habitat caused by increasing population and warmer temperatures is forcing humans and animals into closer contact, which increases the odds that animal-borne diseases will be transmitted to people.
Yes, and there's another thing that increases those odds, and it's specific to not just China, but there's a lot of it in China, which is sale of wild animals for human food in markets in Chinese cities, and that really does bring wild animals into contact with human beings pretty intimate.
They're saying that's a very strong part of the cause of this thing.
Yeah, and they don't know what species of animal it came from. I've seen some people talk about bats, and I've seen some people talk about pangolins.
Yep.
And pangolins are interesting little creatures.
Yeah, they got scales.
They have scales, yes. Well, anyway, there you go. All set?
Well, let's move up to Friday, March 27th.
Good idea.
We got a picture here of C1.
Yes, and this is from Renews.
And you can see this sort of goes along with the first picture we saw.
Sure does.
The woman was standing in the cell, and there's a picture right in the middle of the picture is in the cell. And it looks like they are in the process here of installing a blade.
It sure does. It sure does. So what do you got for title?
UK Renewables Task in record 2019.
Renewable energy generated a record 37% of the UK's electricity demand in 2019, with wind contributing more than half that amount. According to new statistics released by the UK government, onshore and offshore wind farms each contributed 9.9% of the total amount of electricity generated.
Well, this Hornsea plant is located 50 miles off the Yorkshire coast, the east coast of England, in the North Sea.
Yeah.
And it's the largest offshore wind farm in the world.
Yes.
And they have great plans to build more there.
They're building offshore wind farms like crazy. And, you know, they didn't want onshore wind farms spoiling the beautiful kind of rustic feel of the English countryside. And having lived there, I can understand that. But on the other hand, you know, England is not going to, the UK, Scotland, none of those countries is going to be the same in the future because of climate change. They're all already changing enormously.
Absolutely. So let's move along here. We got a picture of a solar farm. It's a big solar farm.
And it's a what solar farm?
Very large.
I think this is a large solar farm. Yeah, I think, Tom, you're probably right. Okay, this is from Renew Economy.
Well, it says AEMO warns any further delays in renewables transition could hit gas supplies.
This is
if you're wondering what AEMO is, you're going to tell us.
I believe I will. It's Australia's energy market operator. That's the equivalent, I think, of an ISO, like we have ISO New England, which
exactly the same. It's the
yeah,
who determine pretty much how to dispatch the power to us.
Right. And Australia's energy market operator has warned that any delays to at least 30 gigawatts and up to 47 gigawatts of new renewable energy capacity required to realize its draft integrated system plan could force it to lean more heavily on costly and polluting gas. And of course, this is interesting because if they lean more on natural gas, it means that the price of natural gas is going to go up and it's not going to be available to households. So, you know, they're pushing to get this. They want to make sure that this is not stopped for political reasons or because of the coronavirus.
Yep. Well, the key message out of this one is there is no time to lose.
Yes, I think that's true. But the thing that I found interesting about it was they need to have this capacity, this new renewable capacity that's on the books is coming along in order to save on natural gas. So I thought that was an interesting situation.
Well, let's move along here.
Okay.
The picture here is of tribal land. It's really quite pretty picture.
It is. This is apparently on the Standing Rock Sioux Reservation. And we have the item is from Clean Technica.
Federal judge rules permits for Dakota Access Pipeline are invalid.
Yeah, this is something.
There's more happening on this one.
This is kind of amazing. And in a sense, I have to call it a comeuppance for the company that put this in there because they started construction without the permits, despite the fact that the Indian reservation wanted this thing not to be there. But basically, the permits were eventually given. Now, this reads, even though the Dakota Access Pipeline has been completed and placed into service, A federal judge ruled this week that all environmental permits for it were granted without adequate review or input from the indigenous communities impacted by it. So that's kind of a problem. They've spent a lot of money, they've got the thing running, and it's not legal.
Well, the judge has ordered the Corps of Engineers to conduct a full environmental review of the project, which they could have done.
They should have done, yes.
And he's considering whether the invalidity of the permits means the pipeline should be shut down.
Yes.
So this could have big impacts.
Oh yeah, this could have big impacts. But you know what, Tom? I wonder whether that pipeline is ever going to be paid off, even in the best conditions for it.
Well, the times are changing, and they didn't anticipate, I think, the fact that natural gas, particularly frac natural gas, is expensive to produce.
Yes.
We'll be talking about that again later.
We will, and we'll also be talking about the price of oil hitting ridiculous figures.
Yep.
And at those figures, that pipeline might as well just not be used.
Bingo.
Okay, we're up to Saturday, March 28th, and we have an item here from Clean Technica.
Yeah, there's a picture of a car on a train.
Taken from right next to the car.
Volvo moves to rail transport to reduce carbon emissions. It's an interesting article.
It is a very interesting article. Volvo is just one of the many companies switching from over-the-road trucks to rail transport to move cars from its factories to storage depots across Europe, China, and the United States. The switch to rail reduced CO2 emissions by nearly 75% on one European delivery route.
And on another route, the emissions were cut by half.
Yeah. And, you know, the choice is, are you going to send these things out by rail or are you going to send them by truck? And by truck means you're not carrying very many in each load, and each load takes a lot of oil.
I'm surprised they haven't done this by themselves just for economic reasons.
Well, I'm kind of surprised too. The rail systems in Europe have been, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about this, but my recollection.
They're ours.
Huh? Yeah, much better. My recollection was that the rail systems in Europe were absolutely amazingly good, but you got to bear in mind that recollection goes back 58 years. They were really good when I was just amazing. They were so good, and now I would think that they'd still be moving things by rail, but you know, apparently those companies had switched to trucks. So
well, they're switching back to rail.
I guess.
That's what this article is telling us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, in the U.S., Volvo's South Carolina plant is starting to take new cars by rail to depots in cities across North America.
Yeah.
And what happens, of course, they make the cars in Europe. They bring them over here, and a lot of them go to New Jersey. You can see a place there where there's thousands of cars stacked up. And that's close to rail. So what they're just doing now is putting them on trains.
I don't understand why people have been moving stuff by truck. Really, I mean, there's reasons why you would move stuff by truck, but it seems that a lot of things that are moved by truck could be moved by rail. Yeah.
Well, I think they're finding that out.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we got another picture here of some solar panels in China.
You're looking like they're in a park.
It looks like that.
Yeah.
It certainly does.
Now, this is from Smart Energy.
Renewables set to win during China's COVID-19 lockdown.
In China, lower demand for electricity during the COVID-19 downturn has affected power generation sectors unevenly. Thermal power generation dropped 9% year on year during the first 2 months of the year, but wind generation increased by 1% and solar is up 12%. And of course, what that means is they could permit all the plants they want, but they're not going to do anything if they can't sell electricity.
Bingo.
Yeah. You got anything else on that, Tom?
Not anything really of great significance. So let's move on.
Okay.
And we had a picture of China. Now we got a picture of Kansas.
Yes.
U.S. renewable energy increases in 2019. I emphasis on the word increases.
Right. And this is from North American Wind Power, which, of course, we could accuse rightfully of tooting its own horn. I think that they would admit that. But here's the synopsis. The production of U.S. energy from solar sources increased by 13.85% in 2019, while output from wind power grew by 10.06%, according to a Sunday campaign analysis of newly released data from the Energy Information Administration's latest issue of monthly energy review.
Well, the data reveals that for the first time, energy from solar sources topped 1% of the total U.S. energy production.
Yeah, we have to be clear.
From wind reached nearly 3%.
Yeah, we have to be clear about this. There is the percentage of electricity generated, and there is separately the percentage of energy. And when you're dealing with electricity, you get very much higher percentages because solar and wind is generating basically just electricity. But when you're dealing with energy, you have to include the gasoline you put in your car. You have to include the propane you use to cook your dinner, diesel oil that's used to drive trucks and so forth. Everything is included in that. The home heating.
Not just electricity.
Yeah. So the figures that I keep in my mind are figures for the figures I usually have in my mind are the ones that relate to electricity, and the growth in solar and wind power is, I don't know. I think solar and wind power are probably they're about renewables in general, including hydropower and so forth, are contributing about 20%. And I really expect that they're probably going to top the output of coal by the end of the year.
Well, it makes sense just for economic reasons.
Yeah, that's right. And we have part of the story of it's making sense coming up in this next item, which is from Sunday, March 29th. But do you have more on that one?
No, let's move on to the next one. Picture of a unit train.
Yeah.
In Wyoming.
In Wyoming. Although you can tell this is eastern Wyoming. Everything is flat, no mountains.
That unit train reminds me of a time, about 20 years ago, I took a rail out to the West Coast.
Yeah.
Got on Amtrak, it just kept going, stopped in Chicago, went through the Dakotas. And an interesting thing that I noticed then was the passenger train took second fiddle to these unit trains of coal. They would put us in a siding while this unit train went by.
Really?
Which I wouldn't expect. I would have figured that the people took priority.
Well, I'm not surprised in a sense because I had an uncle. He was actually my grandmother's brother, who worked on the rail system in the United States. I'm going to say probably just before the First World War. And he worked on silk trains that would carry the silk from ports, I think it was Seattle, to New York City. And they wanted that silk to move as fast as it could possibly go. And they even sidelined express passenger trains.
Well, that's what was happening with the coal trains.
Yeah, yeah. Although, I don't know. It's not going to happen much longer, I don't think. Okay.
Well, there's a little bit here of informational stuff that I will pass on.
Yeah.
It came from the article, and it explains some things that we have been talking about.
But Tom,
we
haven't read the title and the synopsis yet.
Oh, we're getting ahead of me.
Let's get a
U.S. coal exports declined in 2019.
Right, and this is from the Beckley Register Herald. In 2019, U.S. coal exports fell to 93 million short tons, down 20% from the previous year. That's a big decline. The Energy Information Administration's annual coal report provided this information. Steam coal exports were affected by the downturn in global, most affected, dropping 30% in 2019 from 2018. But metallurgical coal, what they call met coal, was down 12%. And, you know,
that's just what I was going to cover.
yeah.
Beckley, for what it's worth, happens to be in the heart of the West Virginia coal mining area.
Yeah, okay.
And this is what I was going to tell you. Steam coal, also known as thermal coal, is used for electricity generation and space heating for homes and businesses.
Right.
Metallurgical coal is used to produce coke, a primary fuel and reactant in the blast furnace process for steelmaking.
Right.
So demand for metallurgical coal is correlated with the demand for that steel.
Yes.
And most metallurgical coal comes from Appalachia.
Right. And that's important. To the people of West Virginia, that's important.
Well, yeah, it employs most of the people in that part of West Virginia by quite a big degree.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Well, let's move along here.
We have a picture of a very snazzy truck.
Yeah, I like that one. Called Out of Date and Just a Little Bit Obsolete.
Well, that again was my title. This comes from Intercom Inc.
Exxon may crush bailout hopes for suffering fracking companies. This is significant.
This shows you what's going on. Different people have got different ideas about what to do. In a remarkable interview on March 26th, CEO Scott Sheffield of shale firm Pioneer Natural Resources gave great clarity to why shale companies are unlikely to get bailed out and why the American Petroleum Institute has been touting free markets and opposing the bailout. Well, yeah, it's easy to tout the free market when you can use it to destroy your competition.
Well, this is an interesting takeaway from it, or a sideline.
Yeah.
There's about 74 independent shale companies.
Yes.
There's only going to be about 10 of them left at the end of 2021.
The
rest of them are going to become ghosts or zombies.
Yeah, that's basically what they're predicting.
And it's saying they're deeply indebted and they're losing billions of dollars.
Yeah, this is something that it's really almost. I feel sympathy for people who are working in this business because it's an expensive business. Oil is not inexpensive to produce. It's a business that has been under pressure because of a whole variety of problems. The amount of money they've got to put into drilling, the fact that the wells don't keep producing very long.
Well, that's a big disappointment. They're not producing anywhere near what they predicted.
Yeah, and then on top of everything else, these people have got debts they have to pay. They've got bondholders, and all of a sudden comes along the coronavirus, which cuts demand, and then comes along this trade war between Saudi Arabia and Russia, in which they're supposedly shooting at each other, but somehow the bullets come at us.
This is kind of an interesting thing. It looks like Exxon is going to wind up buying up all these independent shale companies, and basically they've been speculating.
Yeah, and you know what? If Exxon is going to is going to buy up those companies, they're going to buy them up for almost literally for a song.
Pennies on the dollar.
Pennies on the dollar? You think it'll be as much as a penny? There have been shale oil companies that have gone broke, and they have. Coal companies have done this. They've gone broke and offered up their assets for sale, and no bidders.
No bidders for it. Nobody even wants it. Huh?
And this is going to happen to the shale companies too. And then you've got the problem of they've created a big pond of petroleum, a thing that ducks land in and die. And who's going to clean that up?
I'm not.
Well, I'm not either. So,
well, let's move along here and take a picture of misinformation.
And that's what she was. You'll see that misinformation is actually part of the picture.
Well, that's just what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Misinformation kills. I'm not talking about her.
Yeah, well.
Link between climate denial and coronavirus conspiracy.
Yeah. Misinformation is being spread, scientific warnings are being ignored, and leading Republicans have said that addressing the problem is either too expensive or too difficult. No, this isn't climate change. This is the new reality of the novel coronavirus. Things have changed since this since this particular news item appeared.
Well, with the article is not knocking conspiracy theories.
Yeah?
Conspiracy theories and fake news have been on the rise.
Yes, they have.
Bio theories hide a larger problem: widespread skepticism about the severity of the crisis. Such spreading of misinformation can put people in danger. Well, the bottom line is we don't really know what's going on.
No, we don't. And I've seen a couple of articles about that. One of them was, I forget the man's name, he's the head health official in France, and he said the numbers are just wrong. He said the numbers, there are people who die at home, and there are people who die in other places, and they're not even being counted in the coronavirus deaths. And he said...
But they didn't go to the hospital.
That's right. But one of the things that he said that surprised me, and then when I read on in the article, I found that this was true not only in France, but in most places, including the United States. If people die in nursing homes, they're very likely not going to be added to that list.
Uh-huh.
And, you know, this is a serious problem. On the other hand, this particular virus, I never realized until this thing came along how delicate viruses are.
Uh-huh.
If you wash your hands, if you've got the virus on your hands and you wash them, what you're doing is the soap you're using, assuming that you're washing with soap, which you should, is going to remove a layer of fat on the outside of the virus that protects it from being oxygenated.
Oh.
Once it gets out into the air and is exposed to the air, it's only going to last for minutes before it's gone.
So washing your hands makes a lot of sense.
Washing your hands, and you know, they used to say, wash your hands, if you want to sanitize your hands, wash your hands for a minute in hot water. With this thing, they're saying, wash your hands for at least 20 seconds in water with soap. And what that tells me is the kinds of things that you're trying to wash off normally are far more difficult to remove than the virus here. But the one thing that you have to do is you have to wash your hands thoroughly. You have to get between your fingers and under your nails and so forth.
Well, there's good germicidal soaps out there now in a little dispenser bottle.
But any soap will work.
Any soap will work.
Any soap, because what you're doing is dissolving a minuscule layer of fat, and once that's gone, that virus is kind of in hopeless shape. Hopeless for it.
Let's move along. Monday, March 30th.
Oh, I should say, by the way, that item came from Grist. Yes, Monday, March 30th. Interesting article here from Clean Tech.
That picture there, when I looked at it, I thought it was a cell phone.
Yeah,
that's a very large automobile battery. It's about 6 feet long by 3 feet wide.
Yeah.
And it fits to the floor of the car.
Yeah, and I don't know, I'm just going to guess it's 6 or 8 inches thick.
Yeah, something like that.
Not small. It looks like something that could fit into a cell phone. It almost looks like a cell phone battery. But anyway, this is from Clean Technica. What do you have for title?
Well, it's interesting here because there's been problems with batteries, and this is talking about that.
Yes.
So BYD, which we talked about, Build Your Dreams, it means.
Yes.
The Chinese company unveils new fire-resistant and explosion-resistant blade batteries.
BYD announced its new Blade battery. The company says it can withstand all sorts of punishments that cause ordinary lithium battery cells to burn or explode. These are things like being punctured by a nail, crushed, bent, heated to 300 degrees Celsius, or overcharged by 260%.
Well, what they're saying here is many people are nervous about electric cars.
Yeah.
Hearing they will short circuit in a car wash or heavy rain, or burst into flames in a garage at any time.
Yeah,
That's kind of
not likely.
crazy, but some people believe that.
Well, there's one of the things about Clean Technica is that they're really into electric vehicles, and particularly they're into Teslas. And they've been running articles for the last couple of years about the fact that if there is a battery fire in an electric vehicle, it's headline news.
Oh, yeah.
It's all over the place. Have you ever seen a car burning on a road?
Yes.
Fully engulfed in fire?
Yes.
That's a scary sight. And I've seen that happen a number of times. And
it's something that's more fearful than one of these batteries.
Far more. And you know, the other thing is, this reminds me a little bit of a friend of mine he was a consultant, and he was a technical consultant, and somebody called him up one day and said, I'm told that you keep guns. Is that true? And he was a little bit leery about answering that straightforwardly, but he did. And the guy said, the person had already identified himself as calling from a place that needed a consultant who could write up a technical problem. He said, we've got a site that you can use, and we've got the equipment, except we don't have somebody who's got a gun, and we want you to come and shoot a battery.
Wow.
So he brought a little pistol. It was a 380, and if you don't know 380s, they're not terribly powerful. They're actually not powerful at all.
It's kind of a gun to carry in a purse or something like that.
Yeah, it's a very popular gun with women who carry guns, and there's a surprising number of them. But he showed up with a 380 and he shot the battery. He said within a minute it was on fire.
Wow.
Now, that was a fair amount of time ago, and that was a problem that Tesla has already addressed to a very large extent. So this business of batteries burning that easily is just not the issue that it would have been if technology had not been updated.
Well, that's what this article's about, really.
Yes.
And this is the future of batteries.
This battery just looks like it's it may be better than other things that are out there. But you know, you never know until things come to market and they are able to go with them.
Well, let's move on here. We got another one coming up.
Yeah, this is a picture of Alberta tar sands. Doesn't that look like something you'd like to have in your backyard?
Oh, that's pretty horrible.
It's horrible.
I took a look at the article.
Yeah.
We didn't put the picture up, but there's a picture of the tar sands in 1984 and the tar sands today.
Yeah.
And they're about 5 times as big.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. It really is. And if you look at this picture, you'll see about halfway up on the right side, there are areas that are blue. And I kind of suspect that those are ponds that are very badly polluted with oil.
I wouldn't argue that. I bet you're right on the money.
Just a suspicion.
Well, let's see what it says here. No one is buying Canada's oil. A preview of the near future new normal.
Yep, this is from Clean Technica. As Saudi Arabia and Russia engage in a price war, lower grades of oil are getting hard to sell. One result is that Alberta's crude oil is selling for less than it costs to ship. Western Canada Select, a domestic heavy oil benchmark, has come in at $4.58 US per barrel. And you know, Tom, when I first saw these figures, somebody had forwarded me an article, and I didn't put it in the blog because I didn't believe it. And I went out looking at, you know, general benchmark oil prices, and I didn't see $4.58 a barrel. And then this came into Clean Technica, and I said,
wow.
You know, did Steve Hanley, the author, I think it was Steve Hanley was the author, did he get fooled? And so I thought, you know what I should do is I should look specifically for Western Canada Select. And when I did that, I found that at the time I was looking, it was $5.10. And you know, this is astonishing. I haven't seen $4.58 oil since before 1973. You know, I mean, this is like, I don't know. It's amazing what this is doing to the shale companies, and we were just talking about that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of it has been speculation. People looking to make a quick buck.
Yep.
And it ain't happening.
Well, yeah, there was a lot of speculation, as you said, and there was a lot of people who raised a lot of money, and a lot of money has been lost, and there will be more money lost.
Let's move along here. We'll take a look at a whole bunch of West Virginia coal miners.
Who I think are probably all out of work now.
They may very well be.
Yeah.
Coal miners' coronavirus calamity.
This is from miningjournal.com. The troubled Pan-Pacific coal miner Coronado Global Resources had to idle its Central Appalachian thermal and metallurgical coal mines. It blamed the COVID-19 induced economic downturn in much of the world. All hourly employees will be laid off. Essential salaried workers will keep working. Now, those essential salaried workers are people who are working in offices to process things.
Yeah, they're not underground.
They're not underground, and they have jobs that if they just stop working, the place would go belly up. So I don't know.
This is interesting. That picture from the article is in the Buchanan mine.
Yeah.
And that's the mine I've been down in.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Only about 4 feet tall.
Yeah, you told us that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They give you hammers to use as crutches.
Yes. I would come out of a thing like that with an enormous backache, I think.
Well, what did I read? Did I even read it? Coal miners' coronavirus calamity.
Yeah.
We read that.
We're up to Tuesday, March 31st, and we've got an interesting picture here of offshore wind power.
Yeah, we do. That big yellow thing is basically the headquarters. That's where all of the cables go to that rig.
Yeah.
And they're all combined in one big cable takes it to the shore.
Right. And that, if you notice, on the left side of that big yellow thing, there's a thing with a flat top that's hanging off the side, and that is a place for helicopters to land.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
That rig looks smaller than a lot of rigs I've seen. It looks to me like it's probably about 4 stories from the bottom of where people might walk to the top of it. So it means, what I'm saying is...
Well, that's basically a hotel.
Yeah.
I mean, people live there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, let's read what it says. Northland makes Canadian offshore move.
This is from Renews. Northland Power, a Canadian company, is to buy an early-stage offshore wind development from Nikon Wind Energy Group off British Columbia, Canada. The deal, which is expected to close in mid-2020, will see Northland take up 100% ownership of the Nikon offshore wind farm. I included this in my blog and in this week's show because they're talking about offshore wind off the west coast of North America.
Right.
There's not a big Atlantic shelf out there. There's a steep Pacific shelf. And
there's a narrow Pacific shelf, and now they're starting to explore floating turbines.
Yes. So
we're going to talk about that.
I think we're going to see more action out there.
Well, if you go to this article, you'll find some related stories.
Yes.
They're interesting.
Yeah.
Northland said it will work closely with the Haida Nation, Indian Nation, to explore the project details. And they also mentioned that Northland is acquiring wind farms in other countries like South Korea.
Yeah. Okay, we'll move on.
Oh, here we got a nice, interesting picture here.
We do indeed.
Can you see the solar cell in that picture?
Yeah.
Well, what it says here is the company wants to turn your windows into solar panels.
This is from CNN. What if every window could generate electricity? MIT spin-off Ubiquitous Energy has developed transparent solar cells. Its Clearview power windows are what is called solar glass that turn sunlight into energy without the blue-gray opaque panels we generally associate with solar energy. I was a little different.
Generation.
What?
It's a new generation.
It is. We've basically seen this coming. We knew a couple of years ago that people.
We talked about it.
Yeah, but there's two things about this. One of which is that really does look like just plain glass. And the second thing about it is I was a little disappointed in this article because it really doesn't give much of the technical details about how much energy is being produced and so forth.
Not how much, but they do. Well, they do mention this. The technology uses an organic dye that can be used to coat glass surfaces. And the dye allows visible sunlight to pass through, just like normal windows, but it captures the invisible infrared rays from the sunlight. It can turn practically any everyday glass surface into a solar cell.
Yeah.
And it says that the transparent panels can produce 2/3 of the energy that traditional panels do.
Yeah.
And they're not very expensive. They cost about 20% more to install than regular plain ordinary glass windows.
That was from CNN, and we have an item from Clean Technica.
Aha! GCL plans to invest $2.5 billion in the world's largest solar panel factory.
A report published by Power Technology says China's GCL Systems integrated technology plans to invest more than $2.5 billion.
That's billion with a B, isn't it?
Billion with a B, to build the world's largest solar panel factory. It will reportedly be able to produce enough solar panels to meet half the global demand. Just think about that for a minute. Think about the amount of money that it takes to meet half the global demand. That's $2.5 billion, as opposed to the amount of money that it takes, which would probably be $10 billion, to build one nuclear reactor.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The article says that this factory is going to be capable of building 60 gigawatts worth of solar panels annually.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
A gigawatt is big.
A bigawatt.
Gigawatt, that's right.
Well, we got another article coming up. It's for the birds.
Yeah, this is from Wednesday, April 1st, and the article is from BBC.
And that's a nightingale, in case you're wondering.
Yep.
And nightingales are wonderful singers.
That's what they say.
They're the closest thing we have is our own state bird, which is the hermit thrush.
Yeah.
And I was listening to recordings of both of these birds, and they sound very much alike.
Really? I didn't know that.
Now, the hermit thrushes, they can sing for an hour and not repeat the same song.
Really?
They're fabulous.
When I was a little kid, I had a canary, and that canary would sing just the most beautiful song, but it sang the same song over and over again.
Over and over again.
Yeah.
No, these guys are very, very creative.
Yeah. So what's that for a title?
Warming clips the nightingale's wing.
One of the world's favorite songbirds may be undergoing some profound physical impact as temperatures rise. Researchers in Spain found that over a 20-year period, nightingales had been growing to have smaller wingspans. The scientists say this is linked to climate change in the region. The region here being mostly southern England.
That's what they're saying, yep.
Yeah.
The hermit thrush is a state bird, and it even looks like a bird.
Yeah. The Spanish were involved in this because the nightingales, when they migrate from, northern Europe, but a lot of them are living in southern England, and they migrate from there to sub-Saharan Africa every year and back again. So that's why the Spanish were involved, because they were, the nightingales. Going through Spain, yeah. Okay, more on that?
Well, I just said that numbers have declined by 90% over the last half century.
Yeah, it's really sad. It really is. Okay.
There's a picture cleverly called Cars on the Road.
Again, my title. They didn't have a title. And you know what I do? I save these pictures that come with the article to a file, and I have to give the file a name. So what you're seeing there is the name of the file I put in. Okay, this is from Benzinga.
Benzinga.
Benzinga. Okay, I'll let you. Your way is more interesting than mine. Benzinga.
Benzinga.
There you go.
Trump cuts fuel efficiency standards. Wow. Chastises foolish oil executives on Twitter.
Foolish is his word. This is astonishing to me. The Trump administration cut fuel standards and ushered in a plan calling for significantly lower annual increases in fuel economy, but not all automakers were happy about this. He had some words for the industry's leadership and called them, quote, foolish executives, end quote.
We've talked about this already.
We have indeed, but they when we talked about it before, they were talking about doing this. Now they've done it.
Now he's done it.
And the big thing here is California and a number of states have got a right, which was signed into law, to have different standards than the federal standards, and the California standards are more
rigid.
More rigid. And this was something that was a I don't know that it was signed into law, but it was agreed to. You know, it was a formal agreement. And
California and a few other states.
Well, it was
with different drummer.
Yeah, and
in California, it's understandable. They want to clean up the air.
That's right. And California is big enough that if they set standards, the auto companies can work on that standard. This is
okay. Silver Linings Playbook, Coronavirus Edition.
This is a picture of an empty beach, and it was a NASA image. And if you look at that image, Tom, tell me how NASA managed to take that from outer space. Anyway, with the pandemic, we're in the middle of a global wake-up call. That's what this article says. But it doesn't mean it's not possible to look forward and see what we'll gain by waking up. Some things will be minor compared to the damage of COVID-19, but some things will be major. What are the silver linings? Okay.
They got a whole list here.
They sure do.
Oh, I guess we got enough time to read it.
Yeah.
Well, there's about 7 or 8 of them here.
Okay.
First one is the world has awakened to the fragility of oil and gas as underpinnings of the economy.
Yes.
And the second one, we accept that collective action and sacrifice are necessary to solve global problem.
Yes.
A third one, this is interesting because it's different from the other two. More people are wearing face masks.
Yes.
The second one's kind of related to that. The handshake as an indicator of leadership strength is probably dead now.
Right.
They're telling you don't shake hands.
Don't shake hands. You know, I don't even like bumping elbows, which is what some people are doing.
Yeah.
I hold my hand out from 6 feet away and say virtual handshake and move it up and down.
Interesting. Well, anti-vaxxers, people against vaccines, have mostly shut up.
Yes.
And Trump, this is an interesting one. Trump's likelihood of a return to the Oval Office in November 2020 has diminished.
I think yes.
And finally, the last one, our global ability to deal with the next pandemic, and they're assuming it's going to happen, it will be much stronger.
Well, I think that's true, and I think we can bet that there will be a pandemic. You know, this problem of what is the next pandemic, epidemic, whatever, you know, was going to come. I've been reading about the next one that was coming for years and years and years. And I remember some time ago reading about the thing saying the article I was reading saying it was overdue. We have a major pandemic more often than once every century, and they gave a number of years. I don't know, it was 84 years or whatever. But the next pandemic was overdue, and they were talking about the fact that the United States was not prepared for it. And you know the situation now, we had huge numbers of people are not working. Huge numbers of people have filed for unemployment. Things are not progressing the way that they normally do.
That seems to be the case.
Yeah.
Well, there's still a lot of conspiracy theories about this.
Yes.
They found the biggest one involves a MIT professor, I think he is, and some Chinese guys that were working with him
Yeah.
And one of the Chinese guys, this happened back in December, got caught smuggling some unknown chemical compounds.
Chemical compounds?
Well, they were chemical compounds affecting things like pandemics.
Really?
And he was taking them to Wuhan.
That's what the conspiracy theory says.
Well, there are facts. The conspiracy theory ties them all together in a sinister manner.
Yeah, well, I have a conspiracy theory. Would you like to hear it?
Yeah.
Donald Trump's father was getting into trouble just before he was born with the FBI, and you can look it up. That was going not the FBI, the IRS. So he wanted to leave the country. So he and his wife went to the Brazilian embassy in Washington D.C. And at the embassy, she went into labor prematurely, and Donald Trump was actually born at the embassy on Brazilian soil.
Oh, that's interesting.
Okay, so he's got to come up with credentials, just like he wanted Barack Obama to come up with credentials. I don't know. I mean, you can make these things up. You can just do it. And if we're going to operate our government and our economics on the basis of made up things, it's not going to work. And you'll notice he went from saying this was going to be stopped at the border, the coronavirus, to saying we need 2 trillion with a T. T is in Tommy. We need 2 trillion to fight it. He went that distance in 2 weeks. Now he says he's going to be really happy if only 100,000 people die of it in the United States.
Wow.
And it's like the misinformation that was out there is the various news organizations that blow Donald Trump's horn for him were just passing information that was whatever it was. And we're in a complete. But the point that I'm trying to make is he promised $2 trillion into the economy, and what happened to the stock market? Not much. It was kind of saying ho hum.
Contemplate that. That's kind of interesting,
isn't it? I don't know what to say about it. I'm sitting at my computer right now, and I can look at the Dow Jones Index. And it is at 20,995, which is about 9,000 below what it was at the peak about 6 weeks ago. And if I look at it for the last month, yeah, there was a little bit of a rise, not a huge rise, when they started really getting serious about that. But it went up from 18,500 to 20,900. But it's not. You'd think that with $2 trillion coming, they'd be all excited and happy, but I just don't see it.
One might think, but stuff goes on there that you and I aren't privy to.
Well, that's true. And the stock market's idea about what's going to happen and everybody else's are two different things.
Well, people think of the stock market as a whole bunch of people buying shares, and the reality is that most of the stock market is bought by organization.
Yes, that's true.
I mean, they're investor groups, stuff like that.
Yeah, mutual funds. Retirement funds.
Absolutely.
Unions.
And well, I guess you could call mutual funds agglomerations of investors, but that's what they are.
That's what they are. Yeah. Okay, Tom, I think we're at the end of our show now.
Well, we've done a little bit more than an hour. We've done about an hour and 5 minutes, so.
Including about 5 minutes that I think Brian's going to have to remove.
He's going to have to just cut it off.
Okay, so we'll say goodbye to everybody. And the note is, at the end of this, have a perfectly untroubled week. We hope
that'd be a good idea.
Our watchers are able to be careful about the coronavirus and prevent themselves successfully from getting it. Because
my battery on the phone has survived, which is good news.
I will predict that it'll be back another day.
I think it will. Where it stands, it recharges automatically anyhow.
Okay. Well, goodbye, everybody, and come back next time.
Adios, amigos.
I'm calling the meeting to order at 5:31. Do we have any adjustments to the agenda?
I have none.
Okay. Then seeing no adjustments to the agenda, do we have a motion to approve the minutes for March 25th, March 28th, and April 1st of 2020?
So moved.
And seconded.
Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So it's been passed. So I was just going to read off some notes real quick regarding how we're going to go forward with these meetings. But before diving into the logistics of select board meetings during the COVID crisis, I want to take a moment to honor the work of those that operate our town. Town hall may be closed to the public, but I assure anyone that may be watching this that behind those closed doors, our town management is not only maintaining regular operations, they are also taking actions that assure the town of Putney is responding thoughtfully and nimbly to every evolving COVID concern in our community. Both Karen Astley, our town manager, and Tom Goddard, our emergency management director, are working overtime with all the town departments to support our community during a very scary time. I also want to acknowledge the dedication and support of my fellow select board members. Thank you for stepping into such difficult circumstances without hesitation or complaint. And finally, to the people of Putney, every day I hear about neighbors helping neighbors from a safe distance. I hear about our local service organizations and businesses quickly adapting to support the needs within our community, and our community equally as quickly rising up to support local organizations and businesses. I hear bells ringing at 8 p.m., see homemade masks on our town staff and organizations. I also see teddy bears in windows when I go to work. I see how our local school staff quickly restructured their entire way of educating and feeding children overnight. It's pretty incredible, and I'm in awe. COVID-19 has already impacted this community and will continue to, but it will not break what is Vermont strong. To all of you, I extend my deepest gratitude and respect. Now moving on to a bit of housekeeping. Karen and I discussed—
Just quickly, same to you, Laura. Thank you for leading us through this and for doing all the work that you're doing.
Appreciate that, Josh. Thanks.
Thank you.
So now a bit of housekeeping. Karen and I discussed best practices to ensure these meetings go smoothly and encourage robust public participation. More than one person speaking at a time makes conversation on video platforms very difficult to understand. So with that in mind, we're sharing the following guidance with any public that chooses to participate. Please understand that this is new to us and therefore a work in progress, so please be patient as we adapt. We will start every meeting with introductions of the select board and participating town staff. The town manager will mute all microphones except the select board and herself, or any invited town staff. All participants should send a message in the chat app if they would like to speak. The mic will be handed over to select board members and town manager first. Public comment will be during the following times: the agenda item, public comment on items not on the agenda, discussion on any moved agenda items, the agenda item, other business. Depending on time and participation, public comments may be limited to 2 minutes per person on each item. Please state your name before making comments. Video is encouraged if you're able. The easiest way to share your webcam is to click the button on the Grab tab, or you can click the Share My Webcam button on the control panel. Pause and resume your webcam by using the icons in the top right corner of your webcam feed. If you're unable to attend a meeting and would like to have a comment submitted, email it to myself or Karen, and we will read it during public comment on items not on the agenda. And so I'm Laura Chapman. And would you all mind introducing yourselves?
I'm
Josh, why
Josh
don't you go first?
Laughlin. Yeah. Well, I'm the vice chair, and I will post my name on my screen as well.
Thank you, Josh.
And I'm David Babbitt, and I'm the clerk.
I'm Karen Astley, town manager.
Tom Goddard, fire chief and EMD.
Thank
Alyssa
you.
Harlow, administrative assistant.
Okay, so now we're moving on to public comment on items not on the agenda. And I'm not sure if we have, I don't believe that we actually have anyone from the public in this meeting right now. So we can move on to select board items. And our first item for discussion is the emergency management preparedness update from Tom Goddard.
Thank you. So as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, and again, I'll do the same thing that I have typically done with these. I'll go over state things, information, and then concentrate on locally and regionally. So as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, there are 605 total positive cases in the state. Unfortunately, 23 deaths associated with those totals as well, and 40 positive cases within Windham County. As recently as earlier this afternoon, during a teleconference, the Department of Health is continuing to reiterate to us that we need to expect to see increased numbers of cases throughout the state. And in saying that, they're also very quick to say, the governor certainly is very quick to say that through modeling, they're able to comfortably say that all the steps that are being taken, all the directives that are in guidance that is being issued and are being taken are truly having a positive effect on lowering or helping to flatten the curve. So that's positive. It's also being indicated to us, again, as recently as this afternoon, the peak is expected to hit us in the state within the next 2 to 3 weeks. What that's going to look like, we don't know for certain. All the preparation that's possible is being taken throughout the state and certainly here to the best of our collective abilities. The governor has also earlier today indicated that on Friday he's going to very likely issue some additional directives and guidance. One of those being the extension of the original emergency order, which was presented to us. So we'll wait and see Friday. By Friday afternoon, we'll know what additional directives and guidance he's issuing to the state. Of significant concern, I think is fair to say, as I've been predicting, trending is increasing pertaining to increased number of calls surrounding mental health issues and certainly domestic violence issues throughout the state. Putney is no exception to that as far as the mental health issues. I'll go into it a little further as we go along, and certainly in consulting with the state police, the number of domestic violence related issues within town are up slightly. Governor Scott yesterday submitted a major disaster declaration request to Washington. We learned earlier this afternoon that request, that submittal has been approved by President Trump. So that's gonna free up and give the state some additional FEMA funding and some latitude in different areas for funding. So that's good. Two specific things that the governor requested within his submittal was disaster unemployment assistance and crisis counseling assistance. Both of those are still under consideration in Washington. Those have not been approved or denied yet. We hope to hear within the next couple days, certainly hopefully by the end of the week, if those two specifically are approved. That's it state-wise at this point. Any questions on any of those things?
The peak, I know NPR is saying our peak is somewhere between the 4th and the 9th. That doesn't really make sense given what we're seeing. When you hear the governor say a peak sometime in the next 2 to 3 weeks, do you have any anecdotal or reason to suspect that we're talking sooner rather than later, or later rather than sooner, or what are you hearing any? Because I listened to most of the discussion today with the governor, and or not today. Yeah, I guess it was today. I don't have a clear sense of what we're thinking we know about the peak. Do you?
No. All I can say is by the graphs and the charting and the trending that's being provided to us, we're still climbing sharply day to day.
That was my sense, and that.
Yeah, since and I don't remember the date off the top of my head. Since the end of March, daily we've been on a very sharp and steep incline. So given that and the way that the plotting looks right now, we're not close to a plateau yet. And then once I'm going to assume, similar to other places, and their modeling, I can't believe that it would be drastically different in the state of Vermont. But once we hit peak, then that peak plateau is going to go on for several days before we start to see a decline.
Right.
So I think that peak forecast of within the next 2 to 3 weeks, I don't know for certain, but that may include that peak plateau as well. So regionally and locally, at this point, certainly all of us throughout the region, we're monitoring our supplies pretty closely. The state is receiving more shipments of PPE for us. All the towns and the departments, we're all putting in requests for equipment to be delivered to us. We put in yesterday. We put in our last one, which was pretty significant in size. So we'll see what we actually end up getting out of it. As far as operationally, and this has been this way for several days now, we're operating under the concept that every individual, every citizen we come in contact with is infected. That way, our mindset is very clear, in the likelihood or the possibility of us making mistakes is going to be pretty nil. As I mentioned earlier, we're fielding daily requests now, at least 3 a day, from citizens looking for assistance, mental health wise. Certainly being cooped up within 4 walls day after day after day, that's not conducive for anybody. So thankfully, we have quite a list of volunteers who have come forward. I've dove into that list several times for counselors, and that has worked very, very well for people. Thus far, we've not had to transport anyone into Brattleboro, into the ER. for any mental health crisis, and hopefully things will stay that way for us. Earlier, it was late last week, we entered into at this point, what is a verbal MOU. It will transition into a written MOU if necessary with the Putney Inn. So in the event any of our responders, number one, find it necessary or required to quarantine, and they wish to do so away from their families, we have a housing location for them. In the event, unfortunate event, anyone is infected by the virus, they would be housed there. The Putney School, they've known about that MOU, and they've offered, as well as one other place in town, to provide food for those folks 3 times a day if it becomes necessary. So that's all in place. The directive actually just came down, our guidance just came down today from the state, the governor's office, indicating that it would be a wise choice for all municipalities to secure such housing if it becomes necessary. So we're ahead of that curve. Earlier this week, as it was actually on Saturday, we started doing, and it varies, but frequent, up to and including daily welfare checks with folks. Right now, we're doing that primarily by email, which has worked well. There are a couple folks by phone, and so far, fortunately, everybody's doing well. There've been a couple things we've had to address on behalf of folks, and we've done that. So that's all working well. Above and beyond that, planning for any possible issues that can come up, we're still doing that. At this point, quite bluntly and honestly, all of us throughout the area, our big concern now is understanding the peak, when that's actually going to hit, and what we've missed. Either what we've missed, what we haven't planned for enough, and all of us keep bouncing those ideas off each other, and we're coming up now with what we assume to be the case. We're as set as we possibly can be, and now we just react as we need to. Everything's in place across the board for all of us. And we all know that if any one department needs anything, the other folks are going to step in and back them up. And we just see where we go. We react as we need to.
Thank you, Tom. I have a quick question. You said that you have volunteer supports for counseling. Did you get a pool of licensed counselors that are volunteering for this?
Yes, and those folks signed up within the Putney group. Mm-hmm. So that's been fantastic.
I'm so glad to hear that. So, Josh, do you have any questions or comments?
I'm wondering, Tom, how you feel about your staffing at the moment. Are you? I'm sure you're stretched, and I'm sure some of your people are stretched, but yep. Are you feeling okay about it at the moment?
Yeah, right now things are okay. Throughout the region, things are still okay, and we're just monitoring that daily. So if we see one specific area of the county or one specific area within our mutual aid system that is starting to have problems, we'll see that very, very quickly and be able to appropriately react to that and back those folks up to the best that we can.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Good.
Just one other thing that I wanted to note, and actually, this was something that the governor alluded to a couple days ago, and it is the reality. At this point, given that we are as set as we possibly can be, so to speak, and prepared as we possibly can be for what we're forecasting. At this point, we're starting to and we all need to start to look ahead beyond this and prepare for whatever our new normal is going to be. And I'm not sure that we have a definition for that yet. But certainly financially and operationally, we're gonna need to start looking ahead as a town, as the different departments, as a community, so on and so forth, and just start to plan for coming out of this during the recovery phase.
The other thing I would add to that, Tom, and I'm confident that you're making all the correct assumptions in the moment about doing as much as you can, but I'm also very aware that if you look back historically to 1918 as the clearest example, but the nature of pandemics in general is the cyclical nature of them and the reality that we are very likely to have another and probably more severe wave of this at some point in the relatively near future. And just that we should remain vigilant about that, both in our awareness, but also, if we have a downtime, let's not get caught off guard with PPE, for example. Let's create not a ridiculous stockpile, but a sufficient stockpile so we could weather this without being concerned about it if it comes back around. And same, and I think this is what you were alluding to. Also, the new normal, it's hard to know how far away normal is going to be. And I think that being prepared for what's happening between now and the new normal is going to be important.
Absolutely.
I think that, in all reality, vaccine is more than a year out. National data is showing that it's likely that 95% of the population is still going to be susceptible to infection even after we get through this current wave. That leaves us largely unprotected if we're not very cautious. So.
Right, exactly, and actually, in watching different press conferences, so on and so forth. In reality, right now, the three governors, the governor of New York, Vermont, and New Hampshire, they're all saying they don't want people to get complacent once they see a downturn in cases within the states. So obviously that is part of our planning now, is looking at that to try to make sure and expect what the governor is gonna direct for us, and guidance he's gonna provide, to not allow another uptick of cases after people get comfortable. And we know it's going to happen. We know the minute that there's a downturn and things are looking better, we know social distancing reminders are going to have to be in place. I'm sure that the governor's guidance right now, as far as wearing masks all the time, facial coverings, that's going to remain in place. Restrictions on gatherings will stay in place, and we just collectively, all the citizens, all of us, just need to adhere to that so we don't end up in trouble again. Because at that point, we could be caught way off guard as far as supplies, protective equipment, etc.
Do you have a sense? I know that one of the efforts that looking at is going to have, the countries that have been most successful with this have had really effective contact tracing and follow-up. Do you have a sense of who the governor is going to ask? Is that going to fall to you or to us, or are they going to manage that? Do you have a sense of how he's trying to create the personnel that will do that effectively for us?
Well, thus far, it's been through the health department. I can't imagine the governor or his cabinet wishing to do anything different.
Yeah.
I truly think if those responsibilities were placed upon municipalities / municipal health officers, et cetera, I think that would open up the door for a tremendous amount of confusion and a tremendous amount of lost information. So I can't honestly foresee the governor looking to do anything like that.
Okay, and I just didn't know whether you had been hearing about that as to how I just know it is likely to entail somewhat significant staffing up, and I didn't know whether that was a conversation that was falling within the emergency medical community or not.
I haven't heard any of that specifically. Again, strictly an assumption, an educated assumption is if necessary, the National Guard would be pulled in to provide that extra need people need.
Tom, I want to give David a chance to ask questions as well, but before we jump there, I just want to ask if you know anything about Landmark's numbers, the success rate in testing there, what that looked like, how that all turned out for them.
Haven't heard a thing. Have not heard a thing. No.
Okay.
And I can certainly ask the question on Friday. I don't know if we'll actually have any answers.
Yeah, that was more out of my own curiosity. I don't want you to waste any of your time on my curiosity.
I'll add it to the list of questions and we'll ask it.
David, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. Tom, considering that we don't know what this new normal is going to be, and I'm imagining you're putting in a tremendous amount of hours right now. It's part of the plan to prepare for the giving you some kind of help. As part of that plan, have you thought about how you might not put in so many hours and be able to deal with what this new normal might look like in case we do have another bump?
Well, right now, several of our folks have been a huge help. They've been into the station during some daytime hours. They've done some things for us, evening hours, things like that. So that's been fine. It's been a huge help. Moving forward, we don't have anything firm in place yet. In reality, it's going to be difficult to put something firm in place surrounding that. We're just going to have to react as things develop, as things come up. So within that, however, our reaction, we're going to be able to react quickly and get things taken care of quickly with regard to your concerns. So I have no doubt about that.
I guess my concern is we wouldn't be able to do this without you. And if you're putting in the number of hours you're putting in now for an extended period of time, I can't imagine you'll be able to sustain that forever. So I'm just concerned about you. That's all.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and certainly it's not me. There's a tremendous amount of it's all us. So yeah, I'm putting in a number of hours. It is what it is. Again, I've got plenty of support. So anytime what I don't want to do right now is use that all up. Because the more I try to slough off, so to speak, if that's appropriate terminology, the more worn out they're going to get, and the more time they're going to be away from their families before potentially they absolutely have to be. So that's all. I mean, it's a big balancing act, and right now everything's good. If I get to the point where I'm realizing I can't do anymore, then yeah, well, I'll pass a lot of stuff off and I'll take a breather. But at this point, I'm good, and I appreciate what you're saying.
Well, I guess my last little bit is that if the new normal is going to require more people, what do we do to get you more people, not just the people that you have, so that the weight is off of everybody a little bit? Just a thought, maybe something to think about. I really don't know your job. I don't know what you go through.
Honestly, short term, it's going to be through mutual aid.
Okay.
And some options within that. Long term, I haven't got a clue.
Okay.
I don't know.
Can I jump in? Sorry. Can I jump in with a suggestion? We have scheduled emergency meetings for every other week to fill in the weeks that we regularly don't meet. And I suggest that next week we take some time to really digest and discuss all of this, especially once we get the news from the governor on Friday. It'll give us more to work off of, and maybe we can start to form strategy around addressing the new norm.
Right.
Yeah, I would just comment also that, it would appear, at least in this moment, that there is a certain level of increased altruism that we should not miss an opportunity if it's there. Coming out of this might be a great time to really do a recruiting push. And what that looks like and how successful it might be, who knows? But I think this has made everybody aware in a different way of their sort of need to commit and involve themselves in societal realities. So I don't know, might be, if we can think about that in advance, that might be helpful to us.
Yeah, totally agree. All right, Tom. Well, considering those many, many hours you're working, I would love to let you go if the rest of the select board feels comfortable with that at this point. Karen, did you have any questions?
Okay.
No, I'm
Thank
all
you.
set. I'm all set.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Have a good night.
Tom.
Thank you. Okay. So our next order of business is the VTrans annual financial plan review and approval. And
Okay. So in your packet, there's the annual financial plan for VTrans. And Megan Brunk helped me out with this, as she does every year. Has everybody taken a look
You
at it?
froze up for a minute there, Karen. Can you?
Sorry. I think it's you, Josh, but for the annual financial plan,
Oh, might be. I couldn't hear. Yeah.
has everyone reviewed it?
yes.
So what
Yes.
I'm looking for is an approval from the select board.
So moved.
And seconded.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
So basically, this annual financial plan allows the state to grant money to us, whether we have projects or not. It does fluctuate year after year. And they say if the number is higher, the better grant percentage we will get. So I've seen some years that the number was lower, but I've also seen as last year it was a lot higher. So, but last year we had two major projects. One was a structures project and we had a paving project as well. And for 2021, we don't have any projects scheduled. So the number we're looking at is 849,942.
Any other discussion?
Does this tell us anything, Karen? I don't think it does, but does it tell you anything about when we should put our name in again for a next project? I mean, is that something we should be? I don't want to miss that opportunity when it comes up, and I don't assume we will, but just keeping an eye on deadlines and things.
Yeah, no, Brian is really good about planning, and he usually knows what he wants to do the following year. So if you look back in the past year, Josh, we had 2 culverts that we replaced. So he had Holland
Right.
Hill, and then he had Houghton Road, and and then he had the big paving project as well on Westminster Road. So now he wants to do some smaller projects, get caught up. He does have Holland Hill on his schedule for this year to do ditching in any culvert replacement there for the stormwater management. And so he's regrouping right now. But I anticipate by fall, he will know what he's going to want to do in 2022.
Okay. And that ditching is part of the grant supported project also, isn't it?
That is the grants and aid grant funding through Wyndham Regional, which is about $20,000.
Okay.
David, did you have any questions or comments?
No, the grant money that comes out, is there a process, a timing? Josh pointed at this. Is there, what is the timing of needing to get, in line for that kind of thing? Will that be when Brian knows what he wants to do next year, or?
No, there's a process, David, and it comes out at a certain time. It's usually in the fall. So you submit, and then if you're on the list, you have to be at the top of the list for both structures and paving. So we've gotten a paving grant for the last couple of years. So Brian knows we have to wait 3 years.
I see. Okay.
And it's the same thing with the structures grant with VTrans. The thing with the structures grant is if you're not ready to do your project, they'll put you on hold, but they're going to give that money to somebody else who's already ready. So sometimes you luck out if you have a project, but if you're too busy and you can't get the project done, then you're not utilizing that money.
Yeah, I think that's sort of what I was referring to, is just making sure that we're keeping an eye on what we want to have our eye on going forward, so that we don't miss those opportunities.
Yeah, between Brian and I, we keep an eye on that. So anytime there's money, Josh, and we're ready to utilize it, we're going to go after it.
You're looking for it. Good.
Should have just asked that. So.
And I can't remember, Karen, do we have any money in our regular highway budget for paving this year or not?
We have $100,000.
That's what I thought. Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah. And then we have 15,000 for bridges.
And do you already know what we're thinking of paving and when we need to go out to bid?
I do not.
Okay.
And I would think it'd be, if we're doing any paving, we'd have to go out to bid soon.
That's what I'm thinking.
Right. Because if you wait too long, you get into fall and who knows. But right now with the virus, contractors are not working.
Yeah, no, probably a good idea to get in that queue though.
Yes.
Any more discussion? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, motion's been passed. Karen, we have to sign paperwork for this.
You do.
How would you, and I know you and I had discussed the potential of e-signatures, which I think we'll discuss in other business. Do you just want to hold off until other business to discuss that, or?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So the People's Bank Omnibus Resolution Review and Approval.
Laura, can I jump back one?
Yeah.
So there is a certification of compliance for town road and bridge standards.
Yep.
I'll make a motion to approve that certification of compliance.
And second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I will add, this is something that we do. It's part of this annual financial plan. The select board did readopt the town road and bridge standards on August 28th, 2019, per the state's recommendations. And our town road and bridge standards are a little bit better, a little bit stronger than the state's. So I'm comfortable with what we have in place. And that's all I have to say on that.
And all our numbers match your data as far as distance and so on.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, there has not been any new roads added to Putney, so that hasn't changed since I've been here. As you know, we've talked about a couple roads, or a couple trails that people would like to see them as roads. I mean,
Yeah.
it would benefit the town, but the cost is out of reach for some people.
Yep.
So it's been moved and seconded, and hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So
Thank
it's
you.
passed. No problem. And now, moving on to the People's Bank Omnibus Resolution Review and Approval. And so this is to authorize Alyssa Harlow as temporary treasurer on our People United Bank account.
I will add, in our last meeting, we appointed Alyssa as temporary treasurer, and we appointed Jonathan Johnson as the assistant treasurer, temporary. After I had talked to the bank, Josh and David and Laura, I spoke with Lori, she's our contact person, and she had asked, she goes, originally I had Jonathan on the paperwork as well, but having somebody on the resolution will grant them the power to make any changes within the account. And the purpose of adding Jonathan at this time was because of the virus. And if we lost like Alyssa to illness or something, I had a second signer. Now, Jonathan will only be signing checks. And Lori explained that all we needed to do for Jonathan was to have him fill out the signature card, which he's done that. I've sent it off to the bank. So once we get this resolution processed, they will get all the paperwork in place and he can go to the bank and he will become a signer. But he has no authorization to make any changes within that account. And I'm confident that Alyssa would not make any changes without speaking to me.
So this is a checks and balances issue, just making sure that we don't have too many hands in the.
Yeah.
Okay.
So by appointing, we already voted to appoint Alyssa as temporary treasurer and Jonathan as her assistant. By doing that, we have already done legal action that we need to for Jonathan to be a legitimate signer.
Correct.
Okay. So did we already move to approve the People's Bank Omnibus?
Not yet.
I move that. If you want to clarify the language, Karen, I will move that.
It's to to authorize Alyssa Harlow as a individual signer.
Well,
I'm
as
already that.
temporary treasurer.
As temporary treasurer.
Yeah, because she is already a signer on the account because she's the assistant treasurer already.
And
As
to clarify,
so
I'm already on this omnibus as the assistant treasurer from before. Now I'm just being title change, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the language we need in order to have a motion?
To authorize Alyssa Harlow as the temporary treasurer, as a signer. Sorry, that's a little bit hokey, but
For the town.
for the town of Putney.
So moved.
I second it.
I think we need to mute Alyssa again. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and so it's been passed. So we did have Sandglass USDA Rural Business Development Grant on here. After speaking to Karen earlier, she has recommended that we table this. On February 27th, we did approve a letter of intent to move forward for a grant. On March 11th, we did not receive the app requested for it. We again requested it, didn't receive it on the 27th. So we do have a narrative now, but we still don't have the application. And until we receive the application, it should be tabled. So tabling that.
Are they at risk of missing a deadline?
They are. Their deadline is April 15th, Josh, but in an email to me, they asked for certain information such as our EIN number, our DUNS number, our SAMS number with the cage number, which I have all that information, but without seeing the application, I mean, I need to be able to review the application, and I would recommend that the select board see it too before we send it off.
Yeah, but we're not meeting again until the 15th. So what does that mean for them or for us?
It means they're probably going to miss their deadline. They had let me know that I was going to have that application by today, and it still wasn't at the door at 4 p.m.
Do we want to take any action that would allow them to meet that deadline contingent upon individual approval or something? I mean, we can also do that probably via email, but I think all of those numbers they requested are not something certainly that you want to send out as a complete unit in a non-secure, potentially non-secure email.
No, I wouldn't do that.
A lot of information.
Right.
So, what do you think, Laura? Do you want to just leave this in their hands?
I mean, based on the conversation I had with Karen, I feel like it really is out of our hands and it's in theirs. I'm not sure how much further we can go for them. We can, Karen, do you have any suggestions as to a workaround on this? If they were to get it to you tomorrow, we could potentially call a quick meeting to approve it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have my calendar in front of me, but let me just. It's going to be.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to burden you any further, Karen. But if they think that they can, I guess we want to be clear with them that if they want to meet this deadline, they have to get it together probably in the next day. in order to allow for us to try and do something for them. Otherwise, they're going to miss the deadline.
Right.
You know, if that's the way it is, that's the way it is. But if we can accommodate them, I'm sure that would be good for them. But they need to jump right on it if that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in conversation with a couple people and, you know, without an application, without a complete package, it might be hard to meet their deadline. I mean, we can do the best we can. I believe I'm going to be signing the application. Does the town manager usually sign? I know the town did one for next stage. Do you recall that one, Josh?
I think we can authorize, well, I think we can authorize you to be the agent, but I don't think it's inaccurate also the statement you made that we probably ought to at least have a look at that application as well.
I prefer, yes, I prefer the select board to at least see it.
I guess my feeling would be.
Okay.
Go ahead, Laura.
Thanks. I was just going to say my suggestion would be is that, you know, if Karen has another conversation with them and they're able to get her the application within the next couple of days, then maybe it's something where we could call a quick emergency meeting to review and sign off on it. I'm not sure how far it can be pushed out, so.
Yeah, we'll have to see what, I mean, 2 days. I'll wait 2 days if they can get us the information, but who knows what's, you know, next week will be like. I mean, I can try to fit it in.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and again, I don't want to burden you unnecessarily. And they've already created that situation, but if we can help bail them out of that situation, I wouldn't object to doing that.
Okay.
So I think we'll just leave the ball in your court, Karen.
All right, I will reach out to them and see what I can do. And if we see the application and it's complete, then I will call a meeting.
Great.
I suppose the other question would be if the deadline for submission is April 15th at midnight, then we don't have to worry about it. But just confirm that with them.
Yep, I will.
Okay, so we're moving on to select board appointments for board committee. And everybody should have received in their packet the entire slate. I'm going to suggest that we approve these by the slate.
So moved.
Okay.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I'd just like to take a moment to thank everybody that steps into these positions. They're purely volunteer and sometimes very time consuming and energy consuming. We appreciate them all.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, please.
I want to just state that some of our committees and our boards are low with numbers. Our planning commission right now only has 2 members. That's not a planning commission. So we are really seeking volunteers that want to sit on a board or a commission. And at this point, those that have low numbers, we're going to try to fill them. And we are in dire need for volunteers.
What is the what the number for the planning commission, Karen? Is it 7? Is that right?
I believe so.
So even to have a quorum, we would need 4. I mean, it's presumably a quorum of 2 if there's only 2 members, but that's obviously way less than ideal.
Right. I think that, Alyssa, can you confirm Is it 5 for the planning commission? It's 7 for the development review board.
Yeah, and the Development Review Board doesn't have any alternates either, so they don't even have any backup. But I
Right.
think it is 5 for the planning board.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
And our energy committee is completely
Dissolved.
defunct at this
I'm gonna
point.
have to I'm gonna recreate that from the ground up.
In your spare time.
I'm opening up the appointee list just to be sure, because I think the Development Review Board is also low on regular members too.
I think the DRB, it can be as many as 9, can it?
I thought it was always 7, but I could be mistaken.
So, oh no, so the Development Review Board has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with 1 vacant seat, and then we have 3 vacant alternates. We did have an alternate, but who was it?
It was Peter Loomis.
Yeah, he never responds to my asking him if he wants to continue. And last year, when he finally did get back to me, he was kind of sounding like he would rather not. So this year, he didn't respond. So I'm just don't know what to do about that. But Planning Commission is 5. Is 5, but we only have 2.
So I don't even think they can legally meet with 2 members. It's not a quorum.
Does it have to be a quorum of the original number though, or does it have to be a quorum of the existing members?
No, it's the original number.
I think that varies depending on the obligation of the committee, but I mean, with only 2 members, you can't legitimately have a quorum. You know.
Right.
Yeah, it's. No, I hear you. Yeah.
You have to have at least 1 more member. The other
Exactly.
thing, with the planning commission, they do a lot of work, like the town plan, the zoning regulations, and they're working on the wildlife tracking right now. And those are major projects. And unless they get involved with Wyndham Regional, they really need to have a stable number on that committee so they can share the work.
I would agree, and our select board is 3, and at times there's only 2 of us in a meeting, and I'm not. Yeah, no. All right. Well, is there any further discussion on this? So it's been moved and seconded, and hearing no further discussion, all in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, so it's been passed. And now we're moving on to the Wyndham Regional Commission appointments. And we can approve this as a mini slate of Karen M. Astley and Stephen Dotson.
So moved.
Would anyone?
And seconded.
Great. Any discussion?
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Karen.
Welcome. I'm learning a lot from Wyndham Regional.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on in our county.
Wonderful.
It's
okay, so it's been
definitely to our advantage to have good representation on that commission.
Yep, and Stephen's a good asset as well.
And he is remind me, he's now the energy
coordinator,
director,
right?
Coordinator for Brattleboro?
Yes, yep.
Okay. And we investigated, there's no conflict there for him?
There is no conflict.
Perfect. Okay. So it's been moved and seconded, and hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So it's been passed. Great. And now we are moving on to the town manager's report.
So I put out some surveys. And where's my, hang on a minute, I'm lost. Here we go. Oh, wait a minute. Let's talk about broadband communication survey update. So the results are in from the broadband communication, and I sent everyone a packet, and it has Putney's numbers in here, which I was very impressed with.
I was
they were
too.
like 21% participated in the survey, which, you know, seems like a low number, but for Putney, I thought it was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
So Wyndham Regional and ValleyNet and the other company, I can't, it's not on the top of my head right now. They're going to move forward with the feasibility study for broadband fiber to see what the next steps will be. But based on, you know, the survey results. So with the virus too, I'm not sure how this deadline will be impacted, but I mean, there's already a timeline on it, so I think they're going to try to stick to that schedule.
Well, the data coming out of that was pretty interesting. Thank you for sharing it.
Oh, you're welcome. Does anybody have any questions about it?
Do we have any immediate obligations going forward, or?
We do not. So they're gonna do the feasibility study. I would imagine, well, not now. I was gonna say, I would imagine they're gonna have another meeting, but unless they do it, you know, a virtual meeting. What I can ask Wyndham Regional what the next step might be, because everything is in such a flux right now. We just don't know.
Thank you, Karen.
Yeah, you're welcome. Locally grown resources survey for Putney. I did finally get that out. We had a few glitches on that. I have to thank Laura for helping me out on that.
Anytime.
But we got that one out and the business survey, and we're trying to generate some more data, try to help people figure out what we have locally in Putney for like produce, whether it be vegetables or meat or eggs or whatever that can help people, because with this virus and you know, the stay at home and only go out for groceries, and as you know, supermarkets, you know, are still have empty shelves, and if we can help people locally and they can provide resources, I think it's better for our community. But
yeah, I find this so exciting. I think that this builds resiliency and stability and sustainability for our future beyond this virus. And I think it's exactly in the vein of the conversation that Tom had speculated the governor would like us to be having. And so I really commend Karen for having taken the time and initiative to get this going and get it out there to the public, and encourage anybody that's watching that grows or has a business or has any other kind of resources that they would like to offer to their local community, please participate, because it's a great way that we can all connect and support one another.
Yes, and we did the same thing with the business survey. So basically, it's asking our businesses that basically had to go to takeout, what do they offer? Do they have gift cards? Are they doing takeout? Are they doing curbside? So we have to try to support our local businesses like the Putney Diner and the general store and, like the bookstore. And, it's how do we help them get through this? And how can we guide them to the appropriate resources so, they might be able to get financial monies to help them get back on their feet. This has been a big shock to everyone, and it's unfortunate. And I drive down Main Street and you can see the impact. It's not a good situation right now.
No, but I also have to commend them for their quick adaptation to all of this. I have seen each of our local businesses doing some really remarkable marketing and changing their systems so quickly to support the public need and to also continue doing the best that they can to, if not thrive, survive this.
Right.
Yeah, well, we're certainly also, this is sort of a different vein, but, I think it was David who brought up a while ago the reality of longer term financial fallout from this for tax payments, et cetera. And I think we're going to have to we're not going to see that until, given that tax bills may be delayed, we're certainly not going to see it until at least August, but over the next year, we're going to have to really look at how we're going to manage. And I'm very hopeful that there will be legislative support for how we are supposed to manage that, because I suspect that's going to be very real for us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
I know for myself, that the first thing that I did is I looked at every project moving forward and figured out what I could not spend money on and still keep moving forward and keep everything as close to zero as possible. I also heard from a friend today about the Small Business Association's 2 different loans that are available for small businesses. One, a quick $10,000 loan that the portions of it that are used to pay employees don't have to be paid back, or something like that. And a larger loan that you can apply for, I think, up to like $10 million. And any portion of that is being paid towards salaries or help would not be eligible, would not be required to be paid back either. And so I think there's resources out there for people. I don't know if they're availing themselves to them or not. I know I haven't done anything for myself, but I think as a town, we have to be really careful we have to be really frugal. Of course, I always think that way, but moving forward, I think we need to be really, really, really cautious. There's going to be a lot of people that have a really hard time.
Yeah.
People who normally wouldn't have a hard time or we'd have any problem with, who will now. And how do we address that?
So I have to agree with you, David. There is quite a bit of information out there for small businesses, for people that are unemployed. And I would recommend they either go to the State of Vermont websites or go to our websites, because the links are on our website, and tap into those resources.
Yeah, and I know we've made this point before, but I'll repeat it, just the importance of doing that sooner rather than later, because that will be a first come, first serve venue. And, stimulus being what it is, it'll probably come in rounds, but if you haven't applied, you're not going to get it. And that'll, at a minimum, delay you significantly, if not prevent you from receiving those funds.
Right. So my next item was town business hours. So the town hall currently is staffed 4 days a week. There's no one in the office on Friday, but 8 to 4 are the hours. We can be reached by telephone. We can be reached by email. We are still trying to conduct business the best we can. We have absolutely no in-person contact with other people at this time. So recommendation is to call the office and talk to us for what you're looking to do. So right now, dog licenses are due. Hunting and fishing licenses can be done online, but it can't be done online if you don't have a printer or you don't have a computer. So you can call John Johnson, town clerk, and he can walk you through. And, Alyssa and I are there usually on Monday and Wednesday, but we are retrieving all our voicemails, and we all have email that go to our smartphones or to our home computers. So email is the best communication right now. So we will do our best to get back to people right away. The highway department is still working 40 hours a week. They are grading roads. The east side of Putney has already been done. Brian's looking at a 3-week grading schedule. So he took a ride around town and he took a look at all the roads, and it's going to be a slow go with one grader, but the grader is out there. They are grading roads. They're also gravel and sand at the moment. So they're staying busy. Now, the other thing too with the highway department, I just want to let everybody know that, it's good to have the downtime, but the crew cannot put up a road sign because it takes 2 people. So there's no social distancing, but there's some things that they'll be able to do. But right now, concentrating on isolating themselves. They all have their own equipment. There's no cross contamination with any equipment. And if it's a rain day, they're at home, just to let people know. If it's raining, Brian will send the crew home so they're not hanging out in the garage. So Brian's well aware of this virus, and everyone's fear is that we're going to lose somebody to this virus, like a 2-week quarantine, which potentially could be a problem. So we're all taking a lot of caution, and we're trying to keep that 6-foot distance. The listers are still working too. They're still trying to meet their deadline. They're a little more casual about 6 foot distance, but we just keep reminding one another. So, but that's basically
I'm
the
getting
hour.
a bunch of from somewhere.
What was that?
Are you taking notes?
Are you hearing my notes? I'm sorry. I can mute.
Yes. Pencil on the, or pen on the table.
I'm sorry, that is me. I'll stop taking notes.
So that's all I have about office hours at this point. And those are subject to change.
As is everything.
Do you feel
right
like
now.
it's working well?
Yeah, it's working well. I like it better now that we're staggered. So, of course, Alyssa and I are in there together, but, we're separated. And, Jonathan's in there, usually by himself. Sometimes I'm in there on a Tuesday, but, we're at separate ends of the building. So it's just trying to remember that we have to wash things down, so we enter the building, I like to try to wash things right away. So I think we've been proactive about trying to wash our hands, disinfect, and
one piece in doing business is that you are able to mail items like dog licenses and fishing licenses and whatever folks need out to them to reduce contact.
Yes. Yep. We have the mail slot in the front of the building. So if anybody needs to drop anything off, they can just put it in the mail slot and then we can process it and then put it back out in the mail.
Really helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome. So that's all I have for town manager's report.
Karen, I don't think this was in our packet, but I know I saw from you some information on the response from VLCT about the fire truck article. Can you, it wasn't clear it was clear to me that the bond issue is problematic as far as how we would work through it. I didn't feel there was a clear answer about going to private lending institutions. Do you have the information you need?
I have enough information right now. So the one thing that I'm concerned about is because we voted on a 10-year bond, $550,000 at 2%. So the interest rate concerns me.
Yeah.
Especially if we won't know what the interest rate is until it comes back from the bidders. I mean, that concerns me a lot. And I haven't started researching what the banks are doing right now, but I will look at it. And again, I haven't really talked to Larry. I know Larry.
I didn't feel like there was. I don't know whether there was an answer or even whether the question was sort of voiced that they could answer whether we can legally go to a bank if we chose to, if we met the criteria lined up in the vote.
Right.
I'll have to go back and reread it because I read it as no, that we have to stick strictly within the language of what was voted on. But
and that's how I interpreted that first paragraph for sure.
Well, I definitely agree with you as far as a bond. If we were to get a bond, then it would need to meet that criteria. For me, it wasn't clear to me whether that left us with the opportunity of going to a bank if it would come in at less than 2% or not. I think that's, I don't know whether that's possible, but
I can ask for clarification.
Okay.
So. All right. Warrants?
Yes. Do we have a motion?
I will move that we approve and execute the warrants as presented upon completion of review.
And then second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
There were several things that weren't familiar to me here, Karen. I assume it's all legitimate. I don't know whether we want to go through any of it, but advancing Vintage Truck Group.
Can we do payroll first?
Sure.
Can we
let's-
pass it first?
Yeah.
So it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, we're going to start with payroll warrant dated April 10th. In the amount of $15,846.67. And then
That all
we
looks,
any questions, Josh? Looks good?
nope, not on that, no.
Okay. David, are you all set?
Yeah, I'm all set. Yep.
Okay. Any questions, Laura?
You'd hear from me. No.
All right. So accounts payable dated March 28th through April 10th, 2020, in the amount of $86,264.20.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
What is Southwestern New Hampshire District that we're paying $31,000 to? What is
Okay,
that?
so that's our mutual aid
Okay.
system. So with this bill, David, so half of it is billed in this fiscal year,
Mhm.
and then the other half is a prepaid for the next fiscal year, because they only bill it once.
Okay.
So we end up splitting it. It's an odd thing, but
So are you saying we pay $15,000 a year or we pay $31,000 a year?
it's $31,000, but it's in 2 different fiscal years.
But we're paying, so what Karen is saying is that every year we pay $31,000 or whatever that new number is. We just pay it in 2 different payments.
Right.
Sort of counterintuitive how it works out on paper versus what we pay the same amount,
right?
But we pay it in 2 different lots towards 2 different time periods.
Their fiscal year and our fiscal year don't coincide.
They do not.
Got it.
And sometimes it could be an auditing nightmare, because we
Got it.
just experienced that.
You can't convince them to change their fiscal year to match us.
I don't know, but so in the past, just to share with you, in the past, what would happen is we'd make the payment now, we'd make one payment, and then we would hold on to the bill until like July, and then pay him for the other half of the year.
Yeah.
So it looks big, David, but when it comes out in the wash, half of it will be in this fiscal year, and then the other half will be for fiscal year 21.
It looks big because it is. It's big.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I mean,
Right.
it's right what Karen's saying, but we still end up paying $32,000 a year. And
Yeah.
what it is specifically, David, is for dispatch services.
I get it.
So it's Keene Mutual Aid Dispatch is what it is.
It is, yep.
Yep. And the
It's a good
$18,000, I'm sorry, is insurance?
It's what? 18,000, yes.
Blue Cross Blue Shield. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and that went up because we added a family plan, and then we added a 2-person plan, both in the highway department. So
What are the locks and alarms? The countryside lock and alarms.
that is the camera system that was put in down at the fire station. So we have a grant, an equipment grant, that allowed us like $3,600 to put in a camera system at the fire station and a camera system at the wastewater treatment plant. So the fire station is done, and I don't know when the wastewater treatment plant, if it'll even get done this year. I'm hoping, but
Who monitors them?
so it'll all go into the fire station onto
Okay.
their computer there, which is a good thing because if there's any issues, it automatically goes there and the alarm will go off too. So at the wastewater treatment plant, not only will they have the camera system, but they will have an automatic fire alarm that goes to the fire station.
So we won't have a separate monitoring service, is that correct?
No, it'll go right directly to the fire station through mutual aid.
Oh, okay. And those
And
are,
then-
those cameras are, the focus of those cameras are exterior of the building, is that correct?
That is correct, yep.
And then it's up to like Tom or one of his people to review if an incident happens, if an issue arises.
Yeah, but I would think too, it would go to their smartphone. There's got to be an app for those cameras to go to somebody's smartphone. So I haven't checked. It just barely got in place. So
yeah,
I don't know the whole ins and outs of the system, Laura, but I'm sure we can find out.
Yeah, it's not at the top of my list right now, but that's interesting. I think, Josh, were you asking about Advantage Truck Group?
Yeah, there were just several things on, I mean, I'm not particularly concerned about it, but they're just names I don't recognize. Advantage Truck Group, Allen Engineering.
Of course, I don't have any of the invoices in front of me.
Advantage Truck Group is, I think, a part of Patriot Freightliner. It's where they get a lot of their parts for the trucks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And Allen Engineering is the
That's the pool place, right?
Right, in the sewer department, they get all of their
chemicals and
chemicals
okay.
and stuff. Yeah, we pay an invoice from them once a month.
Yeah, this one's low.
Yeah, it's really low.
All right.
Was it always Allen Engineering?
No, actually, it was Allen Pools and Spas.
Right.
That's what I thought. Okay. All right.
So how do you want to manage those, Karen? Do you want us to, we may have already done this. Do you want us to just come in and sign them as we're able?
We were going to talk about that in other business, but if you guys want to go ahead and make a motion to, oh, you already made the emotion, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we can just move into other business now and have that conversation. I think that's an important one.
Right.
So Karen had suggested the possibility of electronic signing, but without us actually having researched that. I'm not sure if that's feasible at this time. Maybe it's something we could discuss next week. In the meanwhile, as Josh was saying, do you just want us to all come in when we have time and sign those, like committing to getting it done in the next day or two?
So everyone has a key to the building. So and I have all the paperwork with me right now. So that would mean me going to the office tomorrow to bring all this stuff in for you to sign.
Karen, both of the warrants are in Laura's mailbox. if they wanted to sign those, and all of the minutes are in David's box, which, by the way, David, your box is overflowing. So if you wanted to at least sign those are there at your convenience.
So
the copy of the bank paperwork, could I just bring that and sign it and leave it in my box? Is the copy good enough, or does it have to be an original?
it should be an original.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
But
gonna
there-
have to figure,
oh,
we'll have to
yeah.
figure this out because we definitely need signatures. And I suppose
Well,
I like your idea, Alyssa, if we just make the copies and leave the copies in Laura's mailbox.
yeah. Well, if Laura has in her packet everything that needs to be signed, she could sign it so it's an original with her signature.
Right.
Put it in her mailbox, and the other two can sign it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
There's like three things. There's like three things, I think.
Yeah.
There's the V-Trans, the two V-Trans documents, and the People's Bank Omnibus document
warrant.
that need to be signed. And then the warrants are in my mailbox. I didn't print those.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, technically, you can't issue checks until those warrants have signatures on them. I think we could make a motion
So
right.
come tomorrow and sign them.
But right, no, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I think that Laura should do that. So I will make a motion that for the duration of the COVID-19 pandemic, we allow Laura to be the primary signature, and then David and I will follow up as we are able on all warrants from here until the pandemic is completed.
And I second that. I'm fine with that.
So can I make a comment?
Yeah.
So please sign in blue ink.
Yeah.
That way I know it's the original. And number two is, I wanted to say something and it's gone. Sorry.
Might come back to you. So it's been moved and seconded. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Where are we going to put those once they're signed?
I can either leave them in my mailbox. I'll leave them in my mailbox. I won't be the last person to sign. So whoever's the last person to sign, we'll have to put it wherever you want it.
Can just leave it there and I'll pick it up on Monday.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like me to bring a can of Lysol with me and spray everything?
No, but my recommendation is if you guys go like Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, knowing that there's not going to be anyone in the building, that would probably be better.
Yeah.
And if you unlock the front door handle, please make sure it's locked.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you gotta test it.
No, I think legally, Laura, you need to sign tomorrow because those checks will be, at least payroll will be distributed Friday. And without your signature on those warrants, those checks are not technically legitimate.
Yeah, I was just going to say I'll go in first thing in the morning and sign them, and I'll plan that as my routine for Thursday mornings after a select board meeting with warrants to go in very first thing Thursday morning and do the signatures. And I'm really good at social distancing, so if anybody's in there, I'll keep away. Yes.
You can come in the side door because John will have it open, but you have to print those warrants because they are in your box already.
Fantastic. All right. Sounds like a plan has been made. So it's been moved and seconded, and hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
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 So Laura, don't take this as a criticism at all, but just so you know, I think when you go back to get a vote on these, per Robert's rules, you can't just say it's been moved and seconded. You need to say it's been moved and seconded to approve, and it can be abbreviated, but you have to clarify what we're voting on. I'm pretty sure, I might be wrong, but just
Okay.
a one sentence addition to that, I think, is Robert's rules.
Okay. I will make sure to do that going forward. Oh, okay. Do we have any other business?
No.
I'll just comment. I did one of the electronic signature things with another organization recently. On
Yeah.
my end, it was super simple.
Yes.
So I think that would be, if we can make that work, that would be. Yes. I'm not sure what's involved on the other end because I didn't have to do it, but all I had to do was click on a link and then choose a signature that looked sort of like mine and click on that, and it was done.
So I just did an electronic signature today. It's fairly easy. And if you're all in agreement to use electronic signatures for this temporary period, we can get it set up. And I would be the one initiating the signature on the documents. No one else. I would be responsible and accountable for your signatures.
As long as you're comfortable with that, I'm comfortable.
Yeah, I am too. And I think what we would probably have to do, we might want to check with the state on this, is just, we would probably have to approve you as the initiator of that or something. I'm not sure. We should just find out what the obligation is for how to make that legitimate.
I will inquire with BLCT tomorrow and see if I can get an answer.
Sounds good.
I think there's two different kinds of electronic signature things too, and I think you're both talking about two different kinds. Like I think Karen, maybe not, but I think you're thinking that they give you their electronic signature and you place it on a document. Is that what you're meaning?
Not me, no. I created my own electronic signature.
Yeah.
So, and I know what Josh is talking about because they send it to you.
Right.
You just plop it on there. It's a little sticky and then you click on there and your signature comes in there. But we can create those right at the office because I've done it.
Oh, cool.
I just have to remember how I did it, Alyssa.
Okay. Well, yeah, because you can do it where it automatically sends to the next person on the list after the first person signs it.
Oh, nice.
Because I did that with the house and all this, like I would sign it, Lance would sign it, and then his brother had to sign.
Yeah.
Because he owns the other house that we own. So he had to sign too. And so it was like all three of us got it in a row.
All right.
So.
Well, if the select board is okay with electric signatures and we are able to do that, which I'll find out, then, maybe that's the route to go for now.
I'm supportive.
Maybe in 2 weeks, we're going to be all at home.
We already are.
You mean back at the office?
Well, it's good to know, as Josh said earlier, and I agree, and organizationally where I work, we're looking at this too, is this is likely to come in waves, and we need to be prepared and have systems in place going forward so that we can navigate this more easily. Any other business?
I'm just wondering whether Karen's backdrop is digital or flannel.
It's lovely. It's lovely. No.
Has a very holiday-esque feel.
What are you hiding? That's what I want to know.
No, you
I'm not
don't.
Behind there, you don't want us to see.
Yeah, well,
The only other thing that I would bring up is the Putney Mutual Aid Group, Neighbors Helping Neighbors, is doing some really amazing work. They've built a pretty incredible system to connect people, and they've been able to effectively connect folks with Tom, which is what he was speaking to before, where they've been able to connect volunteer counselors and folks that need that support through him. I know that, I don't know if you've received it yet, Karen, but they plan on sending some producers your way for your survey. So it's really heartening to see how our community is coming together during this time and truly supporting each other. And I'm very proud of the work that they're doing.
I am too, and they've been very supportive for our office. And, anytime, I'm just thankful we have people in the community willing to help.
Mhm.
I want to thank everybody who's making the masks too. I think
Yeah.
the effort is just beyond.
It really is. Landmark has started or will be starting soon, and I should actually say I believe that they will be starting soon to 3D print masks if they haven't already. We were able to connect them with somebody that already had the knowledge of how to do it, and they have the printers. So that's really exciting too, that they're going to start printing masks for our first responders and our hospital.
Yeah. No, they've stepped up to the plate big time.
Laura, I think you said before that the person heading up, or one of the people heading up the mutual aid group, is Ruby McAdoo. Is that true?
Yes.
And who is working directly with her at sort of the top of that process?
So it's Ruby, Kathleen Dewich,
Yeah.
Jamie Contois is a big piece of it. Oh gosh, I'm forgetting her name right now. Sarah.
Farmer Jones.
Hold on one second here. Bear with me, and I will find you the.
I want to
Yes,
shout out
Sarah Armour Jones. Thank you.
Hannah Pick too.
So, Hannah Pick, the folks from Putney Community Cares. It's really, there's a core leadership group that has been doing a lot of the guiding work. And then there's every week, there's a large slate of us that meets, which includes our local representatives, Notter and Mike, and local representatives from the different organizations in our town, myself, and a few other community members that have been really driven to make this happen. And then there's a communications team, which I'm on. But I have to be like very clear that most of the heavy lifting has been done by other people. I'm just sitting in and listening and occasionally throwing in some input, but trying to make sure that I'm playing the role that I'm supposed to be playing of liaison. They're just doing incredible work. It's been tied in with our local businesses as well. So they're trying to work with the local businesses to help with grocery delivery. Truly remarkable. And something I think that will serve us well going forward for many years. They're building it strong.
And I also want to comment to certain residents that have ideas and they'll shoot me an email and I'm able to like throw it over to the mutual aid group and they hook everybody up. And it's been incredible. And it's big for me to do that with everything else going on. It's really difficult. And I feel like this group handles it efficiently. And and people's, their needs are met.
Good.
Yeah, I have to agree. It's the exact kind of collaboration we were hoping for.
Yeah. It's working. I like it. I'm really impressed too with the community right now.
Putney has a lot to be proud of.
All right, so we probably have another meeting date on that agenda. I don't have it in front of me. And then
We do, except it says April 8th.
Who made that mistake? All right, let me look. Sorry, guys.
So I believe it's April 15th that we're supposed to be meeting, and that's our 5 o'clock, not a 5:30.
Right, April 15th is the emergency preparedness meeting. So April 22nd is the next select board meeting.
But we also have a meeting the 15th at 5.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And I would love to see for us start to, and if you to have any ideas, or I would love to see us start building an agenda aside from just COVID response for those meetings, because I feel like some of what Tom talked about earlier and what both you, Josh, and you, David, were saying are really important pieces that we need to start addressing as soon as possible and fleshing out. We may not be able to come up with the answers, but at least to have the discussions, I think, is really important.
Yeah, because I don't think we're in the thick of it yet. And then when we come down that downside, and like Tom mentioned, it's going to be recovery.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to plan for that, because it's not like everybody's just going to be able to come back out onto the streets. And
No, not at all. All right, I will make a motion to adjourn.
And I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Nope.
The motion to adjourn is moved. Or did I say that right, Josh? You're going to have to correct me as I go.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Long day. Aye.
have a good night, everyone.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will call the meeting to order at 7:03.
Sure.
And I guess the first thing is to call for late additions to the agenda, which I have a few, and there's probably a few others. Things are happening fast, lots of stuff. A few of these things I'm going to kind of lump into number 8, which is just kind of an update on the COVID-19 situation, town operations, things like that. I think I'll kind of bucket yours into there too. Volunteer thing was one of them, and the internet access type discussion, if you want to comment on that, town internet access. So, the other was there are a few overweight permits that have come in. Want to discuss an appointment to the Jamaica Planning Commission, and also discuss the possibility of setting up an authorized member of our board to sign off on pay orders and things like that if we decide down the road that we're not holding meetings or things like that, so we can kind of keep rolling along. Did you have others, Paul? I know you had mentioned, but I think a few I covered.
You got the one for the from the fax from DLCT. You got that one. The draft. That's under your 8, right?
Yep.
Okay. And I have one quick little letter we got today from West River Valley Thrives. So we get at that later at the end.
Okay. Anybody else? Nope. Good. Hopefully we have a lot to talk about. Hopefully though we can straighten and track move along. Next item, to approve the minutes of the March 9th, our last meeting. Hopefully everybody had a chance to read it, or any comments? The only thing I did at one, I just wanted to, I think down underneath the transfer station, this is regarding you, Jessica, does say Wyndham Solid Waste Management Assistant, should say alternate.
Alternate.
Where's this again?
At the very last, second to last line on the town appointments on the first page of the minute.
Okay, should be alternate. Gotcha.
Anything else?
I move we accept the March 9th minutes with that correction.
Second.
Second by Paul. Any other additional comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Got 4 approvals. Any opposed? Thank you. And now next to approve the minutes, this is something that we missed at last week's meeting, but to approve the minutes from the town meeting. I didn't see anything on there. Anybody else?
I didn't really study them, to be honest with you.
Want to defer it to the next meeting? Or you want to take a minute now and read it?
Did anyone look at them?
I read through.
I read them.
Yeah.
I read them.
Nothing jumped out. I'll make a motion to approve.
Terry, did you read the numbers? That was the only thing that in the minutes.
But I gave her the numbers to put.
You gave her the numbers, got it. That would be my
So I'm
only thing I
thinking
would.
she,
Right.
they're the same.
In which case,
Yep.
yeah, that was the only thing that I wasn't sure about.
Well, I'll move that we accept the town meeting 2020 Jamaica, Vermont minutes.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Okay, perfect. And as we always do, we will move the approval of the timesheets and the pay orders and things like that to the end of the meeting. There have come in, I guess I actually had that on the agenda. I thought I was going to add it, but it's already there. The approved, there are 6 overweight permits that have come in. They all have their calls paid and all that good stuff. And we will move them to the road commissioner. Any?
Just the names of them.
Okay, we can read that for the record. There is A.S. Clark and Sons of Newfane, Plimpton Excavating of Wardsboro. We have Newton Construction of Middlesex, Vermont. We have A.R. Sandry Incorporated of somewhere close by. Greenfield, thank you. And Suburban Propane of Manchester, I'm going to assume. And one other, Miller Construction of Windsor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
It's always in case there's something, what company any of us have.
Okay. Yep.
I move to pass the overweight permits to the road commissioner.
All moves, I'll second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Good to go. We'll move those along. One item I did put on here, just so people know, and everybody, I mean, I don't know how quickly this gets posted online, for the people that are not here, the school district vote, I guess they're meeting tonight or tomorrow at their meeting, where they then will vote to postpone the vote. So other than that, I don't know anything, but I'm just threw it on there just to let everybody know that the vote is going to be postponed. Stay in touch with your school board, and we'll find out when. It's an important vote. Hopefully everybody gets out there when it does come up. And now the big item on the list, kind of updates on the COVID-19 and then office operations. That was kind of the first thing that came up, and then there's obviously a lot of things that have been tagged on there. I guess we kind of don't want too big of a bucket, but we've got a nice bucket here to throw some stuff in to talk about. The first thing, Paul and I met last week with Terry and Sarah in the office and just addressed some top-level issues, concerns with people, a lot of people coming in and out of the office. So right now the office is operating with a closed door. All functions are going on inside, answering the phone, doing the computer work and that kind of stuff. But we then also drafted some alternatives if we need to go further, and I think tonight's discussion would be to formally approve these, but also talk about what these next steps are, if we can kind of forecast that a little bit. Right now we're on step 1, I guess, and I'll just read this for the camera. Given the current spread of the COVID-19 virus throughout our region, the town of Jamaica is taking the following steps to prevent or protect the health of our personnel and the public. They will be implemented immediately and continue until cleared by the State Department of Health. The first step, which is what we've kind of implemented right now, is the office will remain open during normal business hours. However, walk-in service will be eliminated. Any business to be transacted that cannot be conducted by phone or email may be arranged with the town staff by calling the office and making an appointment. And from our feedback, that seems to be working fairly well. There's definitely been a reduction in just in general the amount of traffic anyways, but it's nice to be kind of distanced from people just coming in and out of the office, and get our regular work done. And it's nice that somebody's there to answer the phone and kind of relieve maybe some people's anxieties about what's going on, answer questions and things like that. So step 2 would be that we would fully close the town office and transfer phones, computer applications and things like that to the treasurer's and the town clerk's homes. This would be if the state moved to go into a more of a lockdown type operations. We have moved our main software to the cloud, Nemrick, which handles our just about everything, probably.
All of mine.
So all of our pay orders, all of our accounting functions, things like that. I think land records are there too. So a lot of the different operations for both the treasurer and town clerk are moved to the cloud as of now, and you guys have worked that and tested it, and it's
Today was
functional.
the first day and it works great.
So we're able to do that now, if that comes about.
The last one.
And then, actually, yeah, I didn't quite finish reading that. Should the occasion arise that something must be done from the office, the staff, they will come to the office as needed for the particular project or as they feel necessary. And that somewhat will be dictated by any mandates that come down to say what we can and cannot do.
Right.
But we obviously want to remain as functional as possible and, provide services to the town as needed. Any further comments or?
I think one of the things that we don't know the answer to is how long we're going to be in this position. And the longer we are, the harder it's going to be to have the place closed. So there may be a time, if it goes to that, to the end of the fiscal year or later on when they may need to go into the office to do some things, that's part of the plan. We build that in there. But it's going to be a while.
Yeah, I mean, despite some noise coming out of the White House, I think realistically it's going to be a while because I think our governor, based on his most recent press conference, while he's not there yet. I wasn't quite sure where he was going, but it's regardless of what the White House dictates, each of these governors are going to lay down the law as they see fit. I'm not sure there's going to be just kind of the types of activities that might make the town office, make it increase tension with the town office being closed would be commercial ones. I don't think there's going to be an increase in commercial activity, so I don't think we have to worry about that. If there was another, if for whatever reason we became involved as a town in activities around the virus and we needed access to the town offices, I would defer to Sarah and Terry on that, what that would be, or if there were another natural disaster, right? But other than that, with the access to all of the data through the cloud, I think it could probably subsist the way it is. I thought the document, as you've just described, is kind of, I don't know that we really need to do anything to it at this stage. I think
it's simple, which is nice.
Simple.
But it covers.
Yeah.
Right.
The only thing that it's not mentioned specifically, but it's got to do with how long this goes on, is I believe, Terry, correct me if I'm wrong, but do you not need access to the printer in your office to cut checks for the road crew?
Well, I just talked to a road crew into going to direct deposit.
Good.
And on a normal week, they were really the only 2 checks that I wrote.
Okay.
So I can do direct deposit from home if I have to, because I just need to take it with me. And if any of you want your checks direct deposit, just give me the form. And there's one other person that works in the library that I got a check for, but I believe the library is closed right now, so I don't think that I will be paying her. But I do have a question about the librarian.
I think Greg said the library's closed, but she was still working in it.
The librarian is, I'm not sure.
Oh, regular librarian. They're thinking about,
The other one.
Yeah. That's true, yeah.
And the other Greg, so I don't know.
No, the other Greg, yeah. There's lots of Gregs. We have plenty to choose from.
And I do have a question about her pay, but I don't know
Does-
when that would come up. So.
Does Dan's pay go to the automatic or is it even a check?
Say that again?
Dan
Dan is direct deposit.
This is direct deposit. So
Yeah, the 2 highway guys were the only ones that were the holdouts, and I basically told them they needed to
Make
do
sure
that.
they
And
get
they
paid.
did it today. I just did everything today, so.
Yeah, it alleviates some uncertainty.
That's for sure, because the banks, most of their lobbies are
Closed
closed
now.
now. And this, I said, you'll get it 12 hours after you would normally get your check, so it's.
Without having to go to the bank.
Right. We'll clear the floor.
And if I had to take the printer home for some reason, my printer that's near my desk is pretty compact,
Portable.
so I can just take it with me.
would you have any need for the, well, if you guys, let's go to paragraph 2. If the 2 went home and started working strictly out of the office, if for some reason we had to close the office down. There's one phone line. How do you envision dividing up that and the fax machine, fax line? How would you divide that up? Have you thought about that?
Well, the fax would answer itself, obviously, when it's a fax in there. And the only time that line rings is when our first line is busy. So if we're on the first line, it'll roll to the fax line. So if nobody is there to answer the first line, I believe if it's transferred to one of us, that second line wouldn't ring anyway. They would probably get a busy signal, and then they would just call back if we were on the phone. But truthfully, in the last few days, the phone has not been overly busy.
And I think if we did move to transfer one of the lines, we could always ask Consolidated what kind of functionality is out there as far as forwarding things and things like that.
I mean, we've forwarded lines in the past, like, I don't know what the situation was, but it was fairly recent. It might have been when the town garage phone was out. I had it transferred to the town office so that I could, if somebody called the town garage, it would just ring in there.
Yeah, pretty straightforward stuff to move the phone.
Yeah.
We just have to come up with who's forwarding it and when does it ring and all that kind of stuff, I guess. Do we want to go through that right now to determine or deputize somebody to run the operation once we get there?
Are we gonna have another meeting in 2 weeks here?
I think right now we're somewhat going through some items to not have to.
Okay, I didn't know if that's.
But it's a good question. I mean, it may get worse. I think we're all comfortable in here if everything's given the same, but there's one thing that came about that we'll add in for discussion, maybe now's a good time to bring it up, is the, signing off on the pay orders. We do have to do that as part of the open meeting law. We can't just say, come on into the office and everybody sign off on your own thing. But we, according to the statute here, and this is some information from VLCT, is that we're able to designate somebody to sign off on the pay orders. And so my thinking is that we'd want to do that, again, for Plan B. If we don't meet in 2 weeks, we'll have somebody authorized to sign off on the pay orders so that we're not forced to meet.
Before this, in the select board handbook, it says if the select board agrees, I don't know if this would ever come into play, or if it's even about what we're talking about. But the chair and the vice chair, if the select board says it's okay, like they decided on something, one or the other can sign.
Right.
I don't know if it applies to that or.
No, I think it's exactly that.
But the chair and the
you just
vice
have to
chair.
say who it is. It doesn't, I don't even think it has to be the chair or the vice chair.
Well,
but
there
that
are
makes
things
sense.
in the if this wasn't going on.
Yeah. Oh, that even without this?
Yes.
I mean, you don't have to authorize it. Oh, okay.
I don't know
maybe
if that,
just-
if that pertains to checks, but it said if the select board approves of whatever it is,
yeah,
that the chair or the vice chair can sign. Didn't say what, whatever needed to be.
Right, so when it's like the board of directors, if a board of directors authorizes a loan,
Yeah.
right? Any authorized officer is allowed to sign. It's essentially the same construct. But I think in this case, what would be cleaner for us would be to say, Greg, if you're comfortable with it, we are acknowledging that as a board that, we're investing in you the authority to sign.
And I'm very comfortable with it. I think that we should, I guess we do have to vote on it, so we can't say vote on it contingent to having another meeting, but we do have to say it. And if we have another meeting, we can always unvote it, so to speak. And I think that makes sense because in my thinking too, it's not gonna immediately get better, and if we can have an option to not have a meeting, there may be other issues that we need to have the meeting, but if we can eliminate a couple, that's great.
Absolutely.
I think you should maybe we should follow that rule that it's maybe two signers. If you can't make it or you get sick or that the vice
An
chair
alternate,
could do it.
vice chair is
Sure,
an alternate.
absolutely, yeah. And Tom has actually expressed that since he's in town, he could be the person too. So not that I can't get here, but Tom has offered to be one of those people.
Right, are you comfortable, well, Andy is as well, and I'm in town, but Andy is vice chair, do you want to?
Yes, because it's in the manual already.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's in the handout that I gave you, there's actually a motion, tentative motion written in the second paragraph there. This is not the motion, just reading it says, a motion to give such authorization might be phrased as, I move that we appoint, for example, the chair and the vice chair of the legislative body members to approve and sign orders for payroll, for example.
Say that.
What's that?
I was just about to say that without this, but yeah, I'm happy
Yeah,
to
no,
make
I'm
that
just saying
motion.
this.
Yeah, no, it's perfect.
It's exactly what we're talking about.
Right.
For till 1st of July or something.
Oh, this is from the FAQs, okay.
Yeah. I'm not this creative. And then any orders approved under this authority must state definitely the purpose for which they are drawn. The full legislative body must later be provided with a record of all the orders. So we just have to keep record of everything that we sign. Terry was talking earlier about sending the warrants to us all, and that if there was, if none of us had any questions or disapproval, then we could just send a note to you saying, yep.
Yeah, or just to voice concerns if something we looked at.
And if there's a problem,
questions or
exactly.
whatever. Yeah.
Or if there was an invoice that you had a question about, and I could send that to you. And the other thing is that I have a Google account for my treasure. I have a Gmail account, so I could set up the drive to put the invoices on, and then you could look at them all.
And if you would invite us all to it.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Is that, it's legal, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
because all of this has to be transparent. So
Right.
putting it on Google is consistent with.
And there may, it sounds like, I mean, the legislator is in continuous discussion of making these types of laws still fit the law, but be a little bit more less stringent in a situation like this. So this may become, not this, but in general, things may become
Hasn't
easier.
happened yet.
Yeah, I think
Tomorrow, I think, is scheduled.
Last week it was last Wednesday,
Right.
and this week it's tomorrow.
Yeah, and
So it's gonna be-
I've heard that there's grumbling,
Yeah.
so
Kicking the
I would
ball
be
down.
great if it happens tomorrow, but it may not.
Yeah.
So are we all, do you want to make the formal,
Um,
in the interest of moving along? or-
Sure, I don't have any problem with that. Let's, do we like the idea for sending the warrants? That's independent of the motion, that's just the mechanics of how to affect it. So the motion would be to have the chair and the vice chair.
And it would be both or either?
It's the chair and the vice chair as an alternate if the chair is not available.
Okay.
You want to just one, or I don't know if it needs to be two? What do you think?
What he just said.
I think it should have to be
Yeah,
or, not and.
Okay,
Or.
this doesn't put or in here, but we can put that in ourselves. All right, let's try this phrase. I move that we appoint the chair or the vice chair of the Jamaica Select Board to approve and sign orders for payroll or operating expenses for
Put it out there.
April, May, June.
We can always,
I would say until the,
3 months.
until the board reverses it.
What's that?
Why don't we do it until the board reverses it?
well, they did say for a period of time.
Um,
It suggested to say a
I'm
period of
just,
time.
yeah.
And we can always still
There-
reverse it.
Here, yeah, here's
Put
the
it a
thing,
date
don't
out
change
there.
it. There
and
may
we can
be a
always-
and I
provision.
would do 12 months until we reverse it.
I still don't understand what you just said.
I understand that it says for a period of time here, and I think
Yeah.
under ordinary circumstances, you would do that, but in this circumstance, my advice would be, my recommendation would be, don't. Either do a very long period, unless we decide an earlier time. Just gives us maximum flexibility.
And my thought on that was when I read this the first time was there may be something, some buried in the bowels of the legislature that says in order for us to do this, there must be a discrete period of time.
There,
Perhaps. I
I've
don't
done
know.
some research.
So say it's a year.
It's not gonna be an
Say it's a
invalid.
year and in 6
Right.
months if we
If we
come back.
say 12 months, it's not gonna be an invalid resolution of the board.
I feel more comfortable just saying it's July 1st and we can re-vote it again.
See how things are going.
Yeah.
July 1.
1st of July.
It may require us to convene though to reverse,
If we don't meet between now and the 1st of July.
Exactly,
we can
that's
most
why,
likely say that.
that's why I don't recommend it. But-
We can't say indefinitely.
No, but a longer period than 2
No,
months.
I'm asking, I'm like, indefinitely
You
isn't
actually,
specific enough.
not really, because then you're in essence, you're changing the the function of the board and the roles of some of the members of the board.
Okay.
So I think this is, to address, but I don't think July 1, I would just go out farther. I'd go 6 months, and then,
we can always turn it off.
yes, and it's reasonable to say 6 months, just, it's, if you meet a reasonable demand standard based on the science and what's understood about what we're facing. So for the board to have said, for this length of time, and knowing at any time if it resolves and things are great this summer, we can always, shut it off.
Okay,
So you're saying 6 months, go to the 1st of September then?
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense. Do I hear a second to that revised, do you have this wording, Terry? It's the standard wording that's.
I'll give you a copy of this, Terry.
That's in the
I
VLCT.
think I have a copy at the office.
Just before we do the resolution, so Terry, payroll and operating expenses is a big enough bucket in terms of the orders that are there any other, only because I'm new to this, so I don't know what other types of orders.
I was wondering what you call the other orders, but operating expenses is good.
Is
Does that
good
cover
enough,
it?
okay.
That covers it?
You have a colorful claim with that.
I mean, there was some emergency, but it would still be operating expense, so.
When you look at what we end up signing all the time, it's basically how the expense of running the town, operating
Right.
expense. That's why I put them both in there.
Right, okay.
So,
Do you want
is
to
the
read that?
motion
Motion.
lengthy to read back? I'll second it, but I don't,
Read it
Well, I
again.
have the wording here.
Okay.
So I'll put it in here. And then you can next time fix it.
So we can read it again though?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
yeah, so I seconded it, so.
But you like,
Reread the motion.
read what we've got.
I want to see what
Just
Terry
read-
wrote.
Read what Terry's gonna write.
Or Terry, do you want to read it for us?
Or I can.
Between the two of them, I'm gonna put this together, because I think I wrote something totally different than what, was on the sheet, so.
It's right there in the middle of that second bullet.
So you moved that we appoint
The chair.
Chair and vice chair.
Or the vice chair.
Or the vice chair.
or the vice chair as an alternate if the chair is unavailable. I'm reading my stuff too. So,
Yeah.
to approve and sign the orders for payroll and the running expenses.
Through September.
But this is, okay, so
Through
through.
September 1.
All right, I had expired.
For the period of
but
6 months or, okay.
Through September 1, 2020. And I don't think the rest of it is part of the.
No, I think that's good.
So-
Yep.
Now, do we want to say do we want to say in the minutes, because it does seem to be saying here, you want to be making clear why you're undertaking this, and this is, in response to, steps the town is taking to address the COVID-19 pandemic. I think that's enough. I don't think we have to say any more than that, but we
Right.
do have to say why we're doing it.
Right. Well, it might clear, we'll say to modify our town select board procedures in light of the COVID. Because we're not actually attacking COVID with this, we're attacking our procedures.
Okay, right, yeah.
Yeah, we're on the
I'm
same
fine
page.
with that.
Perfect.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as we're stating what the reason is, yeah.
So what are you gonna say after this?
That this is.
This motion
this-
is in
in
response.
support of the modification of select board procedures in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. And see what it says in here about the legislative body must be later be provided with a record of all orders. Terry, if you just send us the warrants, that's basically a record of all orders.
Yes.
So by doing that, then we cover that provision of the law as well.
Now, when those get sent, Who sees them?
Just us.
Just us?
Right.
Okay, but is that public,
I'm gonna send them to everybody.
right, but if someone wanted to see these, can they walk in the office and look at them? Okay.
Not going
But I
forward,
just,
though,
it
the
has
office is-
nothing to do with the motion really, but.
But
But
we
if-
could then
right.
share them.
So someone would have to
If
make a
someone-
request to
Right.
see them, and then Terry could give access.
Right.
Okay.
But that's not really different than today, when you go,
No, that's correct.
someone wanted to see them, they
No,
go
I
to the
kinda
office. Yeah.
was saying that for the camera.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yep. So we're comfortable with that, or are you still?
I'm comfortable with that motion as it's being recorded by our secretary. Not quite sure how it's worded, but I'm all right with it.
Any further discussion? Sounds like, Terry, you've got it, right?
Yeah.
You read it back.
I
Yeah.
hope so, or you're gonna have to change it the next time. Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, I think that was one of the bigger items in that bucket. There was a few other things that I mean, more or less can just, I mean, we'll get into some stuff that Chris is gonna, he's got some detail on. But we've, I mean, these just make logical sense. I mean, at the transfer station, the operational hours are, continuing as normal. Dan's taken steps for his personal health. We have closed the swap shop though, partly due to a tight space, and also we don't need goods coming in or out of there that may be contaminated. There was the discussion of extending the dog license deadline to May 1st, which I think is pretty, I mean, I think that I've heard that's a logical extension. And I think as a board, we may need to vote on that just because that's part of it is a statute, it is a town statute.
I can tell you that just personally, I have a pet who needs his rabies shot, and I can't get one. So
And all the clinics are not.
They're not.
I missed the clinic. I was gonna bring him to the vet like I usually do.
Yeah.
They're not,
Yeah.
they're only doing emergency.
Exactly.
So that too, we may end up
So-
extending a little bit. I mean, obviously, we want
Unfortunately,
pets to have all their shots and all that good stuff. I mean,
Right.
there's obvious reasons why we do want to have all the licenses, the dog's license, but given the practical sense. do
Is
we
that
need to-
long enough, May, or?
I know, that's what I was just thinking, I don't know if my vet's gonna be open by May 1.
Is it a real, like, public health issue that dogs might get rabies in Jamaica? I'm not laughing because it's funny. It's just
Yeah, but that's
thrown
more of
in
an
on
issue
top
that they
of
can't
all
get their
this.
shot versus they can't get their license.
Right.
So we
Right,
don't
but
have
you
a-
can't get a license if you don't have your,
Right, but we don't have control over the shots.
Right.
So
Right.
it doesn't matter what date we set for the deadline.
Well, what we have control over is we could waive the,
That, exactly,
Penalty.
waive the penalty,
Waive the
that's the issue.
Penalty, and you have a select board member with an unlicensed dog.
we'll waive that too.
Traces.
So do
It's
we,
too late.
I don't know, do we need to vote on that as a specific item?
I think we need to vote on the waiving of the
Yeah.
penalty because it involves funds, expenditures.
I'll make a motion to waive the penalties associated with the dog licensing deadline of April 1st. And I'll throw it out there as June 1st,
Sure.
until June 1st.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? One other one that was brought up to me as a possible fee situation was to waive the pay-as-you-throw fees. I don't know, I mean, I can see the reason from somebody who's able to afford that, but I don't know that we have the authority to do that because it is a state. I mean, it's this state law, so to speak, that instituting the pay-as-you-throw.
Someone asked for that to be waived, is that?
That was brought up to
Oh,
me,
okay.
to say, here's something else that we may have people in town that are, unable to get a bag, unable to afford the bags, that they're out of work, those types of things. So acknowledging that may be an issue, said I'd bring it up. But I don't know for sure that we have the ability to waive that since it is mandatory.
Right, that's not a town of Jamaica edict, right? That's a.
Pay as you throw is an ordinance in
Well, you
Jamaica.
pay, you throw is ours.
Oh,
Okay,
it
but
is?
isn't it state mandated though that we,
I'm trying to remember it now.
because of the mandatory recycling, that,
How we do it is up to us.
Yeah,
We
okay.
chose to do the bags and the pay
Okay.
as you throw.
Right,
That was something.
okay, so we do have the ability if we,
The question then is
No,
how do you secure or control what's going into the bins?
it opens up a whole lot of,
Oh, it does. If we say no more, if you don't need a yellow bag anymore, have flat on the side.
Can I just say that,
Yes, all
Karen-
around towns were required to pass an ordinance that requires waste haulers to bundle the cost of recycling and trash collection at 1 fee for residential customers.
But how you do that, we did it with the pay as you throw.
That was
But if
just
we-
one component.
but if we undo it, then we have to institute something else.
Something else, right, exactly.
Yeah.
so Karen sells the bags at D&K's and, Rossingville Marketplace also.
Right.
So obviously they pay us for the bags, so I don't think they're gonna be giving away bags. But could we put something in where, I don't know, if somebody was really desperate for that they could either call us at the
Yes.
town office and we can, I mean, we were giving the school free bags up until they merged, now they pay for them, but I just think the stores are not gonna be able to do that, but we at the office could certainly say.
We can make an exception. Yeah.
And we just keep
Situation by
track.
situation. But we need to set up some sort of an objective criteria so that you guys aren't saddled with picking one person over another without some written objective criteria.
Yeah, or you just say, if anybody asks, you can have, you know, I don't know, 5 bags or 3 bags, but that's your limit for a little while, I suppose, and then we wouldn't have to ask anybody any questions, or even 1 bag, I mean, then if they really had to come back. I don't wanna be the.
Yeah, you don't wanna be
questioner,
the, you don't wanna be the
right.
person that
Yeah,
got
the
the
arbitrator.
arbitrator, right, yeah.
Certainly, if we had the authority, you know, if somebody said, I really can't afford the bags right now, and we can say, well, here's 3.
Do there still is an organization in town called Jamaica Cares, correct? That Joel's associated with? Does he still do that? I don't know either.
Not familiar with that.
It was kind of a loose knit thing, I think, maybe structured, or he started to get off the ground prior to, maybe to help initiate the channeling of stuff through the Muslim Fund, but I can't recall. But maybe there's an outside organization that could vet this a little bit, and they could come to us and say, hey, we've got 6 people that can't afford this, but I don't know who that is. I think we get into a little bit of a difficult situation, trying to have the office manage that.
I would suggest we let this go
Table
for
it
a
for
couple of
further
weeks.
discussion.
Table it,
Yeah.
and see how things work.
Yeah, okay.
Because it just puts them in a terrible position.
I don't think it can be done that. No, I mean, it has to be somebody else.
And also
Well,
carry
those
for
are the
other
only
towns,
places
right?
that they can get bags, are the stores.
Right, but it has to be somebody through us or some
Yeah.
approval process, say, yeah, go see Terry and she'll give you it back. Whatever.
I agree with leave it alone for now, and if someone has a problem getting rid of their garbage, that they call the office and one of the select board, or we could deal with it
Yeah,
on a situation
On an ad hoc
by
basis.
situation or ad hoc basis.
yeah. There's gonna be a lot of these things, and that could be caught up in some of the volunteer level of things too, so. Okay, I threw it out there, somebody had asked, for now, we're suspending all events here at the town hall. There was discussion of public internet access. Chris can chime in. I know there was a broadband study that went out through Wyndham Regional from the state.
Yeah, we have not filled that out yet. Did you send it? You didn't send it in yet, did you?
I didn't send it in, but I think it also went out to a number of people in town, because I know Karen forwarded it to me, and I think maybe you had too.
This is the request from Wyndham County, or Wyndham Regional County, from the state that went through the county,
Right.
WRC, to get and identified everywhere in the state of Vermont, pockets of free Wi-Fi.
Yeah, so that's why,
You answered that.
that's why we're bringing it up. I don't think it was answered yet, but we're now
No, Chris
addressing.
did. Chris
Well,
answered that, right?
What I'm saying is, on the internet tonight,
Yes.
Yeah.
we are listed.
Yes.
And we have listed the school,
and we have a little black spot near the library, and then the town is listed as no Wi-Fi. So that was something that we were gonna discuss.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I did. They sent, Sue West has sent an email to the broadband rep to say, follow up with the town clerks on the survey request that the WRC did. And I talked with Sarah, and she asked me to fill out the survey, so I did. And the library and the school's open. The library's posted their password on the door, so anybody can use the library. And I entered the town hall as there was a category about, are you thinking about making the password available? So I put the town hall under the thinking about it category.
Right, it is blacked out right now. I've got stuff to add to that too if you want.
Well,
go ahead.
let's go getting back to this. According to the map that I read tonight, the part about possibilities next to the library and one for the town, next to the town icon said no. But let's get back to the library for a second. I was talking to Jen. Her concern was that anybody who stops to use that Wi-Fi location clogs up the road because there's no parking right there. It's just the road. And she said that you get far enough away to get out of the traffic pattern, and then you can't get the Wi-Fi. So her request, my understanding was this is supposed to be vetted through the select board tonight. And that, I didn't know that you had done it. I was surprised to see us on there.
But it's our jurisdiction, I mean, we
can
have
still change
authority over I mean, I think Chris was just providing public information at that point. I mean, now we need to discuss whether we open up one of our town networks to the public. And I've done a little bit of research on that too, just to know, I mean, I'm talking to Tom basically, because we talked about restricting the one at the town office because we're concerned about security on there. But this does have its own network here.
Right.
So we could talk about opening up the password for this building. Go ahead.
That was, today's request from Chris Campany was, if you've got more information, submit it. Right. So.
Yeah.
So if you.
And I can tell you that, hey, somebody can pull in my front yard and use mine. I mean, that's how general this survey was.
Well, Jen's request to us.
And that makes sense.
Was that we not advertise the one for the library outside of our immediate little family because of the safety issues on that very narrow stretch of road.
Yep, and that makes sense, and especially if we can provide alternatives, like here at the school, I mean, somebody can drive 100 yards away.
So the question then for us today is whether we want to put the password for the town hall across the entire state of Vermont.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many, if you look at that map, there's so many access points. I mean, there's quite a few, and I imagine more will be popping up. And this is a bigger issue. I mean, this has to do primarily with schools being out. I mean, I think those are going to be the people that are going to use it the most, and we want to support our kids and parents and whatever.
Well, the school works out good. First of all, they got a pretty good Wi-Fi, but they also have plenty of parking.
Yeah.
What would be the drawback to adding a town hall Wi-Fi to
The drawback for the town hall?
Yeah, for this building.
Not the town office.
Town hall. I thought you were saying town hall, you were a little reluctant.
Yeah, well, this building, right. I personally don't see any.
I don't see.
I don't think there's network restrictions because it's on its own hub versus the town office.
Exactly.
It's independent.
Exactly. It's not used much, so.
No.
It depends on how good the firewall is on your computers, whether people could hack in through the open Wi-Fi.
Yeah, and so that's one of our concerns at the office, but it wouldn't be here. It wouldn't be that concern here.
So if we offered the school and the town hall,
I think so.
that would be.
That email I was reading, I was reading into.
There's an intermediate possibility of giving the password to individual students who ask for it, if you know who their parents are and trust them.
That would not secure.
Huh?
You talking about the town hall or town hall?
No, even for here, somebody would call
Here,
in the town
it doesn't matter.
and say, hey, I need access.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with the town hall.
No, me
It's the
neither.
town office that has me concerned.
I wouldn't give it at all for the town office, whether they ask or not, because we're providing this, that's my opinion.
Well, I get this,
And we
this
have
had
the
done
school.
school at the other end of town.
Yeah.
Not a lot of parking right here, so the school's a better one, but also the school has a much more robust system down there. If some of you recall, we paid a lot of money to
to the school to get a very robust Wi-Fi for educational opportunities. So they probably have a much better
Andy, what
connection.
were you saying? You were going to say something?
They have a parking lot too.
Just about the email, if I got the same one, that, I was reading into it, is it like, also for like safety, like if someone needed to access the internet, or is it just the scholastic or information, or they're mapping out all the Wi-Fi hotspots, you know, just for the camera? That's what in Wyndham County?
Right.
It's statewide.
It's statewide.
Well,
But through
WRC's asking us how many we wanna, but I don't know, I may have read it into it a different way, that it wasn't just for that, it was for like if someone needed some help, like.
I agree.
Because of the virus, I don't know, I don't have it in front of me.
No, for any, so absolutely. So these two passwords would be available to anybody who is having difficulty getting access to either government issued information, central government,
right.
or this municipality, or any other research with respect to the virus or any other safety issue. I think that the emphasis was just this in this time.
Right.
Where people don't have access to their schools or to their places of work, or even cafes where they might have previously had access to the internet. This is to substitute for that as best as possible. So I would agree
Kind of
for the
how I
camera.
read it. I just wondered if you guys and girls thought that's
Agree.
was part of
That
the
makes-
email,
Agree
Yeah.
wholeheartedly.
the gist of it, or part of the gist.
Well, I'll make the motion that we share the password for the network here. I don't know the name of the network, I think it's just called Town Hall, or maybe Jamaica Town Hall. And I'll make that motion.
And the school. And the school.
And the school, well, the school is kind of independent, I believe the school password, that's up to them to provide their password.
Did you say they put it on, oh,
The
that's,
school is already.
The school's already provided that.
And
So-
the education agency.
the password goes right there on the map.
Right,
It shows it right on the map.
right.
Perfect.
So the school is already kind of taken care of, and I will make the motion that we offer the password for this network.
I second that motion.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed? And password is Jamaica with a capital J and an exclamation point for the password for, I believe it's called Town Hall, or maybe it's called Jamaica Town Hall, but it'll pop up. Yeah, perfect.
Who's gonna tell Chris Campbell?
Do you mind, or I could?
I'll do it if
Thank
you want.
Yeah. So Chris will forward that to.
And check,
To Chris.
Chris, just make sure I'm right on this, but check on the map, because it looked like they had the little two black squares for the ones that are potentially available. And that's what they have the library listed as, so I was surprised to see that. But maybe, but check it, and see,
This
just
thing,
the map, yeah. Is that the current map?
yeah, this is,
Yeah.
I think they probably would have said, any town, facility, school, or library is a potential. And that's what it's listed there as a
there
potential.
we are. And if you click
See, I
on
zoomed-
that, the box comes up and then you can scroll through the locations.
Okay, this is not the same map I looked at today. The one I had today had 3 spots for Jamaica. This was one of them, but it also showed the school and us.
Maybe
So
you,
maybe it's dated, maybe it's up.
Or,
later date.
I don't know, it wasn't today, this is the 23rd.
well, it's probably
Today's the
updated
23rd.
time.
I don't know, I zoomed in on it, that might have made a difference. We'll talk later, yeah.
So the other thing that's under here, one more, at least one more. There's some discussion around town, and Chris, jump into it regarding any coordination of volunteers, and kind of blessing that, so to speak, I guess. Obviously there's a lot of grassroots efforts for volunteer coordination all over the place, a lot of outside organizations that are doing this in Brattleboro and everywhere else. My thought is that, we can kind of act as a dissemination of information point. But beyond, I don't know if we want to go beyond that. I mean, Jessica and I talked a little bit about, any, liability with the town. I mean, we could authorize somebody to go do something and it's still covered under our town employees / volunteers policy. But I don't know, I mean, that conversation that I think the planning commission was discussed, coordinating some volunteer efforts, or asked if they could be assistants in that regard.
We,
Volunteer for what? Can I say something?
well, in our neighborhood, the Amiot Longos have formed a little network to take care of everybody on Wyndham Hill, to check on them, make sure they're all right, or go for things if they're not. And I thought the planning commission thought there might be a need for volunteers at some intermediate level between the emergency responders and these neighborhood volunteer groups. And particularly if people start getting sick and quarantined and the small neighborhood groups, start falling apart, a town-wide group of volunteers might be really important. And so,
bringing food to shut-ins and all those type of things.
So the idea is we're wondering if you want to task us to set something up or give us some guidance, or.
So can I ask a question in this regard? So I think volunteer efforts are a support to kind of what actions are being taken on a more official basis. So I know we had some back and forth about the LEMP, and I know that there's been some coordination in your role around activities. Could we hear kind of from you in terms of those things, and then the volunteer piece would fit into that? So for example, volunteers would understand what resources are available through the fire department, through emergency management, through EMS, and then what, you know what I'm saying? Is that, so I don't want to put the cart before the horse. Maybe we could hear the.
There's just one other entity, the How Are You Doing Today program or something the Sheriff's Department has implemented. I forgot to bring it. You get on this list if you're maybe elderly, maybe you're in a bad way, maybe you get sick, and they'll check on you every couple days or make some sort of contact either by phone or in person. I don't have that whole thing, but that came down to the town somehow. I read it.
I don't recall it either. We could look into that.
But that's part, for sure.
It's through the sheriff's department. They've been doing it for years.
Right.
And they will call you every day to make sure that you are okay.
But I have.
And you just have to get on the list.
On the computer, it gives me, the email I got, you call and get on the list. Terry just said. So that's happening. That will take care of, that's for Jamaica.
It's for.
I don't know, well, that,
In Wyndham County.
right.
Oh, it's Wyndham County?
Let me give you a little bit, on this volunteer thing, a little bit of the history in Jamaica. When we had Irene hit, we started getting a lot of volunteers. This is a great town. Everybody came out of the woodwork to help us, incredible. But it got a little out of hand because it was hard to manage. And so Ed, Daughter UK, took over sort of the volunteer coordinator for a couple of reasons, because it was crazy in the command post and he had a little bit of space to do it. After that initial surge was over, we then run into difficulty about assigning people to do stuff that would cause liabilities for the town. Specifically, people were volunteering to clean houses and clean basements. The problem with that is because of the potential toxicity of what they were cleaning, we incurred a liability by sending people down to do that.
Someone sued the town? The town was sued?
Well, what we ended up doing was working with neighborhood associations, our neighborhood connections, and we then referred the volunteers to them. They then vetted and trained and assigned the volunteers around the whole region. But that's what we did, rather than take the risk of incurring liability of sending. There was a group of some kids from another part of the state.
The World College kids that were supposed to clean
exactly
the Long Trail and the Appalachian Trail, which was closed down. They were, a lot of them, looking for something to do. That was just one group of volunteers.
Yeah.
There was a deluge of different
people came out of the woods. They went into the woods.
The Rubicon guys came in.
Yeah.
And it was just, we were real wary of not someone getting hurt. Under
injury
the,
potential.
like working for
Yeah.
Jamaica.
And so that's kind of the history of our use of volunteers. And when you and I were email we shared back and forth, my concern is along those lines. As I said, sadly, my now retired chair hat thinks about the potential liability of all this stuff. I don't know what Neighborhood Connections is doing right now. They've always had a pretty good history. I think this has been 8 or 9 years since the personnel turnover. But if a neighborhood doesn't, it doesn't have the town's authority to it, or imprimatur. I'm going to get carried away. If the town agency, such as the Planning Commission, were to coordinate this, then I believe the liability flows back to the town.
I'm new to this law, but the law seems pretty clear that if we're talking about a response to an infectious disease that would affect everybody in the state, if not the country, that is not a discretionary act. It is an act which is for the benefit of all people in Vermont. So for example, any work that was done to repair a waterway that flows through Jamaica but affects other individuals within the state, or to repair a road, that liability, the town would not lose its sovereign immunity. Similarly, what I understand in talking with other lawyers, any action that we're taking to protect the population of the state, and which would include, by the way, checking on individuals who are making sure that they are not leaving their home or don't need to leave their home, potentially spread the illness, supporting them on quarantine. This town would not lose its sovereign immunity, especially, and it would not be foiled by the fact that we have VLCT group insurance. Group insurance is there's case law on that it doesn't eliminate the fact that you have it. So I think if we could go back to, and I don't mean to be a broken record, but I'd love to hear, I thought we were gonna hear kind of what actions are being taken on our EMT and the fire department, what have you. I know there have been activities. Let's see what that's yielding, and then we could go from there.
Well, if you're asking what the fire department does, it responds to emergency calls for fire or medical assistance. Whether it's somebody's house or somebody's car, or car wrecks. If we get a call for a medical emergency, we respond to that. Right now, we are responding cautiously, because obviously certain kinds of medical responses are overwhelming the system. And what we will do
is that happening in Jamaica now? It is overwhelming the system in Jamaica?
The system around the country.
Okay.
So a hospital, EMT, most of our real serious all of our medical calls get a response from rescuing. And so our current process with the limited staff we have is to respond as best we can to make sure that we're preserving life. And if somebody's seriously injured, we're going to put the appropriate suit and personal protection equipment on. But usually that's going to be Rescue Inc. that's going to come in that. But that's a response to a call. We don't go unless we're dispatched by Keene Mutual Aid. So independent of a dispatch assignment, we don't respond.
Right, so you get and it's the fire department kind of is looking at things like protective equipment, and that's being stockpiled, or
PPE. We had
is there access?
Where each individual was given his own set of PPE that he has with him or her to use as necessary for the response. So far, we've been lucky. We've only had a couple of responses that have been questionable, but most of what the fire department does not involve somebody calling in with a cough and a fever, for example.
Right.
You know, we have other kinds of things we still have to be careful about. But as far as what we respond to 911, think of it as 911 calls.
Right. And so 911 calls could include, in the future, someone who's sick at home.
Exactly.
Right.
What they're doing with 911 right now, if you call 911, that call goes to PSAP, which is a public service state police. Kind of with the other. Anyway, they will then the 911 will shift the call to the PSAP. PSAP will then try to get some sense from the caller, what he's looking for. And recently, in the last few weeks, for example, a lot more specificity is being requested about fever, travel out of state, travel out of the country, coughs, dry cough versus, there's a lot of things that they're asked. Then that information is passed to, in our case, the Key Mutual Aid, which is out of Southwestern Mutual Aid, out of Southwestern New Hampshire Mutual Aid, which is the dispatch agency for all of us around the area. They then would call us, tone us out is the phrase, and give us the information they have, and we would respond accordingly. So anything we do by procedure has to have basically a tone out from Key Mutual Aid.
Okay, and just in terms of anything that you want to share in terms of actions specifically, other than each person who responds to an emergency call having PPE, anything else, or that's kind of
well, we've all gone through
stand?
special training that we keep up to make sure that we have a good understanding of how valuable the PPE is, but also our EMT people, of which I am not one. I'm a fireman, not an EMT. Okay. But the EMS team has done special training relating specifically to COVID virus. Yeah. So the training's there. We provided the equipment. We do not have enough, but we have enough for emergency meeting right now for a short while, and then massive backup from rescuing. They do a very good job of backing up and showing up with the right PPE.
And that the backup is from
Rescue Aid.
Rescue Aid.
Yes, are you familiar with Rescue Aid? Let's chat later. We don't need to go on.
Yeah, no.
Go ahead, Andy.
Back to what Chris was asking. Has the select board received any instruction to do anything more than we usually do concerning the safety of the town? Or would we expect, has anyone got anything from to the town health officer, which is right now the select board, or the Jamaica Board of Health?
I have not. I think Chris probably was trying to be
but I'm just saying, I think that if it ever comes down to the governor or the Vermont Department of Health giving us instruction on what to do as this thing evolves, as they, I suspect, test more, and everybody's been watching and reading too much probably, but then I just don't want the select board or the planning commission to get out and doing things that we don't do.
Yeah.
Not to dismiss what Chris is asking, but I don't know how, as a select board, we would go about coordinating volunteers through the planning commission.
Well, I think maybe I'm misreading it, or I think there's three tiers here, kind of. One is what Chris has talked about, those really true neighborhood volunteers, and that's going to happen, and we want to encourage that. The other is at the other end of what Paul's talking about, emergencies. I mean, serious 911s, whether it's COVID-19s or anything else, and to continue to do that. And I see maybe, and then I'll let Chris jump back in again, but I see we can not get involved on the day-to-day, you go do this, you go do that, but we can act as kind of an informational point, and maybe it's through one of us or through sharing with the office, that if someone calls up, I've got a situation, you think, well, here's Neighborhood Connections phone numbers, here's UNICEF's phone number, I don't know what else, there's hundreds of organizations that are already doing this, and like you said, we don't need to reinvent the wheel we don't need to do them. We need to push it onto somebody else, and if anybody in town wants to volunteer for these organizations that are out there already, then we encourage.
But I think it ought to be clear that the volunteering for the organization, that's independent of
and we can just steer
the planning committee.
That's how I see we can help, how the town can help, as opposed to getting to that level. But go ahead.
A couple of things. The school has set up a program to feed the children by having lunches that being picked up in a tent out in front of the school every day. I talked with the school, and they said if that starts breaking down, they would more than welcome help from the town to get the lunches to the children. the second thing is, if there were to be a volunteer corps set up in the town at this intermediate level, it would require some gophers to do the delivery of things and somebody to coordinate it. Now, the point about neighborhood connections is great, and maybe the best thing to do is raise volunteers for neighborhood connections to coordinate. So maybe what we ought to do is check with neighborhood connections and see if that's a workable plan.
And from the question she's asking about the fire fire emergency, I really like the fact that this town rallies around the situations and they get out and they do these little ad hoc minis. That saved our butt during Irene, absolutely. But this particular situation, if somebody's going to check on someone and they aren't prepared for the potential of running into the virus, we're causing a lot more grief than we're helping with. So those kinds of events and those kinds of volunteer, I don't even know how to say it, the little pockets of volunteers around the whole country, all around the country people are doing things with this. Anything that involves potential contact with another person can really provide us with a real nightmare to fix, because they don't know. And we're trained to not go, frankly, into something that we aren't that sure of. So in that sense, as much as I like the idea, instead of having one victim, we've got this victim and maybe 2 or 3 more at home when she goes home to fix dinner before she gets tested. So there's, really quickly, then I'll shut up. Years and years ago when I was stationed in Washington, D.C., we had an airplane that left National Airport that got as far as a bridge and crashed. And people were scattered all over the lake. And the story that I remember, for whatever reason, was an off-duty EMT, I can help, dives into the lake to go rescue, into the river to go rescue people. We now have 2 victims who have hypothermia and possibly drowning, instead of the one that we started with. So I think of that, and I've always had that in my experience, because it was all over the national news, as it turned out. The idea is, one of the things we're very cautious about is not becoming victims to the extent that that takes me out of any ability to help the next victims. So part of what's going on with the training in the first responders around the entire country is, we used to say, first do no harm. First do no harm to yourself. Because if you get quarantined for 14 days, whether you get sick or not, that's 2 weeks our very small little department doesn't have you. So yes, we are trained to help. We're also trained to not get in more trouble than we're already in, to not cause any more trouble. So that's what I'm reading this is a really good idea, except, and that's the part where the old stuff kicks in. Sorry.
As a select board member, I don't know what you guys are getting, but I'm getting plenty of direction and information about what the state is doing and what other people, they think other entities should be doing. More than I can read sometimes from the different entities, the Department of Health, the governor's office, there's the Corona website for the state of Vermont, and then all the stuff that's trickling down to us.
Right. There's
a lot to absorb, but it all says, keep your distance, stay home if you can. We all know this, but I think that if it comes down to where they want us to do more as a select board or a planning commission, we'll get that direction from up north, from the Department of Health.
This afternoon put out a call for non-profits and individuals to think outside the box and come up with innovative ideas. Also, the health department has put out guidance for home-based service delivery, which, well, it's not that extensive, but it addresses your point of don't become a vector for the virus. So, the only thing I can say is, if a whole lot more effective if the town of Jamaica put out a call for volunteers rather than Brian, Patrick, and Chris did. So that's why I brought it to your attention. Now, one more point. All this will be moot if the worst that happens is what's happened. I mean, where we are now, where we're 6 feet apart from each other. if it gets as bad and lasts as long as some of the experts are saying it's going to, you know, we've really got to do something.
Well, I think if there's a lot of, like Andy said, there's a lot of information out there. I think we can help channel people's discovery of this information. If somebody, you know, provided internet access, or if someone calls the office, you know, I'll gladly take a phone call and I'm sure every one of us would if Sarah had a question that somebody called in. So if someone's looking for help, certainly let us know. I mean, and if the worst case scenario, it's not worse, but the best case scenario is we can point them at other entities in the area.
I believe.
And Paul just, I mean, there's 211. I mean, there's
just dial 211.
You know, if someone's in need. And I would certainly encourage these small little neighborhood help groups, or whatever you want to call them.
I believe that's what we're charged to do.
Right, I would say right now, there's not, those types of documents and those types of links are not on our website. So the LEMP is not on our website, it's not on the Wyndham Regional site,
I mean,
which
in
gives
general,
a lot of
the
information.
state website, I mean, like Andy
Right.
said, there's so much stuff coming out. You go to ELCT and there's 100.
We should.
Right, but we could distill it down into links and particular information that's unique to Jamaica that would be helpful to people. And I do think there's, unfortunately, there may be a time when we do need hands as a town. Hopefully not, God willing. We're a relatively small hamlet, and at least from the research that I've done so far, Paul, there's not a huge influx of second homeowners that are using their home. But as I get more information from caretakers, I'll give that to you. But it sounds like from what you've described, really what the fire department and emergency management does is respond to emergency calls. And that's it, which leaves a whole host of potential support that individuals in this town, particularly vulnerable members of our community, might need some support. So we don't all have to agree on everything. That's what a select board is for. I would say I'm a little bit closer to where the planning commission is thinking that we should be prepared to potentially have specific targeted goals of helping our, you know, specific needs that arise and develop, and that we as a select board could support the planning commission in terms of calling for specific support or asking specific agencies, nonprofits to help, what have you. But that's just where I stand on that, and I don't see potential liability after my research as being a reason not to be open to those steps.
Maybe think of it simply as, like right now there are kids, they get the lunches and they need the food delivered to them. Let's expand that to kids, adults, elderly that get sick and now require quarantine. I would rather see food and medication delivered to their doorstep than them getting desperate and going out and creating a lot of vectors by going into a store or going somewhere. Just having that maybe in place, or at least organized or talked about, where an action can be taken to make sure they stay isolated.
We could resolve that the planning commission is going to be looking into this and coming back to the select board with proposals for specific volunteer efforts that we could then consider.
I think that's great. It's not in the scope of our duties as select board. We're to govern the town, to do the town business right now. I believe until we get other instructions from the state, like, could you do this, could you do that? I don't, beside passing on information like we've already talked about 3 times, like the sheriff's department thing, the other websites, and I got no problem with that, but as far as stepping outside of our regular duties, I don't know if we should be doing that. I mean, we can talk about it, but I don't think that, I don't think we could execute anything like that.
Right, I don't see us all putting on a special hat and, you know, organizing efforts, but to understand what is being considered, what I would want to know what's being considered, how it's being proposed to be effectuated. But again, we don't all have to agree
Yeah.
If for whatever reason you guys choose to do that, before you do anything at all, I think that one of us, you or I or somebody, should get in touch with the town attorney, because it was under his guidance way back when, and I'd like to maintain the continuity to make sure we're all doing it the way that he worked out the first time. One of the reasons why we, as a fire department, have masks, gowns, and goggles, although we don't have enough, but one of the reasons we have what we have is because I don't remember which one it was, somebody who was down, one of the groups that was down cleaning basements, we had to abort that mission immediately because of the potential liability. And I just kept all the stuff because FEMA didn't want it back. So I've had it in my closet now for 8 years. And we're one of the few departments who actually had stuff to immediately to give our guys. So there's these little pieces of history that accumulate that make me concerned. But if for whatever reason it goes forward, let's get together and make an appeal to the town attorney to review his earlier guidance with the current situation.
Yeah, and I'd like to, I mean, we can easily ask the plan commission to come up with that looks like. Maybe, I mean, I apologize because I'm probably not seeing it fully either. I mean, obviously it's connecting people that have a need and somebody could fill that need. And it could be simple, it could be a huge complicated thing. I don't think we want to go there, but if it's just as, you know, one example, like you just said, I mean, the school needs one more person to drive. I mean, it's not the select board telling them to go drive, it's them volunteering to drive, so we're just making these connections, so.
Agree.
And it boils down to raising volunteers. We sure don't want to get to town in a situation where they're liable for anything, but there's got to be a way to dance around that.
Yeah.
Or get people sick. And,
right.
That's outside of mine. I have no expertise in what's going on with any of this, with this virus, except for what they're instructing us to do. I'm an armchair scientist. That's what I was called the other day when I gave an opinion about something. So, I don't want to get sick. I don't want Jessica to get sick or anyone else. This is going to get worse before it gets better, and just parroting what I've been hearing. I mean, we're kind of somewhat helpless as far as, going, knocking on someone's door with a gas mask on or whatever. It's not funny. I'm laughing because I'm fearful about it, but, I believe that the governor and the health department will give us further instructions. They may tell us all to stay home.
Well, the instruction, you're exactly right, because I'm getting stuff daily from all three different agencies. Health department.
I get what you get.
Yeah, we said
because I took that course.
They still love you. That's why they want you back. But the thing, wash your hands, cough into your elbow like that. Don't go out if you don't have to go out. Keep 6 feet from any physical contact, and stay home. I said that already. Stay home. They say it over and over again.
Especially if you're sick.
Right. I mean,
if you're sick,
we should say, I would never want to encourage a volunteer to breach law. Like that would not, if at some point we get more specific requirements issued by the governor, we're all going to have to comply with those unless there's an exception for someone who's in emergency management.
Yeah.
So that's.
Okay, well, I think, I was gonna say we can encourage, we'll encourage anybody to come up with solutions to, to these needs, finding solutions.
Besides the attorney, go and check with the health department, see what they say about it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Vermont Health Department, Vermont Emergency Management, give me a couple others. There's a number of websites, and if you go through them like I end up doing, they're all saying pretty much the same thing. Wash your hands every 20 minutes, apparently, or no, for 20 seconds, but try every day. Wash your hands a lot. Cough into your sleeve. Don't go out if you're sick, stay home. Don't go to work if you don't have to, and stay home again. But there's not a lot anybody can do about this because there's no vaccine and there's no anecdote. But there's plenty of websites available for real information that pretty much boils down to that. But all the other specific details are available on the Vermont Department of Health website, Vermont Emergency Management website, town health officer's website, trying to look at my email list. It's out there. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, super discussion. Any other comments? I'll gladly jump in. I mean, I think any one of us would. I mean, if you guys got ideas, we'll come back and forth. And if we need to go to the attorney, I mean, it should come through me. I mean, I can appoint somebody else, but I mean, right now it's not anybody just calling up the town attorney. So, but any of those issues, I'll make a point to call Neighborhood Connections just because I'm curious now too, and we can keep this discussion going. I mean, we want to help out. I mean, not trying to sound cold in any ways. I mean, any one of us are going to jump in here in a heartbeat, but we just need to be cautious, more for the health reasons than anything else.
And I go back to Irene. This town jumped all over the place to help everybody else out. Incredible amount of volunteerism. Sadly, right now, some of that volunteerism would have been this guy jumping into the river to help the other guy who's got hypothermia. We don't want to make anybody else. And I'll tell you, as been doing this for a long time, it's hard to not help. When you see someone in distress, even if you're trained to not go there yet, it's hard to not help. So when we're asking people who haven't been trained to not go into it, the chances of that infection being spread is even higher. Call us.
Okay.
Just one little quick thing.
Okay.
When you're at the end.
Okay. Well, I've got one other thing regarding the new additions to. I passed around some information. John Suhikian, who's an interested person in joining the Planning Commission. He actually attended the Planning Commission last week. He was hoping to attend the meeting here tonight just to introduce himself. He's had a second home here in town for a number of years. He's a full-time resident now with his wife, and they're involved heavily with at Stratton. They've been pass holders for a while. They also run the Vermont Challenge, and super engaged person. And I think the Planning Commission will appoint or recommend that he join, and I'd like to propose that we appoint him to the Planning Commission.
I'll second that motion.
You guys have any? I mean, I know both of you are supportive. So, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Perfect. Oh, any opposed? All in favor. So John Suhikian, welcome to the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Now we have one more position to fill on that board. That was all I had for added things. I think, unless I missed something, there's something.
This is one letter I got today. This is the letter we got from the Meg Gonzalez, is the director of West River Thrives. It's West River Valley Thrives. It's just information, and I'm reading it quick. Just wanted to let everyone know that the Veggie Van Go, the logo here for you camera guys, the Veggie Van Go food program will be providing fresh produce at the Leland and Gray parking lot this Thursday from 12 to 1 p.m. It says, please help spread the word, and let's remember to practice social distancing during pickup. Word has been spread.
How did that come down to you?
Email. Just send to me.
As a past chair?
No, just Fraser Brew.
Okay.
I think we find, as you're going to find
Sarah
someday.
got that today too.
Huh? What's that?
Sarah got it.
Sarah got it too, yeah. It may just be, everybody on W.
After a while, you're on so many.
I'm on so many different lists that I yell.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Yeah. But anyway, that's all I had. That just came today, I think. Yeah.
Any other public comments? Thank you to the Planning Commission members. Thank you. Nice snowy night. Anybody else?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned at 8:27.
Okay, brace yourself. Yeah, we're underway. It's 9:15 by the clock here. I guess this clock is fast, about 9:11, I think. And let's get started. Let's go around and identify yourselves, please, board members. We know we have some public, but board members, please begin. Let's start with you, Sabina and Kyle.
Sabina Brochu, member.
Thank you. Everybody speak up nice and clearly, please. Next, Oliver.
Oliver Olson.
Kim.
Peter Pell.
Peter, welcome.
Yeah, I had the wrong, I was doing the wrong, I was doing the deliberative.
Right. Okay. Kim, you there?
Yes, Kim Gleason, Essex.
Kathy, speak up.
Kathy LaVoy Swanson. Kathy LaVoy Swanson.
Yeah, so at this point, we are missing John O'Keefe, who I think is pretty busy with some work as town manager. He's going to join us after lunch, I think. And Dan French is got a whole lot of commitments, as you might imagine, including the governor's asked him to appear at a press conference this morning. So we'll get Dan when we can. And when Suzanne, when Dan is available, will you please let me know, because I would like to switch the agenda around as soon as he's available to have him speak with us about the stuff on the agenda that's his in particular. We want to hear his secretary's report. We can, and we'd also like any input he might have on item F, as in Fred, the Battenkill Valley. Either Dan or John Russo Savage or whoever from the agency is going to join us for the conversation on F. Suzanne, if you would please have them standing by pretty soon. We're going to get to that as quickly as we can, basically as soon as we hear from Dan.
Okay, sounds good. I'll let you know when Dan is going to join in, and I'll just interrupt the meeting,
Please.
or Dan can just let you know that he's there.
Don't be afraid to interrupt.
Okay.
As a general procedure, then, it's been suggested by Oliver that all of us you keep your phone on mute if you can. That eliminates feedback and background noise. And one other thing, if you can hear anything where you are, we can hear it when you speak. So any background conversations, radios, television, anything like that will come through and be very, very distracting. So try to be in a place that's very quiet when you're speaking. It might be good if you would, when you want to speak, just pipe right up, hit your button and say, this is Sabina or this is Oliver, and then go ahead and say what you want to say. When it comes to votes, I'm going to ask you to say your name and your vote. We won't have any votes until the afternoon, and then we'll have several. But we'll have one right away, actually, on the consent agenda when we get to that. Any questions now on this process that we're going to try to follow? None. All right, good. So don't be afraid to hit your button and pipe up whenever you want to say anything, and we'll just work with it, okay? Let's move on now. Then we're still on item A on the agenda, and on amendments to the agenda, there's a pretty good likelihood that we're going to have to move things around on the agenda. I don't expect there to be any additional items, except possibly Representative Kate Webb, who's the chair of the House Committee on Education, may join the meeting. And if she does, I would invite her to give us a 10-minute briefing on what's happening in House and Senate on education bills. So that would be an additional item on the agenda that's not listed if Representative Webb is available for this meeting. Anything else on that? Let's move on then to the item B. The first item on the item B is the consent agenda. You have a motion that was sent to you last night. Anybody wish to make the motion with regard to the consent agenda?
I'll make the motion that the State Board of Education approve the consent agenda as presented. This is Kathy LaVoy.
I'll second that. Okay, motion has been made by Kathy LaVoy, seconded by Oliver, that the State Board of Education approve the consent agenda as presented. Those in favor say aye, please.
Aye. Aye.
And
Aye.
give your names, please.
Aye.
Give your names, please.
Aye.
Aye. Kathy LaVoy.
Aye.
Bill Mathis. Aye.
Keep going.
Please,
Oliver.
aye.
All right.
Oliver Olson, aye.
Yep. Peter?
Hey, John,
Yes.
this is Jenna. Can I
Yeah.
make a suggestion?
Yes, please.
Instead of us all saying at the same time, if you maybe said Jenna and then I respond.
Okay.
And I respond.
All right.
So if you kind of do like a roll call and we
Yeah.
all just.
Yep. All right. Good.
Okay,
Let's just try that then.
thank you.
Let's just try that. Sabina?
I can't vote, John.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Kyle?
Aye.
Jenna?
Aye.
Oliver?
Aye.
Kim?
Aye.
Peter? Kathy?
Aye.
Bill?
Aye.
Okay. You got that, Suzanne?
Yes, I do.
Good,
John,
thank
are you voting?
Oh, yes. Aye. Thank you. We'll postpone board announcements and the student report for now. We'll come back to them. Question for you, Suzanne. Who do we need for the discussion about Battenkill Valley?
This was Oliver's item, so we need Oliver to speak, and I reached out to Emily Simmons to see who will be available from the Agency of Education.
And do you have an answer?
Not just yet.
I think Donna Russo Savage is probably the person most knowledgeable.
Exactly. Suzanne, can you move that along and get Donna on board for us so we can take this topic up?
Right, I'll reach out through Emily and see if we can get Donna.
Okay, good. Thank you.
It'll be her call, yes.
Yeah. And I will now then begin a chair's report for you. And we will come back to announcements. There's quite a lot to talk about. Mostly I'm going to speak to you about, let's talk first about the schedule of meetings. You should have received yesterday a schedule of meetings for the rest of this year and into 2021. As you can see, we have 3 meetings in a row that include 2 are board meetings with a hearing, and the third one on the 6th of May is an APA hearing only. So April meeting is a regular board meeting, which will start at 12:30, and go until 4, at which time we will then conduct a hearing, public hearing, in connection with the APA rules that are in process now, i.e. 1300 and 2360, the special education rules that you adopted at our last meeting. By the way, on Monday the 9th of March, we presented the rules as you adopted them to the Interagency Committee on Administrative Rules. That begins the so-called APA process. APA being Administrative Procedures Act. You're going to hear a lot more about this APA process over the next couple of years. So that process has begun, and a piece of it is the public comment period, which begins in April, and we hold 3 public hearings. So that's what you see in the April, May, and May meetings that are listed. June 17th is a regular board meeting.
To clarify, John, I had that our regular meeting on the 22nd was starting at 1. Potentially, you're saying it's at 12:30?
We think, yeah.
Okay.
We think. Otherwise, we don't have very much time for our regular board meeting.
Okay.
Is everybody able to hear Kathy and Bill when they speak?
Yes.
We have microphones now.
Okay. We will have no meeting in July. I'm going to give you all a break. And then we will have our retreat in August. Normally we have it in September. The reason we have it, planning it in August is that we expect that September, October, and November will be very, very busy for the board because the legislature wants us to conduct some briefings/hearings about the waiting study, 6 of them, before the 1st of December. So we will have a lot of work to do in the autumn, and I don't want to use any of September for a retreat. I want to get that done in August so that come September, October, November, we're available to conduct these 6 briefings/hearings on the waiting study, as well as our board meeting. So now that's the general schedule. Any questions, comments?
Could you go through those dates just real quickly? I don't have hard copy.
Here you go.
Oh, thank you. There they are.
So let me just now tell you a little bit about what's been going on in the legislature. I've been spending a lot of time there. It feels like the old days. It's actually, I love being there, but it's not part of my job description anymore. The S-166 I told you about last night in my email Sunday night. That's the bill that would reform the state board, and it's mostly in pretty good shape. There are some issues that remain there that I think we are unhappy with, and hopefully they can be addressed when the bill gets to House Education. S-166 got tied up in the rush to adjourn on Friday, the 13th. And so no action was taken on the Senate floor, but we have reason to believe that the support for it is pretty good. S-46 is the pupil weighting study. That's a strike all on an earlier bill. So it has a title that has nothing to do with weighting study. Oh, and by the way, S-166, you may see it referred to as a bill to dissolve the State Board of Education. That's its name because it was put in as a bill to dissolve the State Board of Education by some of our lesser friends among the Senate. I've told you very often that there are about a third of the state senators at one time or another have signed on to bills in the last 2 or 3 years to dissolve the state board or to eliminate its rulemaking authority. So this is one of those bills which has been repurposed by the Senate Education Committee for a bunch of procedural reasons. And so it's called to dissolve it. But really, its purpose, it's what's called a strike all. The title persists until the bill is passed, and then the title becomes a bill to reform the State Board of Education. I would just say that as a result of the good work of the Senate Committee on Education in endorsing the vision that we all have had together about how the board should be reformed, the bill to eliminate the State Board of Education, which came out of the so-called Sunset Committee, that bill has been modified in the House, and the piece in it that would eliminate the state board has been itself eliminated. But that doesn't mean the problem's going away. It simply means that they are giving us a break and they're watching closely. But the chairs of both the House and Senate committees on GovOps, I've talked with them both. They both are satisfied that the board is making a good faith effort to address the concerns that have been around for a number of years. And that with the passage of 166, they will be more than satisfied that we've kept our end of the bargain with the Sunset Commission. S46 is the strike all that has the pupil weighting study in it, and basically it's a study of the study. And it has a couple parts, one of which is that the agency is to come back to the legislature with a systematic plan for implementing the weighting study. You'll learn a lot more about the weighting study in an hour and a half or so when Tammy Colby is here. Another piece of S46, the weighting study bill, is that the state board is assigned the duty of conducting 6 meetings around the state. And the purposes of the meetings are twofold. One, to inform the general public of the thrust and purpose of the weighting study. And second, to receive public comment on that proposal. Having received that, we are directed then to report our pertinent findings to the Secretary of Education, who is then charged with preparing this plan for implementation. Okay? So that's at S46. It places a significant responsibility on the board. In many ways, I take it as a very good sign that certainly the education committees and I think the General Assembly is indicating to us that they value the State Board of Education and especially the role we play where we reach out across the state to communities and inform them and learn from them. That's a role we want to see more of for the State Board. I have already talked with both of the committee chairs to point out that this places a considerable burden upon the State Board. A typical meeting costs us anywhere from $5,000 to $7,000, a day-long meeting. Renting a facility, paying for RETN to videotape it, the lavish meals that we provide, the incredible per diem that we pay to each of you, and so on and so forth. Pretty soon you're talking real money, as they say. And I pointed out to folks in the State House that we are happy to do this work, but we need some resources to do it with. I'm not talking about staff. I'm talking about simple cash to pay the cost of running this business. We'll see where that goes. Second of our third bill of importance to us is H209, which is the school construction bill.
Before you get to that,
Yeah.
could you go back to the other piece a second? That seems like a lot of things happened in a real hurry.
Okay.
Can you go further in terms of how these hearings came about? All of this comes as a quick surprise.
I see. Yeah, I think I think the situation in the legislature, I hope I can characterize it fairly, is that everybody thinks that the waiting study is very important. I don't think there's any disputing that. I think, however, people are feeling unready to take action on it. Remember, this is the second year of the biennium. It's very hard to get anything significant accomplished in 1 year of a biennium. It's very, and of course, if you don't get it accomplished in that biennium, it all drops dead and you start all over again in the next. Whereas if you start in the first year of a biennium, whatever is not completed carries over to the second year. Moreover, the legislature that will exist on January of 2021 will be a different legislature than the one that exists now. So I think the sentiment typically, just the atmosphere I feel in the State House is folks are just trying to get the basics done and not taking on any significant major new initiatives. And with the COVID-19 virus, we'll be lucky if we get many of these bills passed even. It is conceivable that virtually all of the bills, including our own S-166 and including S-46, the waiting study, may not see final action this year because of COVID-19. There is talk on the Hill about simply passing the so-called money bills. That's appropriations and transportation, basically. But that we're getting ahead of ourselves to speculate too much about that. I think we can operate safely for the moment in the expectation that S-166 will pass the Senate, it will go to the House and be favorably acted upon. That S-46, the pupil waiting study, which is just a study of the study, to your point, Bill, will pass. I think people want to see, they don't want to see nothing happening on this. But just parenthetically, I would mention to you that there seems to be no action on proficiency-based learning, PBL. So far as I can see, the House has no live bill on that topic. And the Senate committee, I asked the chair the other day, and he said, the Senate Committee on Education said they don't expect to offer a bill on that. So there were kind of much ado about PBL at the beginning of the year, and you can just see the appetite for taking on controversial projects seems to be tepid at best.
John, I have a question that maybe I should know, but is there any way in which the State Board of Education, if S-46 weren't passed, is there any way that the State Board of Education, forget the money piece, could take action for public input regarding the waiting study?
Absolutely,
okay.
Yes.
And would that be something that would be considered so that we can moving forward? Okay.
Absolutely. I think we all, I suspect, we'll talk about it more later, but I suspect that there's a pretty strong consensus on this board that the waiting study is very, very important and that we can play a useful role whether we are asked to do so by the legislature or not. It's nice to be asked, it's nice to be funded, but it's still worth doing.
And would it, follow-up, would it lend the same level of credibility, or would it be taken seriously, even if it wasn't through legislative action that we're doing it. So we're not doing anything that they're going to say, forget it, we're going to do it this way, our way. I can't imagine what that might be, but I'm just thinking if we weren't given the directive legislatively, if it would just be,
Yeah, I think
dismissed.
we could find out. I think the answer is probably yes, that it would be welcome. If it all comes to pass that S46 goes nowhere because of COVID-19, I would certainly have conversations with the chairs of the House and Senate Committees on Education. My guess is that they would say, oh, yes, please, go right ahead. Let's make progress any way we can.
Thank you.
There'd be, of course, no guarantee as to what's done with our report.
Right.
But I think this is precisely the kind of thing that I think we all visualize this board ought to be doing.
Yep.
I agree, and I'm sympathetic to what Kathy just went through, but I'm just thinking is if we go through all these hearings and prepare a plan, and then it's given over to the agency to take perhaps in a different direction, that might be problematic.
Well, I'm not suggesting that the board is not being asked to quote prepare a plan.
Right.
The board is asked in S46 to go out, inform people about what the waiting study is, and hear what their comments are, and report those findings to the secretary, who alone has authority to prepare a plan. So there's no collision of duties here. Ours is fact-finding, and his is plan building.
Okay? Oh my.
Yep. Let me speak now about school construction aid. As you all know, there was a rash of local referenda on funding new school construction. All that were voted on, I think, did not succeed. But in any case, that rash of over $500 million of new construction got the attention of the General Assembly and the concern. And so a bill was produced to lay the groundwork for reviving some form of school construction aid. Now the state has an interest in school construction aid, first from the point of view of wanting to help mitigate the resource differences among the towns.
So far.
Wealthy towns can afford to go it alone. Ordinary towns cannot. So if you don't have state aid for construction, the risk is that you have a rich town, poor town differential, not only in teacher salaries, but also in quality of facilities. The second reason for there to be a state aid program is it allows the state to dictate and hold the communities up to a high standard of construction, especially from an energy conservation point of view. If you're helping to pay the bill with a state aid program, you get to say something about how big the music room will be, and you get to say something about how thick the insulation will be. In fact, you get to write the rules if you want. That's the way state construction aid works. Used to work here, and it works that way in other states as well. So there is a real interest in resuming some form of construction aid. It's not clear what the funding sources might be. That's a serious question. For example, in Massachusetts, there's a school construction aid program that's very robust, and it doesn't involve debt at all, which is a very important thing to be considering, because if you use up the state's bonding capacity for schools, you don't have anything left for prisons and other things that the state alone is responsible for. In Massachusetts, they happen to do it with 1 cent on the sales tax. Funds all school construction aid very, very generously. In any case, the legislature is looking to do a couple things. One, to understand better what are the facility needs in the state, that is to launch a systematic inventory of the existing school facilities and how well they measure up against modern school construction standards. And second, the legislature is intending to do an analysis of how you would pay for this over a period of time. The first part is where we come in. The H209, as it is now written, and I think it's in House Ways and Means, and will come to the House floor before long, provides, among other things, that the State Board of Education will update what's called the capital budgeting formula. Capital budgeting formula is provided for in the school construction rules that are our rules. But the formula is very outdated. What the formula does basically is says that, for example, for every student in the music program, you shall have 22 square feet in the music room. And that needs to be updated to provide sort of a framework for evaluating the quality of existing schools. The statute, as proposed, H209, directs the state board to update the capital budgeting formula, set of specifications. Fairly technical work, it's kind of stuff you use architects and engineers to advise you on. We would have about 6 months to get that done. It has to be done by about 1 November. Secondarily, the bill directs the chair, I guess that would be me at the moment, to advise the secretary on the facility needs study and to help write the specifications for a contract that would be led to an engineering firm to go around and study all 292 school buildings in the state. It's a major undertaking. So 209 then gives, assigns this board further responsibility.
It strikes me as a little bit strange in that on the weighting study, we're not doing the nuts and bolts, but on the facility stuff, it sounds like a lot of nuts and bolts.
Yeah, well, it is different. I agree. Different committees, different approaches.
Can I ask, I'm sorry, this is Kim, and to Bill's question, in the category of like breaking down rules for us doing the broader what and the agency doing the more technical how does this land in our category?
I'm blanking on the rule number. There it is. I guess it's 6,000. Rule 6,000 is a rule of the State Board of Education. And it specifies the rules of engagement if you're a school district and you want to apply for state construction aid. It makes reference to a couple key documents, one of which is this capital budgeting formula, which has always been the duty of the state board to devise. This has been so for a couple decades. So I'm not able to address the what-how differential that you're speaking about, Kim. That's a conceptual structure that you and others like to use. The legislature isn't thinking that way. The legislature is looking at who owns this rule. The answer is us. Who owns that capital budget formula? The answer is the state board. Well, you need to update it because we're going to have to use it. That's the logic.
And do we imagine that this will be, so in our new breakdown of who owns which rules? Did we even address this rule?
Yes.
And where was it on that proposed list? I don't recall any.
Where it is now in S-166 is that the rule would go to the agency.
So in the timeline, how would that work?
Well, it's a
I'm
good
just thinking
question.
about our work.
It's a good question. As you know, I'm not an attorney, but my take on this would be that if S-166 passed and the rule became the duty and authority of the agency, and if 209 passed and directed the board to update the formula, both would be so. That is, I don't think it would change anything. 209 would persist as a directive of the General Assembly to do something regardless of who owns the rule. That's a question that can be sorted out at a later time, and perhaps attorneys would have other views on it. But the General Assembly can tell anybody to do anything that it wishes to. And it doesn't, there's not any obligation that it meets some test of what or how or who owns the rule.
But wouldn't we want to advise the consideration of the update of that rule to be with those who actually own the rule at the time, so that it would be reflective of whatever happens? These are being handled in two separate committees, and why we would invite ourselves to reinsert ourselves in something that is we are for a reason passing to the agency, I think would not be providing the best advice to that committee on how they form their language.
So they haven't asked our advice on this. And
I think so. They wouldn't know to necessarily ask that because it is being considered separately from the S-166.
well, I agree, but they've been informed about that. I think we can talk about this further, especially when the thing comes across to the Senate, where there's complete awareness of what's developed in 166. Either way, there's going to be a lot of work to be done there. There's certainly the first part of having the board chair involved is a more general thing. I think the chair of the Vermont Superintendents Association is designated, and the commissioner of buildings and public works is also designated as 3 advisors to the secretary in formulating the contract for facility survey. So let me just...
I don't mean to beat a dead, and I'm just suggesting that we've been talking about where we add value and where we don't, and it would be a very specific sort of set of experience that would lend itself to that. And it feels like if we want to engage deeply with the waiting study in the fall, it just feels as though it would be a well-spent outreach to the committee to perhaps invite them now to have their language reflect that rule needs to be updated and not mandate who does it.
Well, fine. I'll take that up offline. They're going to direct who's going to do it, so it won't be left unspecified. I'd like to just move on. Let's just see how we're doing on time. Yeah. Suzanne, no word from Dan?
I believe Dan's going to join in just 1 second. If we could just hang tight for just a second.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dan.
Here's Dan.
Sorry I couldn't be with you today, physically or virtually. I have to head over to participate in a press conference, so I'm going to leave. I've got about 10 minutes, I suppose.
All right.
But I will say, I just wanted to say right up firstly, I won't be, I'll be recusing myself as part of the Matthias deliberation.
Of course.
For obvious reasons. Obviously obviously, COVID-19 has taken over much of our work. Those preparations are underway. It's been a rapidly evolving situation, public health emergency, and so forth. Our focus right now has been in the last 24 hours, in the last 12 hours, on new guidance and order the governor has directed in terms of providing child care through our K-12 system to support the children of essential personnel, so we can ensure those essential personnel are available to provide the public health support that we need them to at this critical moment. Made a lot of progress on provisioning of meals for students. I feel pretty good about that. We were out in front of waiver requests with the USDA that's necessary to serve meals in a non-congregate setting. So we almost have all SUs approved to do that at this point. Working through a variety of labor issues. On the one hand, we're making an appeal to all educators to show up to work. At the same time, we don't feel comfortable forcing people to do that if they feel uncomfortable for their own health or the health of their families. So that's been a challenge. We are ensuring that all staff get paid regardless. What we're trying to do now, really, in this idea of education continuity, is in this 2-week closure period, is to ensure firstly that we're just maintaining academic support as best we can. Obviously, people are scrambling to do that. At the same time, we want to make sure our most vulnerable students are being supported. And then lastly, we want to use this time to prepare for what could be an extended period of school closure. I'm not sure that'll happen at this point, but we want to make preparations now while we can, which is why we need folks to show up to work. In the event of an extended school closure, we're going to shift our focus from maintenance of academic or an educational service to, obviously focusing on continued student growth and achievement. So that's a different concept, and we're going to be doing a lot of planning at the state level and with locals for the provision of online learning and so forth, which I think high schools around the state do that more or less pretty well. But as you know, there's uneven bandwidth access across the state and not regular access to students at home in terms of laptops and so forth. We're going to have to probably be more inventive for the provision of those services at the elementary level. So, obviously that's what we've been working on pretty aggressively. We've also, inside of state government, you should know, we've dispersed our workforce in accordance with the governor's directive. So we're, largely the AOE staff is working remote, and we have the technology to sort of still keep all our operations going and so forth. Trying to think what else. There's a request in the agenda packet regarding giving me some waiver authority on the 175 days.
Yep.
It seems like months ago when I drafted that. We're in a different context now, but I appreciate your consideration of that. I think that would be helpful.
Dan, just a question on that. Is there a reference to 10 days in there? Is there any change you want to have made in the language of the motion to be passed?
When I wrote that, it was more or less to conform with what was then, and still is to a certain extent, the 14-day quarantine aspect we were looking at.
Right.
I think, 10 days during the work plus 2 weekends, more or less adds up to 14. Honestly, I don't know if additional time period will be required. I think that probably would be addressed with future emergency order as necessary from the governor, but whatever you think appropriate at this point. We're not sure yet, if extended school closure would be warranted. I've basically told school districts under my authority that, waivers, you should operate now in this 2-week period as if these 14 days are attendance days for school, and or that a waiver for such would be granted. So they're just trying to operate as normal as they can with other concerns. I didn't want that to be one of them. So we'll cross that bridge when we get there. So whatever you'd like to do in terms of supporting that would be appreciated.
Well, I wonder if
So John,
Yeah.
John, I was going to suggest, the 10 days caught my attention as well, and I was going to suggest that we remove a limit on the number of days, and then we give Dan full authority. I think given everything that's going on, the last thing we need is the extra red tape that the agency needs to have to navigate through and come back to us. Clearly, this is an emergency, and we need to speed things up and provide Dan with as much latitude as possible.
right. We could say grant waivers as the secretary sees fit, or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And then along those lines, I know that a question for Dan. I know there's a lot of things that are moving very quickly, but to the extent, I'm thinking some of these creative solutions the administration's coming up with, most recently the child care issue. It would be helpful to know if you have a sense of, what kind of emergency rulemaking the state board may need to undertake to help enable some of those solutions. The sooner we can get a handle on that, then we can plan maybe for some future meetings to address emergency rulemaking if that's necessary.
Okay. Well, I'm going to sign off. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate it. I'll try to keep you apprised through John as best I can. Hope you have a productive meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Suzanne, do you have, has Emily Simmons made somebody available to us?
Yes, Donna is going to be calling in at 10, so we have a couple of minutes.
All right. Let's do student reports. Kyle, do you have a report for us?
I don't think anything new to update. Just trying to stay quarantined and dealing with the current situation where there's nothing new.
Thank you, Kyle. Sabina.
Hi. So our school obviously is doing its best to try and keep us learning and everything. So we start online classes on Monday. So our teachers are spending the next 2 days kind of preparing online courses and sending out emails. We're lucky enough that our school provides each student already with a personal Chromebook. So every student should have access to technology. Not sure about Wi-Fi. I'm sure that they're taking care of that at the high end of our school. They're figuring out how to take care of students who don't have that kind of access. But our school held a blood drive, so right at the beginning of the corona scare here in Vermont, we were able to get that, out of the way, because as a part of student council, that's one of the biggest things we do. So we were able to, there were a lot of precautions. They were taking people's temperature at the door, but we were able to do one of the biggest events of the year that student council is in charge of. That was very nice. And then unfortunately I was out Friday and then Monday and Tuesday because I had a sore throat and I did not want to cause any more damage than that's already going on. So that's kind of it. I think it's going to be interesting to see how teachers handle it, because I know I definitely have some teachers who are not as tech savvy as others. And so seeing how this all plays out is going to be pretty interesting.
Indeed. Well, we hope that goes well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any board announcements? Any board members who have pertinent news or anything like that? Hearing none. Then let's get started on item F. Donna, are you on board?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Donna, for being with us. Oliver and Donna, how do you wish to proceed?
This is entirely Oliver's here for support is needed, so we should definitely get our back to there.
All right, Oliver, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, this is a follow-up to a question that I raised at last month's meeting, and this concerns the decision of the state board some time ago to transition the school districts of Arlington and Sandgate into the Southwest Supervisory Union, which would then result in the dissolution of the Bat and Kill Valley Supervisory Union, which is the smallest supervisory union in the state. This was action that was taken technically separate from the Act 46 process, but it was raised as part of that and it was raised as part of that process for a number of reasons, and namely that as the timeline illustrates, this has been an issue that's been ongoing now for close to 10 years. So for those of you who were on the board at the time, when we issued our order back in, I believe it was November of 2018, the initial recommendation from the AOE was to have this activity complete by July 1st of this year. The affected supervisory unions at that meeting asked for an additional year to allow for some additional time to help with planning, et cetera. And the state board acquiesced to that request and gave them until July 1st of 2021. I raised this issue at the last meeting because it had come to my attention through some public meetings of the Arlington School District that additional time that had been granted appears not to have been taken advantage of. And my understanding at this point, and this is where Donna can keep me honest, is that although we had authorized Arlington or Sandgate to appoint members to the Southwest Vermont Supervisory Union to assist with planning purposes, that may not have happened yet. And this is all to say, when you look at the timeline of some of the activities over the past decade, the concern I wanted to raise is that this absence of activity makes me a little bit uncomfortable. And there is some evidence, and Donna can speak more specifically to this, that there may be a request forthcoming to ask for another extension or some change. And as you can see from the timeline, for those of you who reviewed the timeline, this has been sort of developing into a pattern now. And my concern is obviously the impact to the students in that region. And I think we should consider reinforcing our earlier order and helping to ensure that things continue to proceed at an orderly pace and hopefully avoid getting into a situation where the affected school districts are coming back to us next year and asking for another extension. Donna, can you maybe provide a few other details?
I don't have a lot. I will agree with you that the state board authorized the two school districts to appoint their members to the SU board, but it never required them to do so. And there wasn't and there was also a time after which they were allowed to do that, but there wasn't a deadline by which they were required to do it. The other thing is that we have been contacted, I think in the very early stages of their thinking by the Arlington School Board, wondering whether the state board is going to be looking at a more of a statewide approach to making changes to SU boundaries, and wondering whether it might make sense to hold off on this requirement that Batten Hill become part of Southwest Vermont until it's viewed in light of a much more regional or statewide action that the state board decides to take. I don't know, is Secretary French there? Please be on the line.
He's left.
No,
He is not on the line. Okay. He and I had a conference call with the superintendent of Batten Hill, and so I don't have my notes with me, but I think it was another two maybe of the school board members, maybe three, about this as a possibility. And Secretary Brent said that he didn't think that was a sufficient enough reason to wait. That if they had delay this or to not have it go into effect, that if they had reasons that could support that, then he would be willing to consider those reasons and consider talking to the state board about that as a possibility. But he didn't feel as though that was significant justification for postponing what you'd already ordered them to do. That was at least a month ago, and I haven't heard anything since. I don't know if he has.
Donna, when was that meeting?
You know what? If you, I didn't look it up. I can try to look it up on my calendar right now as you all talk, and then I can let you know.
All right, Oliver, question for you. So what makes you know or have reason to believe that they are delaying further?
Well, they had specifically requested an additional year for the purpose of having sufficient time to plan for this transition. And based on the fact that they've not appointed any members to the Southwest Vermont Supervisory Union, and a review of the minutes of both SUs, from a review of the minutes that I did of both SUs, there's no evidence to see that there's been any planning activities undertaken. My concern is that the additional year they had requested and we granted has, in effect, not been utilized. And then this, recent discussion or request that was brought to Donna and to Secretary French is another sort of indicator. And then, again, we don't need to go through all the details, but if you look through that timeline, there is most definitely a pattern.
I just checked the calendar. It was Wednesday, February 5th.
Thank you, Donna.
Welcome.
So, Oliver, are you suggesting that either the board or the agency should communicate with these communities and say what?
I think we need to reinforce the original order from November 2018, make it clear that we expect them to proceed against that timeline and that there will be no further extensions granted.
I have a few
We have other unresolved issues that need to be taken care of, or is this the only one?
Could you hear that question?
Yeah, this is the only one that I'm aware of.
When you say the only one, the only districts that have
That's
been
still
stoned.
not resolved.
There are no other districts in the state that have been slow to implement that either of you can bring to mind? Is that your question?
Yes.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of.
Donna?
As far as that new boundary changes, no, this is the only one which I'm aware of.
Thank you. Kathy, you have a question?
I do, but I apologize for my ignorance here. But Oliver, last board meeting, I asked whether or not this was outside of the Act 46.
And the technical answer is yes.
So,
it came up in the context of the Act 46 because the report from the agency, the sort of the preliminary draft plan, if you will, made some recommendations for the state board to consider around supervisor union consolidation, and this was one that was highlighted and one the board at that time, although it was separate from the Act 46 process, did go ahead and implement at the recommendation of Secretary French. And that was done because, as you can see, this is not new. This has been going on for close to 10 years now. And it's when you review the timeline, it's an action that's been but something that's been out there was originally recommended when the superintendent at that time retired, and it was seen as an opportunity to move forward with some consolidation because as an SU, it's so small, they have challenges around, staffing critical business functions such as the business manager, et cetera. There are a number of issues that have been raised over the years, but there has seemingly been some reluctance on behalf of the two-member school districts, and that's important. There's only 2 school districts within the SU to move forward with any consolidation, and you can see there's been this pattern of requesting various extensions to the actions that have been required of them over the years. And what tends to happen is there have been changes in administration. I think we've now had 3 different commissioners or secretaries of education, and nearly the entire state board has turned over. So, in the midst of that, they tend to get lost in the shuffle. And I think it's important that we hold their feet to the fire, particularly since they asked for this additional year.
Yeah, and I understand that, and I would agree. It's horrific that, they've fooled around with this for 10 years, and over the years, many people have had their hands in helping them to do that, right? But was the only reason it was left out of the Act 46 discussion because this was already in play? And was that the right decision? And is there any legitimacy in them thinking that them acting on it under this, this provision here, might be different if it were under an Act 46 discussion? Do you see what I'm saying? I mean, I understand holding their feet to the fire, but is there any value in them thinking, well, this might change anyways? Is that discussion?
Yes, Donna.
Oliver, may I step in?
Yes, go for it.
The decision that was made by the state board regarding Gatco Valley was under Section 261 of Title 16, and that's been around, I believe, for a very, very long time. It may not have been around since the Union School District. It's been around for decades, and that's independent authority that the state board has outside Act 46, outside of anything else, that you have the ability on your own initiative or at the request of school boards, the school district board, to change boundaries of the supervisory union, and that is authority that you have that has been, as I said, in existence and has been exercised many times over the last 20 years or for however long it's been in existence. I don't recall, and perhaps the chair recalls, the reason that you decided to do this separately, but I think that perhaps it was just that you considered it just cleaner, that you weren't, under your Act 46 order, the only SU boundary changes that were made, I believe, were those that were associated with a district merger, such as in up in the far northwest corner of the state. There was a district that moved from one supervisor's union into another because of the mergers that were occurring.
That was in my district.
This and Blue Mountain are the only 2 that I can think of off the top of my head where there was just a straight up boundary change. And this you had as a separate order under your existing authority, rather than the Act 46 authority.
Okay, so that answers the question, because this decision here of those 2 districts would occur whether Act 46 occurred or not.
That's correct.
So that's what this is about.
The conversation began long before Act 46.
I know it began before, but also Act 46 discussion would not have changed it either, is my point. So this is still what is needs to be done despite the Act 46 discussion, right?
That is
Okay,
correct. And,
okay.
and one of the issues, I mean, there's a whole raft of issues, but they've been operating for 10 years with interim superintendents.
So can I ask a question on that one? Did the state board, and how long ago did the state board approve the hiring? I'm assuming they have two separate superintendents.
Oh, they've had more than that.
That's true, right? Yeah. No, but I mean, like those two districts which were trying to redefine those boundaries currently have two separate superintendents. And I heard you say that with the retirement, you thought that might take care of the situation. Have we had to, as a body, approve the hiring of a superintendent, interim or otherwise, for either of those separate districts? And when was the last time we would have done that, if so?
The answer is yes, and that's actually what triggered this whole process. If you look at the timeline when this all started, it was triggered by the retirement of the Battenkill superintendent, and they came to the then commissioner of education for authority to hire an interim superintendent. They originally requested a 2-year contract, and I think a 1 year or something like that was approved. So the short answer is, they have been authorized to hire interims, and I know certainly that's what triggered it, and there's reference to that in the timeline. I don't know the specifics of how many other times that's been authorized since then.
So, Board, how would you feel about asking Oliver to frame a letter of inquiry, or that would invite representatives of both school districts to come see us and explain what progress they're making?
I guess that may not, it's Kim again. I'm thinking, does that not have them thinking we're reconsidering the expectations? I think that invites conversation.
I would agree.
We really are not seeking conversation. We are reminding them there is no other option. Get it done.
Well, I would certainly begin by saying that. Then perhaps we simply make that assertion and see where that goes.
I would agree. I think by asking them to come before us, we may be leading them to think that we really care how come they haven't done anything, and I don't know that we do.
So how about if Oliver and Donna draft a letter to that effect, and we can circulate it for comment and get it out of here before the next meeting. Is that okay?
Yeah, we would if it's to come from the whole board, we would need to approve a draft at our next meeting, unless the board wanted to formally authorize. I would suggest you as the chair to send a letter along those lines.
Yeah. Well, what's your pleasure, board? You can. We could either have Oliver and Donna draft it, circulate it for comment, revise it, and then you have directed me to send it. Or we can have Oliver and Donna present a draft to you for your action at the next meeting.
I'd prefer that you just go ahead and do it, and I'd be willing to make a motion to that effect.
I would agree.
Is there other conversation?
I would second that motion, Bill.
Yeah, the only thing I just want to be careful is that we're not commenting or deliberating offline on the contents of the letter. I think we authorize you as the chair to send a letter and, making the points that have been illustrated, and we leave the language up to you as the chair. And obviously, Donna and I could probably help you offline, but I think we need to take care not to have a quorum of the board engage in drafting a letter.
I'm comfortable.
I agree, and I would feel completely comfortable with that. I feel like if Donna and those of you most familiar take the lead on getting it done, I would be fully in support of that.
Other comments? So, Bill, you want to try to make your motion, please?
Yes, that the chair issue a letter to the two districts to, what would we say? What is the action we're asking of them?
So I'm going to just suggest, Bill, that when we say two districts, it's the two supervisory unions that the letter should be addressed to.
Oh, yes,
And
okay.
simply that the state board is reinforcing its earlier order and expectation, and that no extensions to that date we can.
Okay. I will move what Oliver just said.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
It's been seconded by Kathy. Is there further discussion that the gist of the letter will be as Oliver described it, drafted by Donna and Oliver, and to be signed and sent by the chair on behalf of the board? Further discussion? Are you ready for the question?
Thank you, Oliver.
All right, let's go down through the list. Kyle, how do you vote?
Aye.
Jenna?
Yes, aye. Sorry, I done you.
Oliver?
Aye.
Kim?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
Bill?
Aye.
JC? Yes. You guys have it? You've approved the motion. Thank you, Oliver. Thank you, Donna.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you both. We're due for a break. We're a little bit early. We're expecting Tammy Colby to join us. Suzanne, do you expect Tammy to join us at 10:45?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So let's take a break for just 10 minutes and come back at 10:35. And I want to continue our earlier discussion until 10:45. So 10 minutes and then come back, please. Thank you. You can hear us?
All set.
Can you all hear us? Yeah, we're all back?
Yeah.
Okay,
Here.
good. So, good, thank you.
Who's there?
Here is Bill Mathis, Kathy Lavoie, Colin, the videographer, and JC. Okay? So I'd like to just carry on a little bit from the discussion that we interrupted. And by the way, before I do that, I skipped over the public to be heard. Are there any members of the public online who would like to be heard? Hearing none. We will, we'll ask again later in case somebody comes on.
Excuse me, John, this is Suzanne.
Yes, Suzanne.
May I ask you to do another roll call, please?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Sabina.
Here.
Kyle.
Here.
Jenna.
Here.
Oliver.
Here.
John O'Keefe. Kim.
Here.
Peter.
Here.
Kathy.
Here.
Bill.
Here.
John. Thank you all. I'd like to just pick up on sort of thinking ahead a little bit about what's on our plate. The first thing that's on our plate is that we have to finish the rulemaking process for Act 173, that is the 1300 rule and the 2360 rule. As I told you, on Monday of last week, we began the process by filing with ICAR. That went well, went smoothly. There are now a half dozen major steps along the way that have to happen. And we have to make sure they happen so that at the completion of this APA rulemaking process, and by the way, we may need to modify the rule. The whole purpose of the rulemaking process is to get public input and to make any modifications to the rule that are indicated to us by the public input. So we're not at a final rule yet. We have about a 6-month process to get there. So there's that project. You might see where this is leading. I'm going to be outlining to you a handful of projects that the board is going to need to undertake over the next, through the end of this year and beyond. And I'm going to send you a note over the weekend outlining these projects, and I'm going to ask you as board members to sign up to be a point person on each of these projects. So that there will be 4 or 5 projects, and I'm going to ask you to think about which one you'd like to sign up to do. Because as I'm sure you know, there's a lot that goes on between board meetings. And so far, only 2 or 3 board members are actively involved in those lots of things. And for your chair, it's frankly quite overwhelming. I'm probably putting in 30 to 40 hours a week. Oh, God. And it's frankly unsustainable, despite some kind assistance from 2 or 3 of the members. So we need to get all of you involved in driving these things. So this is not a board that you just meet for one day a month and that's it. There is work to be done in between meetings. I know many of you have much busier lives than this old chair does, but we need your talent as well as your time. So one of the projects that somebody needs to be the point person on is driving the APA process through to completion. A second big project we talked about at length last meeting is the Rule 2200 revisions that are dictated by Act 173. We reached agreement at the last meeting that we would seek the General Assembly to delay formal implementation of that rulemaking until 1 March of 2021. Presently, we're supposed to start formal rulemaking on November 1. The Rule 2200 modifications for Act 173 will be pretty complicated and will require somebody to drive the process, just as we drove the process with 1300 and 2360. I would say that I don't think it'll be as contentious between the agency and the stakeholders when it comes to 2200 as it was during the 1300 rules, because the agency, I think, doesn't regard itself as having a huge stake in what happens with the independent schools. I'm sure they'll have views, but I think the actual drafting of the bill, of the rules, may wind up being done by board members as well as stakeholders, as well as the advisory group and the agency. I think it'll be a more balanced participation. So one of you is going to need to step up and say, all right, I'll be the person, point person in making that happen. So you can think about that.
John?
Yes?
John, can I just ask a question?
Yes, please.
Is that the continuation of the work that the advisory group is doing, that which I've been attending on once a month?
It sort of is, Kim. Frankly, I don't think that the advisory group is likely to have so much input on this. They're welcome to, and I'm hoping they will. But, you know, they really didn't talk much about the independent school rules. Mm-hmm. And my hope certainly is that they will continue to play an active oversight role. But it's going to be the Independent Schools Association, the visa people, and this board, I think, and the agency, who will also have views on that. Certainly the visa people are going to be very aggressive in advocating for their point of view about this.
But the LEA is the one who is setting the special, the IEPs for students and are the funding authority, as I understand it. So I guess I am asking that question because while I may not have the capacity to take on a second separate advisory group thing a month, if it is likely to be the continuation of this work with a similar group, and that's where there's, pivoting their focus, I'm happy to remain in that role on behalf of the board.
Yeah.
I would possibly not be able to do that if this is an entirely second set of monthly commitments.
I don't think it's...
So I think that's worth clarifying.
Yeah, we will. Good. Well, thank you for that.
Thanks.
Thank you for that offer, and I need to have a conversation with Megan Roy to see what their involvement in this wants to be. A third project is the waiting study, field excursions, or whatever you want to call it. Bill would have it be a plan and recommendation. Whatever it's going to be, it's going to take some work. I can tell you, as the person who organized one hearing in Rutland, it was a ton of work. And we need to do 6 of these.
We're proud of you, John.
Yeah,
We
thank you so
appreciate it.
much. Thank you. And we need to do 6 of these. So there's a parcel of work there. I'm not including anything at the moment about 209, the capital budgeting business. And then if 166 passes, that is the reform for the legislature, for the state board passes, we will need to update our own rules. The Rule 1200 series will definitely need to be updated. And I might say parenthetically, back on 2200, I'll be real quick. Tammy, are you on board? Not yet. All right. Suzanne, maybe you can let us know if you see her come on.
Yes, she just emailed me that she's trying to connect, so I imagine it will be in the next couple of minutes.
Good. Just another piece about Rule 2200. One of the objectives in our draft of 166, the reform, was, we shed a whole lot of essentially administrative duties off the board and onto the agency where they belong. One of those was approval of independent schools. Because the agency does all the work, for good or for ill, and then we rubber stamp it, which seems to me a massive waste of time and just a very confusing, who's responsible? So we were eager to have the agency take over sole responsibility for that, including approval. Because we write the rules, we do the what, if you will, in Kim's language, and the implementation is the how. The agency fought for, Secretary French fought.
Hi, this is Tammy Colby.
Hi, Tammy. Welcome aboard. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Can you stand by for about 4 minutes? Listen in, if you will, and we'll be ready to go in 4 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. So the agency fought against the transfer of that authority from the board to the agency. And the bill, as it currently stands, retains the board's authority over independent schools. That is to say, nothing is changing with regard to that piece. That still could change again in the House Ed, but it's going to be a long reach. The agency was almost frantic in its desire to avoid having that final responsibility, which is very curious. I never
That's
got
very curious.
adequate explanation. Let it be said simply that we for the foreseeable future, are stuck with that arrangement. And I think that we may want to take a closer look at the agency's review process for how they evaluate schools before they recommend approval. So that could also be a piece of updating or revision to the 2200 rule series. And that would be something that I would want one of you to take the lead on. It's a bundle of discrete work around how do we do the evaluation and approval of independent schools. So that's yet another. So by the weekend, I will send to you a kind of summary and timeline, sort of a Gantt chart, if you will, of these projects and when they need to unfold over time. Some of them go all the way into 2021. So let's leave it at that for now and switch gears yet again. Tammy Colby, we welcome you very much to being with us. Thank you so much for being available and for speaking to this board. We have received your presentation, and most of us have it in front of us, either in paper form or electronically. We are at your disposal, and we have at least an hour. We have as much time as you want. Tammy, did I lose you?
Hi, I'm here. I had you on mute. I apologize for that.
Okay.
That way you wouldn't hear all the dogs barking in the background.
Okay.
I think we're all being flexible these days. Thank you again for inviting me, and certainly, Secretary French can weigh in here as well as I go through.
Tammy, before
I did share with.
Before you start, Secretary French is not available for this conversation. He has to be with the governor for a press conference this morning. So you are the you are at the top billing, the best we got. And in addition,
okay, great.
In addition, of course, there will be questions toward the end of your presentation.
Yeah, sure. So there are a couple ways I can do this. One, I can sort of walk you through the slides, but I thought maybe, I expect that many people on the board have had some familiarity with the study and sort of where the conversation has been. And so what I thought is maybe I would talk a little bit extemporaneously here about the big picture, and then we can drill down on specific slides, and I can point you to which slides when we do that, just because I'm not there to go through slides. So how about if I just sort of start with some big picture kinds of things. The first thing I think is important to remember is that this study was requested by the legislature in Act 173. And in addition to the formal request in 173 for the study, it's also important to remember that the agency has an obligation to at least every other year evaluate the weights that are in the equalized pupil calculation. So I think just as a little bit of context, so the study was requested, but in addition, the agency has this obligation to evaluate the weights every other year. What are the weights? Currently, I think let's just step back and remind ourselves like what we're talking about here. Our finance formula is one of the most complicated in the country, and weights in our formula don't operate like weights that operate in other states. We don't have a foundation formula. So what are the weights and where do they sort of plug into all of this? The equalized pupil calculation, right, is really the key equity mechanism in our finance formula. So back under Brigham, as we all can remember, one of the key premises of Brigham was to make sure that districts or towns that, for example, have the same pupil spending should be having the same tax rate, right? So that's our taxpayer equity piece of this. But there was a second piece to that, and that was to acknowledge that $12,000 hypothetically, right, per pupil spending in one town might buy something different than it does in a different town. And the formula in Brigham as well acknowledged and understood that there would be differences in cost of education beyond school district control.
And that's a really important thing to keep in our mind, right? Is that really what the weights and what this equalized pupil calculation is intending to do is to adjust for differences in costs that are outside school district control. And in doing so, it is intended to make sure that we are essentially equalizing those per pupil spending amounts in sort of the purchasing power of those dollars for ensuring equal educational opportunities. So it's not just $1,000 of real spending, it's $12,000 of equalized pupil spending, if you think about it. And what that means is that our equalized pupil calculation that we have right now is that mechanism that adjusts spending across school districts for differences in costs that are outside of their control. Now, the whole formula only works, right, if the weights are appropriate.
Right.
Right? So if we have, we can do all the work on the tax side, right, in equalizing tax rates for similar levels of spending. But if we don't, if the weights aren't working and we're not adjusting spending or costs, right, for differences of costs across school districts in the state that are outside their control, then we really haven't adjusted the costs in a way that are equalizing both tax capacity and also equalizing opportunity. So if we don't, so these weights play a really important role. For many school boards out there, you know, the equalized pupil calculation and also citizens feels really murky, and it is murky because to get to the number of equalized pupils in a district requires us to take into account the weighted pupil count across every single district in the state. But in the end, what that means is that the approach to our equity approach here is not just taking into account the differences in costs in one district or the differences in costs across districts and then equalizing that across all school districts.
Yeah.
So what is all this to say? It means that the weights that are in the formula play a really critical role in ensuring that the equity obligations under Brigham are met. Right? It's not enough to just equalize tax capacity or tax rates. You actually have to do both. And so this study in the legislative request was to evaluate whether or not those weights are doing what they're supposed to do, which is effectively taking into account the differences in costs across school districts that are outside their control. And so we were asked, and this study that we did was awarded to the team, which included the University of Vermont, but also the national experts in school finance, and Dr. Bruce Baker, who was also grew up in Rutland. And his mother actually was on the State Board of Education at one point. And American Institute for Research in those two Atchison and Jesse Levin. So I'm here talking for a team. Our job was threefold, was to evaluate the current weights, which we have right now are for economically disadvantaged students, English language learners, and secondary level students, and whether or not those weights are appropriate or should be modified. Consider, number two, consider whether there are new cost factors in weights that need to be incorporated. And what that would mean is that the existing calculation is not, if new cost factors are needed, then what that tells us is that the existing approach to equalizing people is not taking into account the full range of cost factors that account for differences in costs across school districts that are outside their control. And then the third thing we were asked to consider is was the special education census grant calculation and whether or not there needed to be adjustments. So that's kind of the big picture. I'm going on to slide 3 now. The differences in the cost of education, I think we have to recognize, come from two different places. One, differences in student needs, right? So recognizing that schools don't get to choose their students, and students come to school with dissimilar learning needs, such as socioeconomic backgrounds, that require different types and levels of educational support for them to achieve common outcomes. And this common outcome, idea of common outcomes is really important in this study because that's the hinge, right? We want to make sure that all districts in the state have sufficient resources to student needs so that they're achieving common outcomes. And that really translates into this idea of equal educational opportunity. The second thing is we recognize the differences of cost of education. Schools in different also require different levels of resources to provide equal opportunities. In particular, we can think of scale, right? Small versus large, and also the prices they have to pay for key resources. So when we think about what might be the kinds of cost factors that you could consider in a weighting formula, right? We think of them in terms of differences in student attendance and content. So moving on to slide 4, I think the other sort of grounding thing to remember, grounding principle to remember here is that all state education formulas across the country include adjustments for differences in educational costs across school districts. Vermont's not alone. 30-odd states have a foundation formula, and the way they handle that is they apply weights that change the amount of state aid that the district gets. We had a foundation formula before we changed in 1997. But our weights don't work that way. And that's something I'm going to talk about repeatedly today, is just reminding ourselves that changes in weights do not generate additional revenues for school districts. All we're doing is they generate additional tax capacity. And so there are really two ways that states nationwide adjust for differences in costs. One is by identifying specific factors that account for the differences in costs, and then developing policies that direct aid to them. Now, how you can direct aid to school districts can come in the form of weights. But we also have to remember that categorical grants are also the other way that states can use, the other policy levers that states have to direct additional aid. I'm on slide 5. And so Vermont's existing school funding policy, and I'm going to be real careful about that language. I'm not talking about the funding formula right now. I'm talking about funding policy. And a funding policy, any state's funding policy, usually consists of multiple mechanisms. And so does Vermont. Vermont has categorical grants that provide supplemental funding for specific programs and services. The 3 big ones are the small school grants, transportation grants, and our special education grants. And we also have the weighting, right, for district average daily membership, and that's used to calculate equalized local per pupil spending. I want to talk about the categorical grants for just 1 minute. Categorical, why would or could or should states use categorical grants versus weighting mechanisms, right? Because these are 2 different ways that you can adjust for costs. In good public finance parlance, categorical grants are for specific and targeted purposes. They come with restrictions or conditions on those dollars, and they are intended to provide supplemental aid for specific purposes. The weighting is intended to adjust for costs to the general aid formula. And so you can think of categorical grants as being specific and specialized, and then we have a general aid formula that we also might adjust it. It's important to keep in mind that we have the difference between the specific and targeted sort of policy levers and our general aid formula. And I'll come back to that in a few minutes. So if we look to slide 6, just to remind ourselves, Vermont's education funding formula uses weights to calculate the number of equalized pupils in a school district. And in doing so, the weights are an implicit adjustment for spending differences by equalizing per pupil spending across districts according to differences in educational costs. And they impact tax burdens to pay for budgets that are passed by school districts. They don't generate additional revenue. And so all the weights really do in our formula, although they are a primary equity mechanism, is they're adjusting tax capacity. Right, and so the idea being, if you look at the next slide, this would be in my package, slide 7, if in fact an equalized pupil number goes up, right, assuming the same level of district spending year to year, the cost per pupil in a district budget goes down and you see lower homestead tax rates. If the number of equalized pupils go down relative, right, to everybody else, the cost per pupil per district goes up and the higher homestead tax rate. How and why is this an equity mechanism? Well, it's all grounded in this basic assumption around local control. And that's the other thing that makes our formula so different from what we see in other states. There's a fundamental assumption in our desired level of outcome. So with that assumption, then the equalized pupil calculation changes the cost, right, the local cost associated with doing so. But we also know that that's a pretty big assumption, right? And I think we can all think of districts in the state that may historically spend below that level. And it may be because, as we'll talk about in a few minutes, that the weights are off and the cost of spending more dollars is too expensive and they can't do it. Or they just have different preferences for education. We also might be able to think of districts that spend very high. They may not be very efficient. That may be because dollars are cheap for them, because the weights don't work appropriately, or maybe they have different preferences for education. Nothing in changing the weights will address that issue of local control, right? In fact, the existing funding system is silent on that, right? And that's how our system is set up. And so one of the concerns that has been raised, and it's a legitimate one, is even if we made changes to the weights, how would we handle differences in educational quality and preferences? And the answer to that, I'll just be real clear up front, is that requires that's going to require different policy mechanisms. But that doesn't absolve the legislature, in this case the General Assembly, of its constitutional obligation to maintain a fair and efficient system. And so the weights are an integral part of making sure that we have a fair and efficient funding system. But there's nothing in, right, that part of statute that deals with maintaining or other kinds of mechanisms around educational quality. And so I want to be clear about that. So our existing weights on slide 8, we have 4. We have a weight for economically disadvantaged students, which is 1.25, English language learners 1.2, and secondary students 1.13. One of the things we were asked to do in this study was to go back and say, where did these weights come from? Like, how do we have these weights? Have they been updated? And the reality is that the value of the weight for economically disadvantaged students predates Vermont passage of Act 60. It was a holdover. We can find no evidence or no research that supports how the 1.25 was generated. And so it really is a historical artifact of sort of pre-Act 60. Very similar story with English language learners. Again, the value of the weight predates the passage of Act 60 in 1997. So both the weight for economically disadvantaged and the EL students, these weights are over 20 years old. They haven't been adjusted since. The English language learner weight was based roughly on a study that was done in Maine at the time that suggested that the additional cost of educating English language learners in one school district in Maine was about 20% more. That study was done several years prior to Act 60, and that was some of the justification for why that weight was developed. Was identified at 1.20. Again, it hasn't been changed. So, again, the 1.2 is an artifact that has existed pre-Act 60. The weight for secondary students, and I want to point out that secondary students is grades 7 through 12. Sometimes people think this is just a high school weight. It's not. It was also predated Act 60, but in 2017, an AOE report evaluated the secondary weight and found that it might need to be around 1.18. We also know that the weight used to be 1.27, and it was reduced by the legislature in the early 2000s to 1.13. So there's been some changes around the secondary weight. The only real empirical evidence that has been generated in Vermont around that was the AOE report that suggested that, at least for high school, it should be 1.18. We also have a pre-kindergarten weight at 0.46. Pre-kindergarten was not in the scope of our study, so our focus was on K-12. So how did we approach this study? Right, so our study consisted of a number of different components. The first was a large number of reviews with stakeholders around the state to understand how the weights were working, their perceptions of the weights, and any opportunities or challenges that were generated by the existing weights. We office did empirical analysis to actually evaluate the values assigned to our weights. And we did that in a couple of different ways. We used national, regional, and state data to actually model the cost differences associated with the student, to identify those factors that account for differences in costs across school districts that are outside their control, and then for those factors, model what the additional cost differential was. And I think the important thing to remember there, and I'll come back to this again in a minute, but just sort of to anchor our conversation, is although the weights we end up recommending are generated on Vermont data, we actually did the modeling using national, regional, 3 different sets of models on national data, on Northeast region data, and Vermont data, to triangulate across those 3. I think, we wanted to make sure that when we looked at Vermont data, that we weren't getting some sort of Vermont-specific artifact. And the answer, as you'll see later on, is we didn't. That the numbers in Vermont are very, very similar to what you see regionally and nationally. So let me stop there. It's always hard when you're on the phone. I can't see if people are falling asleep or nodding. Are there any questions so far?
Yes, Tammy, this is Bill here. Hello, welcome. When you talked about foundation weights and so forth, a weight is only making sense if it's against some kind of base, like it's 1.25 times the base. What do you use for a base here?
Well, so and I'll talk about this when we talk about our modeling build, but since we're using cost function models, the base is the constant in the regression. So what the constant in the regression would be is the average per pupil expenditure, actual expenditure, right? When you're controlling for all these other factors. So in practical terms, that would be a student who is a non-low income, non-ELL, non-special ed student in a non-population sparse district who does not attend a small school.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Okay, so you're working backwards from our data, or were you using national data for that?
Well, right, remember we run 3 sets of cost function models, and so in each cost function model, we're doing the same thing. So there'll be an average at the national, in the national model, there'll be an average in the regional model, that's your constant, and you'll have the average in the state model, which is the constant. So what that means then, Bill, is because the weights are so similar, it doesn't matter what the base so much is attached to, that this really represents the additional incremental cost over and above a base.
Whatever it is, right.
Strictly driven by your regression equations.
By the cost function model, yes.
Yeah, okay.
And if you go to Appendix B, Bill, you can see, right, so the first step was actually to calculate the dollars, and then what you do is you create the ratios to give you the weight. The dollar amounts are actually listed in Appendix B if you want to get down into the nitty-gritty.
So, Tammy,
Okay. Yep.
Tammy, this is John. So if the present ratio weighting for disadvantage is 1.26, is it too simple to say that we estimate equalized pupils by multiplying the total number of pupils by 1.26 to get an equalized population?
That's correct. That is an oversimplification. If you go in the report, there is a table that actually shows how the calculations work under existing law, and it shows how the calculations would work under the simulation.
Yeah.
And so remember that before you can get equalized people, you have to create for each district in the state a long-term weighted per pupil count.
Right.
Yeah.
And then what happens, right? And that's how you get to that, right? So you take the weight. First of all, you create a long-term average membership for PK-12, and that's over 2 years. Then you adjust it, right? Because some of the weights are additive and some are multiplicative, right? And then you adjust, then you start your adjustment, and there's a very specific calculation that is used. And you, again, it's in the, we outlined it in detail in the table in the report. But basically what that does is it gives you, for every single school district in the state, a weighted long-term membership.
Understood. So
Okay.
you begin with.
And then what happens to get the equalized pupil is you take that weighted long-term membership for every school district in the state, right? And so maybe you have, we're going to make up a number. Maybe you have 1,000 kids. Your average daily membership statewide is 1,000 kids. But your weighted long-term membership, if you apply all the weights, 1,500 kids, right? So what the equalized pupil does, and this is, I'm going to use Bill Talbot parlance for those of you who've been around for Bill, right, is you create this thing called the factor, which is, right, the constant that takes you, that deflates the 1,500 kids down to the 1,000 kids, right? You following me?
Yes.
Right? So then you have, so in this example, that factor would be, 15. And then you take that 15 and then you multiply that, right? So then you deflate everybody in the state by the same factor down from their weighted count. And that's how you get the equalized pupil. And all that does is, right, so the weighted count is your weighted count. The equalized pupil count is dependent on everybody else's weighted count and your share of that total, right, of the statewide total.
Yep.
So if everybody's poverty goes up at the same rate as yours, then you're going to be deflated, and that's the only weight we have. And everybody's sort of deflated, right? You're deflated at the same rate. So it's not the case that we apply the weights and that just gives us our equalized pupil count. It gives you each district's weighted count, but then the actual equalized pupil count is dependent on everybody else's count. Does that make sense?
I understand that.
Okay.
But my question goes to, if for example, at the moment where 1.25 is a weight for
Poverty.
economic disadvantage, and does that in effect say that if it costs us $10,000 to educate an average student who comes from, a not small school, who is not disadvantaged, and so on, so on, so on, and it costs $12,500 to educate a disadvantaged student? Is that what that is saying?
No. What it's saying is that we see, this is the difference between weights that are using a foundation formula and weights that are using an equalized pupil calculation. Our weights are not applied to a dollar amount. They're applied to pupil count. And so what that means is that we can't compare weights from other states to our weights because it's apple and oranges. We're weighting up the number of pupils, right? Which is different than weighting up the dollars.
Why do we have to do it that way?
Why don't you talk to the legislature?
I mean,
this is how, right? So I think this is important to recognize, right? So we had a foundation formula before 1997, right? And that went away with and this was the formula that was designed in 1997. Well, and subsequently through some modifications. So let's just stick with the 1997 sort of line in the sand. This is our formula, and this is one of the things that I've had to talk to people about as I've explained the report, because oftentimes I get the same question is like, boy, is that convoluted? Why aren't we doing that way? What did your study say about that? The purpose of our scope was not wasn't our task to create a new formula, right? Our task was actually to evaluate the weights that are in the existing formula. And so that's the box in which we have to work. Now, if you in the legislature and everybody else wants to get together and create a new funding formula, go for it.
Tammy, so let me ask something.
Right
let me ask something about that.
And that's part of the reason I started out the conversation with saying this is how, let's just remember how the weights work in the context context of our formula now. And so, no, we can't say that this is just 25% more spending, for example. It's not. It's 25% more weighted per pupil that is then equalized across all school districts.
That's it. Okay, thank you. Bill, you have a...
So, I mean, but I think it's a great question, and it's a super important point, because one of the things that's happened in the context of the findings from this study, and I get this all the time, is, well, our weights look really different than New Mexico or someplace like that. And the answer is like, yeah, of course they do. It's not that our weights are super high, or like, we can't talk about them that way because our weights don't work like New Mexico. And so we can't really, it's not even apples and oranges, it's like apples and grapefruit, right? Like, it's like you can't compare that way. And that was part of the reason it was so important in this study to make sure that when we did the evaluation of the existing weights, that we not use just Vermont data, right? And this was part of our strategy, which was we wanted to make sure that when we did talk about, we generated the weights that were appropriate for our formula, that we used we generated it based on 3 different models that we triangulated across, that we used national, regional, and state data, right? Because otherwise the critique could have been that the weights that we came up with are some sort of Vermont, artifact, back to Vermont is unique argument. And the reality is that that's not the case in our recommended weights. When we ran the models and we did the same calculations that we did using 3 different data sources, the weights look pretty doggone similar. And I can talk about that in a minute. Other questions?
Yes, Tammy. So if I've got this right, what we have is the weights are relative values against each other. They do not have a base or an adequacy kind of foundation.
No, they don't, and they can't because we don't operate a system that way, Bill.
Hey, Tammy, sorry to interrupt, but somebody is not on mute and there's background conversation. So just a reminder, if you're not on mute, please put yourself on mute.
Thank you, Oliver.
They don't work that way, and our weights don't work that way by design, right? And so it's not like other states, and I know you're really familiar with the school finance world, and that's great, because what you're doing is I think you're drawing a terrific comparison for us, which is in many cases the weights, just like John said, are applied to some dollar amount, which has been defined as adequate, right? And so you're saying, okay, so I'm going to make up a number. $12,000 is our adequacy amount, and then we say 25% more is what's required dollar-wise to bring a low-income student to adequacy, right? But our formula doesn't work that way. So we can't. So the weights we derive can't work that way. Yeah. Could you go and try to figure out what an adequacy number is in Vermont and adult weights? Yeah, you could. And certainly the work that Larry Pipus did a few years ago, he suggests an adequacy number, and you could certainly work off that number and create weights. But those weights, if you did that, you could not put those into our existing statutes because our calculations that are in our statutes don't work that way.
Tammy, then.
Go ahead.
This is Kathy Lavoie. Then, when you say that you use national, Vermont, and regional data for this comparison, and if our weighting is for number of students versus dollars spent, how did you do that comparison? Are you saying?
Right.
How did you back into?
We did back into it. So, and I can talk about that. Why don't I flip some slides here? So
Okay.
If you go to slide, I'm going to skip over the table, go and come back to it. I'm on slide number 13. So the way that we develop the weights, we can do this with any sort of data set, right, is we use statistical models to go in and say, and when I talk about statistical models, I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of students. And you can look and you can model and identify whether or not a student meets proficiency in Vermont. It's the same set of risk factors if it's a student who's in the Northeast, and it's the same risk factors for a student who is national. See what we're doing here, Kathy? So what we're doing is we're running Vermont, and then we're testing and saying, do those same assumptions hold when I look regionally and when I look nationally? And the answer is yes. Then what we did is we said, okay, based on spending data in Vermont, what do we know about the additional spending that's required to bring a student to common outcomes? And we can figure that out using ex-ante data from AOE. And so we figure that out. And then we can create a ratio.
Okay, yep.
And then we can run the same model with regional data, run the same model with national data to check and see, like, so in Vermont, that all that's different in the ratio of cost. And the answer is it's not. So so how we develop the weights, we can use different data sets, right? And our use of the regional and national data sets was really used as a check to make sure that the Vermont data weren't abnormal.
So
we weren't getting something that was what we call that Vermonti effect. The reality is that the addition, right, that the margins for these differentials are pretty much the same, whether you're a kid in poverty in Maine or a kid in poverty in Nebraska, right? So on average, it takes school districts in Vermont the same sort of additional level of resources as it does in Maine and Nebraska. And that should give us a good deal of comfort, right? Because that means that we're not picking up a Vermonti effect, right? That what we're doing in Vermont is pretty similar with respect to the the additional levels of resources that are necessary to bring kids up to common outcomes. So,
sorry to interrupt again, but there's still somebody's not muted. I can hear a press conference in the background. I'm really pleading with people to please mute.
So if there are any members of the public who are joining the call, we're happy you're here. But please mute your call. We're getting background noise that's very distracting.
I don't have anything on in my house, so.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't.
My dog.
Suzanne, is there anything going on where you are?
There is not.
Are you able to tell what it
Yeah,
is?
I can hear it too.
I don't know who it is, but I can hear it as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and the phone number is 802-622-1256. That's where it's coming from, whoever that is. So can you selectively mute that one from your end, Suzanne?
I cannot.
Can you identify the caller?
I cannot. I can only see the number.
Well, one option, you drop the caller and have the caller call back in.
Yeah, you should be able to do that, Suzanne, if you're the host of the call.
Would you do that, please, Suzanne?
You've been muted. To unmute yourself, press *6.
Still coming through.
Can we have everybody call back in?
But Kathy, did I answer your question?
You did. My next question is at the
I'm
beginning.
going to send a text message to that phone number, so maybe they'll get that muted.
Thank you.
Sure. Kathy, did I answer your question?
You did, and it leads to another question. Given how complicated this is, you had said in the beginning that the agency must evaluate the weights every other year. That evaluation, if it's done to this same level, is complicated to begin with. What was that evaluation that the agency was to have been doing, and have they really been doing it?
No.
Tammy?
They're all gone. Everybody's gone now.
And the one thing I would say is you don't need to be that close to the mic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Is it really loud?
Yeah, I'm
I'm sorry, thank
okay,
you.
no worries, it's
Thank
fine.
you.
We can do that.
Just one number that wasn't muted.
Number You know, our number is 802-262. 802-622-1256. Was that the number that Oliver?
I thought he said 621, but.
Okay.
That's what I heard.
You know, if you average all the formulas across the nation, Mississippi's got a base level of 3,000. Massachusetts got 12,000. Those categorical weights are going to vary a great deal.
Hello, Suzanne? I think we're, okay, I'm just going to dial in. Any recommendations?
I don't. Is it Skype?
No, it's, yes, it is Skype.
Don't really. I don't know that program too well.
We have a number.
I have the number here.
Oh, okay.
Call it in.
Never used that guy before.
They're all trying to get on and we're not on, so they can't join, right?
I think so, yeah.
Welcome to the audio conferencing center. Please enter a conference ID. You're now joining your meeting.
As the host.
Again, we found
Oh my
This
gosh.
meeting is being recorded.
density statistics, and less than 36 persons per square mile is 0.23, 36 to 50, less than 55 is 0.17, and 55 to less than 100 is 0.11. And then we have the grade range. Again, we found that on average, actually, for grades 6 through 8, that was a relative cost factor, and that the cost that there were additional costs at the middle grades that was different than the additional cost at the secondary grades, and so the weight for middle grades enrollment is 0.23, and the weight for secondary enrollment is 0.20. So I want to talk about this enrollment and population density weight, and now I'd like to actually move back in the presentation to slide 9, where I talk about the stakeholder perspective. So we interviewed lots of people, including some individuals who are on this call, around the state about the existing waste, their opportunities and challenges, and lots of other things. And so what did we learn from that? We learned 4 big things. There was a general consensus among the stakeholders that the existing cost factors did not reflect current educational circumstances. And what that meant is 2 things. One, that the existing weights, there was a general sense among the stakeholders that they were insufficient, that they weren't appropriately weighting for differences in cost. And second, it also means that many people felt that those cost factors were insufficient, that there were other factors that are other than the 3 that are currently in the formula that account for differences in cost across schools. 2, again, the values of the existing weights have weak sides with the still differences in cost of educating students with disparate needs or operating schools in different contexts. 3, and this is really important for what we're going to talk about next with the weights, our recommendation of weights, is that the state small school grant program is problematic in its design and operation. In fact, I would say that there's just uniform frustration around this. And 4, that there's a need for targeted and specific grant aid to support schools struggling to meet different and increased levels of student needs, trauma, and mental health concerns. Moving on to, we also then talked to stakeholders quite a bit about the special education block grant. That's been a concern. What we found is that stakeholders were mixed in their perspectives on the need for potential adjustments to the grant calculation for differences in student poverty across districts. And we really heard a continuum. At one end of the continuum, one person said the sky's not going to fall. The other end of the continuum, there was a real sense of correlation between poverty and disability is strong. And somewhere in the middle, people were really saying it's too soon to tell whether the grant will be a problem. One caveat among the individuals who felt like there might be challenges with how the existing calculation is operating is that stakeholders who were concerned about the census grant will be calculated also recognized that in part their apprehension was tied to concerns about challenges with the existing system for weighting pupils. And what do I mean by that? We know from the report from 2017 and also the field work done for this report that the existing reimbursement mechanism that's used for special education right now is used by well-meaning educational leaders as a financial backstop. What do I mean by that? That means that the existing special education funding formula is one of the only ways that a school district can get additional state aid, right, for struggling students. And we know that school districts that have struggled to have sufficient resources on their general education side, particularly districts that serve higher concentrations of students in need, have used the special education reimbursement mechanism as a way to bring in additional state aid to help them fund their Tier 1, Tier 2 supports in their MTSS system. So in talking to, in fact, several superintendents about that specific issue, what we learned was that the apprehension about the census block grant, which essentially some people feel as if that's going to cap their special education funding, right? What it does is it functionally stops the ability to tap into state aid on an as-needed basis for 60% reimbursement for struggling students, that they would feel less apprehensive about that if they thought that the weights on the general education side, particularly for poverty, were working well, right? So we could, for example, one superintendent explained, he says, I live in a high poverty district, right? But the poverty weights aren't giving me enough tax capacity to spend what I need to spend on the general education side. So the only way I can get sufficient dollars in my system is to refer those children for special ed, and then I get reimbursed at 60% on the dollar, 60 cents on the dollar. So I think there's a connection between the concerns about the census block grant program and the existing weight. Moving on to slide 11, it's also important to point out that the stakeholder perspectives on the small schools grant. Stakeholders were uniformly opposed to continuing the small school grant program as it is. I mean, we didn't talk to one person who thought it should continue as it's operating now. In the words of one stakeholder, everyone is looking for a better way forward. Nearly all interview participants view the small school grant program as fundamentally at odds to policy goals articulated in Act 46. There was general agreement, however, that the state still needs to figure out how to support geographically necessary small schools. In the words of one stakeholder, we don't want to create disincentives with respect to Act 46, but we want to address factors that stress schools and impact risks for opportunity. And in general, stakeholders felt that incorporating weights for school size and plurality in the equalized pupil calculation would alleviate concerns relating to the small school grant program and also get rid of some politics around this. And also going back to my original comment, right? Remember the small school grant program is a categorical program that's provided, right? And yet the small school grant itself is supposed to be a general aid, right? The small school grant in and of itself is supposed to be providing general aid. And so you can kind of see the mismatch here between the use of a categorical program and general aid and sort of the outcomes of doing so. So if we take that and we go back to slide 15, where the recommended weights for equalized pupil calculation is, in our charge for the study, we were, right, so the weights are the weights. And the weights, the weights are all contingent on each other, right? So you can't just choose up one weight or another. You can't choose to phase in the weights and sort of ramp them up to a certain value. But you can make policy decisions about where and how to apply some of these weights. And so in our simulation, because we were required in our contract to simulate several policy models, one policy model that we simulate was to only apply the enrollment weights, which are essentially for schools less than 250 students, in population-sparse areas of less than 55 people per square mile. So the enrollment weights would not be applied in case to all schools less than 250 students. It would only be applied in cases where a small school was located in a school district in a population-sparse area. And in the report, in the appendices, we list all the schools that meet that criteria. If you want to see, there's also a list that JFO put together that's available that shows how that list differs from who receives small school grants right now. And you'll see that there's some overlap, but really when the dual criteria are applied, what you really see is on average, small schools in geographically sparse areas really equates quite well to geographically necessary small schools. These are schools on average that, due to transportation, due to where they are, really are schools that we would have a really difficult time consolidating any further. Any questions?
I'm grateful for that explanation. I'm sorry, Tammy, it's Kimmy Gleason, and I had the opportunity to hear you run through that previously as well, and I just felt as though that, especially as a takeaway from the material, is really helpful to understand. So thank you.
Oh, good.
Tammy, this question goes, beyond the scope of the work you were asked to do.
Is this John?
This is John. I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay, if you guys could just introduce yourselves, it's hard.
Yeah, sure.
You know what I'm talking to.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So you've looked at a lot of other states that use a foundation aid formula in a very, very different and, I gather, more comprehensible way than our system works.
Well, I don't know if I said that. I want to be careful, but what I said was that it's certainly different.
Do you have a sense that states that use a foundation aid formula with weighting for student characteristics produce desirable outcomes in terms of allocating resources where they are most needed, or do they not?
It's all over the map. And, right, and I think we have to remember that the state aid formulas are one arrow in the quiver of state education policy. So you have states with foundation formulas, for example, Illinois, which is one of the most inequitably funded states in the country. It has huge gaps. Bill backed me up here, right? And so, it's not possible to say, oh, well, one funding formula equates to equal educational opportunities. It requires, right, the funding for, the way I like to think about it is funding is a means, not an end, right? And so, but it's not the only means that gets you to where you want to go. And so some states package their funding formula with other kinds of policy and practices and resources in ways that result in higher outcomes than others. The other thing you have to remember, and this is not part of this, but Bruce Baker's done a lot of work on this, we also have to remember that we just have states with different levels of tax, different levels of spending power overall. And so you have these issues of capacity and effort. Mississippi, for example, could tax itself to death, and it still couldn't spend what Massachusetts did, right? They just can't, because they don't have the same tax base. And so it makes it really difficult to draw sort of big generalizations about, well, if you do this, this solves this solves for X. Because the equation is far more complex than that. So I want to be careful about saying, well, you know, if we go to states with foundation formula or states do foundation formula this way have better outcomes. We simply just can't say that.
Tammy, this is Peter Pelt, related to
Hi, Peter.
To that. Hi. So this is not a panacea to what we might say is the inequity that we see in education, particularly the rural world.
But it's part of the puzzle. It's part of the puzzle. Let me tell you.
Can I just say what we're seeing? I live in Woodbury, on the edge of the Northeast Kingdom, and we see young talented teachers being allured with higher pay to districts that can afford more, and there's not much we can do about it, and we're battling excess spending thresholds and whatnot at the same time. So I just don't know how this is actually going to transform the quality of teaching and learning opportunities and leadership.
Right. So there are a bunch of different things there that are important to unpack, and so the first thing to say is that the funding formula in and of itself cannot solve all gaps in educational quality across the state. It can't, nor is it designed to. So that's the first thing to keep in mind. That simply changing the funding formula doesn't necessarily do that. Right? It's an and in both. The second thing to remember is that regardless, you still have a constitutional obligation to maintain a fair and efficient funding formula. Our findings are absolutely conclusive that the existing funding formula is not fair nor efficient. And so there's a constitutional obligation to right? So that's an issue. But to Peter's point, right? So I would suggest you have an and in both here, and I'm sorry Dan's not here, because Dan has talked about this in his testimony, and I don't want to speak for Dan, so I'll refer you back to his testimony, but I'll do my best to sort of paraphrase it, and then you guys validate what I say. Right? So you need a fair and efficient funding formula. That's a cornerstone of any equitable educational system. And our system is not operating that way. The weights are out of whack. I mean, they're grotesquely out of whack. Right? I have said to people, it's a little like going to the dentist's office after you've not been to the dentist's office in 20 years, and you're all upset that you've got 20 cavities. Well, you haven't been to the dentist's office in 20 years. Our weights haven't been updated in 20 years. It is pretty unrealistic to think that they would be operating as they should, right? Many states update their weights every several years. They need to, because the cost of education change. The second thing, to Peter, to your point, though, is, this is particularly important for school districts outside the NEK, but also, we've heard down in Wyndham and places like that, is I think you have to recognize that districts are challenged to spend what they need to spend to provide equal educational opportunities in rural, low-income areas because the weights aren't adjusting appropriately for differences in educational costs. Right. So what would it mean for a district to have the weights reset for poverty and rurality and sparsity and, enrollment, for example? Well, it could mean that the equalized pupil calculation goes up for those districts, which means then their per pupil spending, right, goes down for the purposes of the tax calculation. The goal is not that they take a tax cut, but they continue spending, right, that they continue at the same tax rate, and then they have additional dollars to spend, right? So that's part of it. But Peter, to your point about the excess threshold, and I think a lot of districts haven't quite understood this, is that also will bring you down below the excess threshold. Part of the reason that these districts are bumping up against the excess spending threshold is because the weight working, right, then what you see is you see two things. You see they're bumping up against the excess spending threshold, or they're taxing at a super high rate, or they're not taxing they're taxing at a rate they can afford, and they're spending too little, and you're seeing educational quality gaps. Right? It's one of those three, right? It's but flip it over on the other side. What does this mean for districts? There are districts that benefit from the existing calculation too, right? Because it makes money cheap for them. Right? And so not having the weights work also contributes to the big spending gaps we see in the state. And I think, 20 years hence, we can see how this has really played out, right? So if you're in a district, right, where within the weights, because remember that the equalized pupil calculation is relative to everybody, right? And so if the weights aren't working right, and you're in a relatively affluent district, where the weights really don't matter as much for you, then the dollars that you're spending are cheaper than they would be relative to other districts in the state who are being disadvantaged by, for example, a poverty weight that is underestimated.
Do you think weights should be mandated to be reviewed more frequently?
I mean, it's in the legislation. It's in statute that they're supposed to be reviewed every other year.
Yeah,
to AOE's credit, though, right? Reviewing the weights is not something, and you read this in the 2017 report that Rebecca Holcomb published for the secondary weights and French contact, right? To do weights the right way requires the level of effort that we put into the study, right? Now, do they need to be used every other year? Probably not, but certainly every 5 years, yes. And so part of what has happened, again, back to my dentist example, right? If we had been recalibrating weights every 5 years, theoretically, you probably wouldn't see changes as large as what you're seeing right now. The other reason you may be seeing large changes now, and this is important to remember, is we're not even sure that 0.25, for example, for poverty was the right weight in 1997.
To begin with. Yep.
It may not have been. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was too low then, right?
Right.
And so it puts us at this really challenging moment policy-wise, because this feels like a really big shift. And you look at the simulations, and people talk about winners and losers, and I'm opposed to talking about winners and losers. I'm just going to talk about that there are changes, and they feel like big changes. Well, they're big changes because we've let this go for 20 years. And so now we're at a policy moment where it feels like a big change. But the reality is that the evidence is conclusive. And again, we've used the most commonly accepted state-of-the-art school finance methods in this study to generate these weights. This isn't hocus pocus. These are the weights. And what the study says conclusively is that the weights we have are miscalibrated, and they're grossly miscalibrated. And it also says that we are not, in our existing funding formula, appropriately taking into account the full range of cost factors that account for differences in costs across school districts that are outside of their control.
And if I may, it all goes back to Act 60, when politely thinking was being done, and the small school grants thrown into it. And we're really trying to get education equity back into focus.
It's a difficult conversation, and part of our role, and certainly I play an interesting role because I live in Vermont. But the role of the study and our role is to provide sort of this objective evidence, and so we've been really careful not to talk about what happened in there. I mean, the reality is we are where we are, right? And where we are is that the weights that we estimated are what you see on slide 15.
Right.
If these weights were implemented in the next year or so, it would have implications for tax capacity across all school districts in the state. Because remember that everybody. It doesn't just impact one school district. It doesn't work that way. So any changes are going to impact all school districts in the state. But to the point is, even if the weights are changed, and I think there's a constitutional argument here that they have to be changed, it does not entirely address concerns about differences in equal educational opportunities across the state. Right? This is not the magic bullet that takes care of all that. It does, however, address some of the underlying fiscal conditions that may be contributing to opportunity gaps in the state. But so it's necessary, but it's insufficient.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tammy, this is John Carroll again. If there were a statewide teacher contract, so that all teachers in the state were compensated on a common scale, would that be another piece of facilitating equity?
I mean, that's outside the scope of the study. I think, the way to answer that question, I mean, so I had the benefit of doing a lot of, another work unrelated to this study. So I'm taking off my hat as the person who did this study for a minute, right? So I've done a lot of work around equity issues with the distribution of resources, in particular teachers, right? Qualified quality teachers and quality teaching. And what I can tell you is that, that there are ways to assess differences in teacher quality and qualifications across school districts. And we know that economic incentives play a significant role in in recruiting, retaining, and distributing teachers. So to the extent that you have a statewide contract or other policy mechanisms that address basically that can impact teacher decision-making about where they work and where they stay working, that is certainly a piece of the puzzle. That does not, however, address potential differences in teaching quality. Teaching quality has to be addressed using teacher evaluation, right, and mentoring and professional development. That requires other kinds of policies to do that. And I answered kind of that question. That question I'm answering based on my other expertise and background in research. That was not something that we did in the context of this study.
Understood. Thank you. Board,
if the board is interested in that, I have other research. I'd be happy to come in and talk to you about what we know from other states some other time, if that would be helpful.
Yes, it would be. Thank you. Board, are there other questions for Tammy?
What about, do we really discuss this special education block grant?
There's a question here, Tammy. This is John again.
Yeah.
Kathy, why don't you pose your question?
It's around the evaluation of the special education census block grant.
Thanks, Kathy. Thanks, Kathy. Yes, we need to come back.
And right, because if I'm understanding it, the impact of the incorrect weights has a greater impact when our special education is a census block grant than if it were a reimbursement. Because of the dynamics of the money, right?
Yeah. I don't know if it has a greater or less an impact. I would just say
or it has
a connection.
It has a connection, right?
Right, and I think that's I think you've really hit on an important. I'll talk about the recommendations in just a minute. But I think you've hit on a really important point, which is, and something that comes out of the study, I hope, when you read it, which is we have to think about funding policy holistically, right? Oftentimes we think about changes to the small school grant or the special education grant, for example, separately. And one of the things that we really want to sort of how we wanted to reframe the conversation is that all of these things are related to one another. And when you take, it's not at that point. To your point, right, so we did evaluate the assumptions in the special education block grant based on the stakeholder input, and also what we know around what Act 173 implementation to date. Our recommendation at this point was that we could neither recommend nor we have no recommendation at this point. What we mean is we found no evidence in favor or against adjustments to the grant amount, and I'm going to put this in like bold-faced letters, at this time. And the at this time is important because it's really hard to talk about how we might change the block grant calculation when we don't have regulations yet, where the calculation isn't even set. And we also might be making these other changes to the general education plan. And so our concern was with making a hard and fast recommendation on do this or don't do this at this time, was that minus those important pieces of information, that we might make a recommendation that 3 years from now we all would really want to stand behind. And so I guess our recommendation is that for now, that we needed to wait to make changes to the special education block grant. That doesn't mean that they won't be needed in the future. It means that, in our expert opinion, it's too soon to come up with a potential adjustment that would be fair and something that everybody would want to live with for the next 10 years, right? I think we're very conscious around the difficulties with opening statute and making adjustments to statute. And I think we were concerned that at this time there just isn't enough evidence to suggest that it's necessary, and if it is necessary, what it should be. That said, per our contract, we were asked to model several options that policymakers could consider if they chose to make adjustments to the grant calculation. And I think it's important to understand what those options are and what the options really focus on, right? If you think about how the great thing about the special education block grant is it's actually simple to calculate. So one thing I think in our funding statute that we can, it's the only thing that's predictable and transparent and easy to figure out. Because what it is it's the number of kids times some base amount and you hit your dollars, right? I mean, it's great. But it means that if you want to adjust it, you either have to make adjustments to the number of kids in the calculation, or you need to make adjustments to the number of dollars. Right, the amount, but whatever the per capita amount is that you're multiplying by each kid. And really thinking this through, working with stakeholders, doing sort of different kinds of models, our recommendation is that if it is the intent now or in the future to adjust how the grant is calculated, that the change is not made to the per capita grant amount. So don't come up with some sliding scale that says if you're over this percentage of poverty, but the base grant's $100, for example, and if you're over this percentage of poverty, you get $125 per kid. First of all, it takes the predictability and transparency out of the system. It's difficult to calculate. It would be really difficult to maintain. Rather, adjust the number of kids in a school district to which the block grant is applied. And two ways, and the nice thing about that is you can also tie it back to your general education formula. And what we suggested was one of two ways, and we modeled these in our simulations. You can apply, for example, I'm going to use $100 as your special ed block grant amount. You can multiply the $100 times the number of equalized people in the district, right, which gives you relative to everybody else, right, it takes into account the full range of cost factors. That said, for some school districts, right, that would be deflated. That might not be a bad thing. It might be a good thing. Or you can take that $100 and you can multiply it by the number of poverty-weighted kids in a school district. Two very clear and transparent ways to do it that would adjust for differences in student need across districts in a straightforward way. It would also be a straightforward way of maintaining the formula, and for school boards in particular, for each year to really be able to figure out their block rates. So those were our recommendations. If policymakers wanted to move forward with any kind of adjustment at this time, but our real recommendation is that at this time is that it's just too soon to know what would be an appropriate adjustment, and the risk with doing something right now is that you do it wrong, and then somebody'd have to go back and undo it, and that it might make more sense to wait until the formula's been implemented, or at least we have a clearer sense of implementation, and then make the decision. Did that answer your question, Kathy?
Yes, thank you.
Debbie, this is John. Any other board questions? Hearing none. Tammy, we thank you very, very much. This has been, my head hurts.
Well, I hope we wrote a report that didn't give everybody a headache. We really worked hard to write. This is pretty technical stuff, and our goal was really to try to prepare something that was accessible to a wide audience.
Yeah, no, your piece is just fine. It's how it knits into all the rest of the calculations that it makes it so obscure for ordinary people like myself to comprehend how it really plays out. But it's certainly valuable work, and we thank you for your work and for making the time to tell us and so many other people about this important topic. We thank you. Any final comments?
Well, I'm happy to answer any other questions come up for you or the board members. You feel free to email me, and I'm happy to get back to you on
Thank
those.
you. And I hope we will take you up on your offer about talking about teacher quality and how that might systemically be addressed perhaps better than we do now.
Yeah, it's a really important, right? I always talk about, it's a great segue to this study too, because we have to remember that dollars buy things. It's not the dollars that create educational opportunities, it's the things that we purchase with those dollars.
Yeah,
and we know
that's right.
that the biggest ticket item that dollar is purchased are teacher time and talent. And we have to think really carefully about what talent and time look like, right? It's like, what are we buying with those dollars in terms of just, both teacher qualifications, but what teaching quality looks like, and also how school districts allocate the time that teachers spend, right? Those three things, right? That's the three legs of your stool for instructional quality. But you have to remember, to even get there, you have to have sufficient dollars in the system. But once you have sufficient dollars, then you have to really think carefully about how you invest those dollars, particularly in instructional quality. And teachers make up the lion's share of that.
Of course, of course. Well, that's for another day.
That's right. Okay, I'm back to homeschooling.
All right. Tammy, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We wish you well.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, board, I guess the governor's press conference has ended.
We don't hear it anymore.
We don't hear it anymore. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule, about 5 minutes, 7 minutes ahead of our scheduled break, which I think we will take now, and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock sharp. But you will call in to the deliberative session. I'm sorry, no, it's a public session to begin with, because we have to entertain the possibility that in the Macias case, that Mr. Macias or his representative might wish to present to us, in which case perhaps then also the Secretary's attorney might wish to present to us. They've been given the opportunity. To my knowledge, they have either declined or ignored the notice that they may speak to us. The attorney who is representing the board, or guiding us, if you will, kind of as our hearing officer, George Belcher, will be with us at 1 o'clock, and we will hear from him about where things stand. We've allotted 30 minutes for presentations by the appellant and the agency, 15 each, which is item K. If there are no presentations, then we will just move on to item L and go into deliberative session, and then for that, you would need to make a different phone call. For now, when you come back, you can either stay on the line or you can sign off and dial back in. When you come back in on the same number and the same conference ID that you did to get here this morning. Okay.
John, can I make a suggestion? I know the governor's press conference is over, but we have no assurance that the stray caller is not disappeared completely. So it might be advisable if Suzanne could completely terminate this call.
Yes.
And then we all redial in at 1 o'clock, and hopefully that the stray caller will not return.
Agreed.
Or if they do, have the
Agreed.
courtesy to go on mute.
Agreed. Before we leave this,
Good idea.
so that's fine, Suzanne, if you'll please do that, and then all of you, 5 minutes to 1, not later, please dial in to the number you used to get to this call and use the conference for the general public conversation. Then we'll deal with going to deliberative session subsequently and separately. All right? So Suzanne, take it all down, please, and we'll see you all at 1 o'clock latest. Thank you. Then I think we will proceed. I don't see John O'Keefe. I got some email about he's under some sort of emergency stress in his town of which he's town manager. So we'll have to proceed without him. Also with us is Attorney George Belcher, who has served as the board's legal advisor and hearing officer in this case. And I'm going to turn the matter over to George now.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, my name is George Belcher. I've been acting as assigned legal counsel to the State Board of Education. Because we're taping this and we're now considering the appeal of a contested case, I'm going to put on the record that the date is March 18th, 2020. We're here before the Vermont State Board of Education. The matter being considered is the appeal of In re Mario Macias. The docket number is LI 17-253. The board members who are participating have just identified themselves on the record, and I need to put on the record a few things. First of all, the time is 1:05, and neither of the parties who are involved in this have appeared, nor have their counsel appeared today. This matter is an appeal from a hearing panel decision, and I need to advise on the record that notice of the report of the subcommittee was made to the parties on February 10th, 2020. The appellant's counsel, Mr. Guzman, received his notice on February 13th, 2020, and the appellee, that is the secretary of the agency, through his counsel, received that notice on February 18th, 2020. Concerning today's hearing before the board on March 9th, 2020, a notice was sent to parties that we would be meeting today. The agenda was sent to the parties, and the time frame, that is this particular time, which was given to the parties to file memorandum and address the board directly, was noted on the agenda. And we have not only are they not here today, but we have not heard, I have not heard from either the appellant or the appellee that they were planning to be here. I noticed them that sometimes there's difficulty getting into the building, and I asked that they notify me if they were going to be here, and I have heard nothing from either of them. So I think that's all that I wanted to put on the record before we consider the matter. I would...
Just out of the abundance of caution, is there somebody available in the room who could just go down to the front entrance and double check that there's nobody waiting to enter?
Kathy, would you mind doing that? Thank you, Oliver. While Kathy is doing that, I'll just outline very briefly the next procedural steps. We're going to go into deliberative session. For some of you, that may be a new term. It is a term of art in this case. Statute provides that an agency, and we are considered under the statute an agency, that is functioning in a quasi-judicial capacity, which is what we are doing in the case of the appeal of Mr. Macias. Statute provides that an agency performing in a quasi-judicial capacity is exempt from the open meeting law to the extent that it wishes to deliberate. And deliberate is defined by statute also. And we are about to begin deliberating in the matter of Mr. Macias and his appeal. And therefore, we will do so in what's called a deliberative session. And deliberative sessions are exempt from the open meeting law, that is to say, they may be conducted in private. They're not to be confused with executive sessions, which is somewhat similar, but quite different in many important respects. They are similar in the respect that we can deliberate, but we can, in deliberative session, take no action other than to move to cease the deliberations and move to a public meeting. So once Kathy gets back here to assure that there aren't folks outside trying to get in, we will entertain a motion on your motion list. I think it's called L1, to move to deliberative session. Once that motion is passed, I will then give you instructions as to the next steps. Hang on for a moment while we wait for Kathy Lavoie to return. By the way, while we're at it, are there any members of the general public on the line? All right, thank you. Stand by, if you will, until we get Kathy back here.
John, would you like me to exit the room when you guys go into deliberative?
We will, yes. Thank you. Nobody looking to get in?
Nobody looking to get in.
All right. So we have word that nobody's looking to get into the building to talk with us. And so, am I right now to, so I'd entertain a motion to enter deliberative session. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Maybe you could use the motion sheet. That's why it's there.
L1, I move the State Board of Education enter deliberative session to consider the report of the board's review subcommittee regarding the appeal of Mario Macias, docket number LI-17-253.
Thank you. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Oliver Olson. Oliver, seconded by Oliver Olson, moved by Bill McFarland. And then, are you ready for that question? I'm going to go down through the list to take your ayes and nays. Kyle.
Aye.
Kim.
Aye.
Kathy.
Aye.
Bill Mathis.
Aye.
John O'Keefe. Not here. Oliver Olson.
Aye.
Peter Peltz,
Yes.
Jenna O'Farrell,
Yes, aye.
and John Carroll. Yeah, yay. The ayes have it, then we will enter deliberative session. The proceeding on this is, you will all separate from this call, hang up from this call, and then use the Skype meeting information you have been furnished for logging into a separate call for the deliberative session. The only people who have access to that number are board members who are eligible to be in this discussion. And all of you are, except, of course, for the secretary, Dan French, who is not present.
And recused himself.
He has recused himself.
Yes.
And so Maureen will not be on this call, and Colin from RETN will leave the room, and we'll be left with Mr. Belcher, our attorney, and those of you who are present. And Sabina, of course, you are welcome to participate in this in all ways.
I did have a query for our legal counsel on that. If he had an opinion as to whether Sabina is a non-voting member, clearly in a normal proceeding, but this is a fairly unique circumstance. I want to be very cautious about making sure we're doing everything appropriately, inadvertently creating any problems.
George Belcher speaking. My judgment would be that even though she's a non-voting member, she could participate by listening and contributing thoughts. It would be, her contribution would not be a vote, though, and the vote is taken in open session at the end of the deliberation. So I do not see a problem with her participating in the deliberative session.
Okay, thank you.
That satisfies your question, Oliver? All right, then. So are there any questions before we all separate from this call? All right, hearing none, then please hang up from this call and redial in on the designated number and conference ID. Thank you.
So for the record, the State Board of Education has just returned from deliberative session.
And you want to put it on the record that about the time of the checking on their availability?
Yes, the time is 1:35, and Mr. Mathis went downstairs and checked to see whether either of the parties or their counsel had appeared, and you found what?
No one was there.
No one was there.
Did we note on the record that Kathy Lavoie did the same thing at about 1 o'clock?
For the deliberative.
Yes.
Good, thank you. So then, are we ready to receive the motion?
Yes.
Would somebody make a motion?
I move that the board affirm the decision of the hearing panel in the matter of Mario Macias, docket number L1-17-253, the decision of the hearing panel being dated February 14th, 2019, and that the report of the review of the subcommittee dated 2/8/20 be adopted, including the facts, discussions, and conclusions of law therein, and that the appeal of the Mario Macias in docket number L1-17-253 be dismissed, and that the process of the review subcommittee, including the delegation of this matter, is ratified.
The motion has been moved by Kathy Lavoie. Is there a second?
I'll second that. This is Oliver Olson.
Seconded by Oliver Olson. I will now read the roll and ask your vote. Carl Courtois.
Aye.
Kim Gleason.
Aye, sorry.
Kathy Lavoie.
Aye.
William Mathis.
Aye.
Oliver Olson.
Aye.
Peter Peltz.
Aye.
Jenna O'Farrell.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion carries. Thank you for your work on that. Mr. Belcher, thank you, sir.
Thank you. I want to express my appreciation to the board, particularly the members of the subcommittee who wrote the report. They did a very good job, and it's nice to be with you, those who are here, and be with you telephonically, those that are on the phone. Thank you, and I'm excusing myself now.
Very
Thank
good,
you.
thank you. I'm signing this for you.
You can, you need to delete one of the, if Mr. O'Keefe is listed as having been present. And actually, John, I've got a, that's written on both sides.
Yeah.
Question, should
Yeah.
we destroy the materials we've got?
Those materials are public, actually.
Okay.
So you're okay with that? Is that correct?
Yes, but the, all the material that was transmitted electronically should, as what was directed before, be indicated not to forward. You should delete it from your computers and that sort of thing.
You want me to date here as well as there?
Sure. And then the clerk of the board will enter it. It needs to be filed with your records.
Could we have a member?
Anyone can enter it. It's the formal date that it became of record. And then I need to get a copy of it so that I can send it to the parties.
All right. Well, can we take care of that offline?
Yes.
Here, I'll give you that. Then you can do that. Yeah, good. Okay. Sorry, everybody, we just had to get the paperwork signed. Thank you all for that. Nicely done. School calendar waivers. So, we had a discussion this morning with Secretary, of course, to make a change to the motion, but before we get to that, have you reviewed the material, and is there discussion with regard to the school calendar waiver? We're on item M. Mrs. Mark.
I only, I support the measure. Like, I think it was Oliver questioning of the 10 days, wonder whether or not we should be so specific on the number of days versus an amount, giving that authority to the secretary to determine. But I also wonder as well, this is also very specific to the Secretary of Education upon consultation of the Commissioner of Health. And I don't even want to think about what other statewide emergency might come that would be not weather related and not related to the, without consultation coming through the Commissioner of Health. But I'm wondering if, I mean, the health of the children would always be the reason for the potential closure of the schools, but that directive may not be come via the secretary, the Commissioner of Health. Do you see my point?
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Noticing that this is bound by this school year, 2019, 2020.
Right, there's the other issue. I didn't.
Do you still have the same concern? Because it's a very time-specific action.
That was my third concern. Whether or not it was, okay, all three, you know, it's very specific, and we don't, should we be finding ourselves in this situation again?
Well, not in this school year.
Not in this school year, but the law, the law that it is, the waiver is removing itself from, it is very specific to weather, which is why this has to be done, right?
That's correct. Well, no, more particularly, the waiver is from the board's authority to make these waivers. That is to say, statute provides that only the board may grant waivers for changes in the school year. And what we're doing here is we're granting the secretary the authority to exercise the board's authority in this matter.
I have a question as to whether it's really necessary, the motion, I mean, because the governor has the authority to take emergency actions. And if it goes beyond 10 days, it would be the governor's action that would make it so. And at the end, whenever this is over, we would end up having to ratify in any case, which is what the law says. The closure happens then afterwards, after they exceed the number of days, then you appeal to the state board. And so I'm just not sure it's necessary.
And I guess now I'm not sure what it's doing, because I assumed it was,
You can see it's provided under 16 VSA section 1071 and in State Board Rule 2300, both. That it's the board that shall grant these waivers. I might say parenthetically, this is something that we are, in our S-166 bill, proposing to be transferred to the agency since we provide
that makes sense.
virtually no value added to this conversation. What this does is simply says that the board authorizes the secretary to act on its behalf.
In this instance only?
In this instance.
Okay.
And we would change the language so that it says to grant waivers as the secretary sees fit.
Which is the current law.
For any unanticipated closures in this school year, under 16 VSA 1071C, which is the provision that grants us that authority. We're essentially inviting the secretary to stand in for us during this period.
So I think that works fine because it's a very specific situation, and I'm appreciative that we're passing this authority hopefully back to the agency regardless. I'm just going to share a little perspective in like a local board hat. While the state had not taken action to close all schools, I read it a week ago differently in that I had some concern that if local districts needed to take action, were they not going to be granted the waiver if the state hadn't taken action? It was feeling at the time, a week ago, that the state was slow to react. And would it be that districts may have to take positions in the interest of the safety of their community, because some of this seemed at the time to be very specific to localities. And I was concerned that if they had not jumped through the requisite hoops that were laid out last week, that could the secretary then, in hindsight, say you didn't get the proper approvals, you acted in haste, you won't get the waiver. And so I lay that out as if this had broader implications right this moment, or had broader implications a week ago, that's where I was as a local board member in my, I don't want to call it cynical, but concern with offering this authority without some assurance that there was going to be some deference to the needs of local communities. So the way it's written now, I'm fine with it, and certainly with the actions the state has taken more recently, I think this is appropriate. I didn't want anything to slow the process of giving districts the assurance that they were going to have waivers for this very uncertain time.
I also want to add, if there's some timeline on when districts are going to know what that looks like in terms of the school calendar waiver, because I think that's on people's mind too. Like, what does this mean on the other end?
Right.
I presume that the secretary will notify people that the board has granted him this authority to waive, and then he will presumably make an announcement that will address the question of presumably he will grant the waiver in anticipation.
That's not what I'm sorry, but that's not what M says unless I'm completely the suggested motion.
Go right ahead.
It says, I move that the state board authorize the secretary to on behalf, oh, you are right. I read it completely wrong. My apologies.
Oh, it's okay. So are there other questions or concerns?
I would just think that, and I'm not sure if this is answering a question or asking a question, but right now, the return to school timeframe is, I think it is those 10 days. Am I correct? Am I counting that right? Like if we began this the 18th and they're going back to the 6th, in theory. So I just wanted to make sure that we are going to get rid of the number of days, correct?
That is correct.
I thought I heard us
That is
saying.
correct.
And then, you know, again, my suspicion is whatever is going to happen on the back end may reflect whatever comes next in terms of directives for closure, but the instruction would still need to happen, I think, and so it's probably minimally offering enough time for districts to get to a place to be able to deliver instruction remotely to whatever extent and for however long probably the governor will indicate is necessary. I think that
Go ahead.
leaves flexibility by removing the number of days and provides some clarity to districts.
Yes.
This is Peter. If I may, we're headed into uncharted territory. I don't know what kind of clarity we're going to try to attain at this point regarding, you know, what delay ahead and waivers or anything else. This is just unprecedented, and I don't know how we can qualify what we're going to be doing in the future at this point. But that's my 2 cents.
Are there other comments or questions?
I'll just put on the labor question that Dan, I think, was referring to. Is I could imagine, since there are a requisite number of days in a teacher contract, that if we're at a place where instruction is being provided remotely, those would be counted as days. So I'm just thinking all the way through this, if it may differ statewide on when school calendar is extended to or otherwise, but I think those are just all things that are out there, and I think it will be helpful to have these decisions be made at the state level so that we're not individually negotiating with our unions about whether or not things count as days or how many days we're getting waived for, and is it individual, and have we asked for them by local districts. So just lots of things to put out there that, as to Peter's comment, is really uncharted, and hopefully people will be working together. But I appreciate that the agency is going to try and coordinate this.
Could we have a motion, please? This would be motion M.
This is Jenna. I can make the motion.
Please do.
I move that the state board authorize the secretary to, on its behalf, grant waivers of up to 10 full days for any unanticipated closures.
Jenna, I'm sorry,
What?
it should say grant waivers as the secretary sees fit for
As
any,
the doing. Okay, back up to grant waivers as the secretary sees fit
that's correct.
for any unanticipated closures under 16 VSA 1071C that are a result of the consultation. No, that's just up. That doesn't make sense, does it? the result of the consultation with the Secretary of Education and the Commissioner of Health.
Keep going.
Or an order of the Department of Health in the 2019-2020 school year.
Right. Thank you. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I will second it. This is Oliver.
Thank you, Oliver. I understand your hesitation there, Jenna. Basically, it's saying he may grant waivers that are the result of consultation between the Secretary and the Commissioner of Health, or an order of the Department of Health. Those are the two conditions under which the Secretary may act.
I think it's two.
So, is there discussion of the motion?
Yes.
Yes, Bill.
I believe I'm going to vote against this motion as a person who has had to make snow calls in the morning. There's no way you're going to be right on those kinds of predicting the future kinds of things. I don't know where this is going in the future, but we're going to have a lot of cleanup activity after this is over. And at that point, we'll have a greater view of what will be necessary. So I just don't know that this gives us any advantage, the motion I mean, but it could have a disadvantage.
And the disadvantage would be what?
That we would perhaps tie ourselves into some kind of particular action when we don't need to.
Other discussion?
I think I am in support of offering the authority to the Secretary. I was unclear from our earlier conversation with Dan, and I know he was rushed because he needed to get to the press conference, but I'm not positive that I heard him ask us to change the number of days. And so I'm a little tiny bit cautious there, making this wide open when I wasn't positive that I heard that was necessary, and I'm wondering if, I guess there's no way for us to clarify that at this point.
Oliver,
and I will.
Oliver was the one who raised that question. What did you hear, Oliver?
Yeah, my recollection from that conversation, and yes, he was a bit rushed, but was that he indicated that the 10-day window came at a very, when things were at a very different point in time, and my takeaway from that was that he was appreciative of the flexibility because things have evolved quite significantly since that was originally put forward.
In fact, it's 13 days that they'll have. If it's from today, the 18th, until the 6th.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. And go ahead, Peter.
Can I question flexibility? What can you be more particular what you mean by that?
Well, we don't know how long this closure is going to go for. So the idea was rather than having to come back to us after the fact to deal with this, we could just give him the authority. I mean, things are moving pretty quickly here, so I think the less. I think just as a general rule, the more red tape we can get out of the way and allow Dan and his colleagues to execute as quickly and as flexibly as possible, I think is generally speaking a good thing in this environment.
But didn't we hear before the governor has the authority to do this anyway? So why do we have to?
He does to close the buildings, but then under statute, then the time would have to be made up once the danger passes, and then that creates all sorts of uncertainty. So I think just in general, to allow for quicker decision making without people having to worry about these sorts of issues in their decision making is just a good thing.
The governor doesn't have the authority to also address the time to be made up at some point?
No.
These waivers.
His authority is to close buildings.
Okay. Local school boards actually close the schools and then they appeal to us if they go over the
Right.
limit.
This gives them a prospective waiver that says you're not going to have to worry about that. And that seems, obviously, the secretary believes that's a useful thing to do. Is there further discussion?
And so it just, yeah, I do want to clarify. So, again, and I just, because I think probably most districts are in negotiations right now, it's a little bit fresh on my mind. When we have snow days, for instance, the contract indicates the number of student days, and then we often waive them locally if we are still within the 170, I think it's 170 required student days that are at the state level. And so if that now means the required number of days is 157, for instance, I'm just thinking in a local school board hat, do we run into challenges in having staff work remotely? Again, I don't want to hold anything up with red tape, but there are occasionally unintended consequences with liberating the requirements when a master agreement is guiding the workforce in a situation where hopefully it's going to be very collaborative. It's a really challenging time for everybody, but from that standpoint, I don't think that would be the intent necessarily of the waiver to necessarily dispense with the requirement for the educational delivery. So I put that out there, and I imagine that would sway into the decision making that the secretary will consider in granting waivers beyond these 13 days.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point, and again, just I think everybody knows, but just to be absolutely clear, we're not, through this action, we're not granting a waiver. We're just delegating the authority to handle the waivers to the secretary, and would expect that all these sorts of issues would be part of any consideration for how to handle that.
I would think so, and I would also think that they will determine whether they can count remote learning in their day counts, and I'm sure there are guidelines around that as well. So I think we'll look forward to more information, and I think we do want to let this be something the secretary can act quickly enough on so that districts have some reassurances in some way about their transition planning as they try and work through the remainder of the school year, whatever comes with that.
Is there further discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Bill.
On the red tape issue, you see, this only goes up to 10 days. Waiver of
Taking that out. It says grant waivers as the secretary sees fit.
Or we don't even have to say that, actually.
Right.
Yeah, the 10 days is a bit of a trap.
It's eliminated.
Okay. That takes
Good.
Further discussion?
Would I understand that if there were waivers for other purposes, those still would come before us?
This pertains only to 1071C, which is waivers with regard to the school year.
No,
I mean, it sounds that are the result of consultation with the Secretary of Ed and Commissioner of Health, the Department of Health. I mean, this seems very specific to COVID-19. I can't think of what other reason a district would need a waiver, but if it's outside of something that involves consultation with the Commissioner of Health, does that remain in our domain?
It remains under present law, that's correct. This is a waiver only in connection with those kind of closures.
Health closures, okay, thank you.
At least that's how I read the language. I don't have that, no one has told me that, but that certainly seems that it places a restriction on what kind of closures qualify for this waiver.
That's how I read it as well.
Further discussion? Are you ready for the question? If so, I will call the roll. Please indicate by saying yay or nay. Kyle Courtois.
Yay.
Kim Gleason.
Yay.
Kathy Lavoie.
Yay.
William Mathis.
Nay.
John O'Keefe. Oliver Olson.
Yes.
Was Bill Mathis' vote a nay or a yay?
Nay.
Nay.
Thank you.
Peter Peltz.
We should do yes or no so it's really clear with folks on the phone.
Peter Peltz.
No. No.
Jenna O'Farrell.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Listen to the results of your vote. Yeas, 6. Nays, i.e. noes, 2. The motion carries. Thank you. Suzanne.
Who else voted no?
Yes.
Who else voted no?
Peter and Bill. Suzanne, is Jay Ramsey available to speak to us now?
Yes, he is on the line at the moment.
I'm here.
Mr. Ramsey, thank you for joining us. This is John Carroll, the chair of the board. We have 2 board members here in Barry with me, Bill Mathis and Kathy Lavoie. And on the telephone, we have the 2 student members, Sabina Brochu and Kyle Courtois, Kim Gleason, Oliver Olson, Peter Peltz, and Jenna O'Farrell. And of course, Suzanne. Do we have any members of the public present? It's not. Okay. Mr. Ramsey, we are at your disposal, sir. Thank you.
Okay, well, I believe you have the green sheet.
We do?
And there is an executive summary or key extracts, I think is what the document is called.
Yep.
And you had other documents that were linked in the green sheet. And so I will proceed.
We have your slideshow.
Okay, well, I'll walk through that.
Why don't you? That's always pretty helpful for us visual learners.
Great. All right, well, thank you for having me and fitting me into the agenda. This is certainly a unique circumstance to be presenting to you in this way.
Indeed.
But we will persevere. So in the agenda, just in this presentation, I'm at a high level going to walk you through some of the major components of this state plan, with an overview, what we did to develop the state plan, what we see as alignment across programs from ESSA through Perkins and into WIOA, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunities Act. Talk a little bit about our priorities, what it means at the local level, what are some local requirements that the centers will have to do, what's the accountability system related to this, and then how much money are we talking about? And maybe I should have started with that, but I'm ending with it. So if you skip to the 4th slide, what is Perkins? So this, we're calling it Perkins. Every state in the nation is calling it Perkins. The act is actually the Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century Act that was passed by Congress and signed by the President in July of 2018. And states were given the opportunity to have a 1-year transition plan, which we did, and then to spend the rest of that time working on a 4-year state plan. So we've been working on this for about a year and a half. But Perkins, this is the 5th iteration of Perkins. It's federal investments to strengthen and improve the state and local secondary and post-secondary CTE systems. It is requiring alignment of education programs to the labor market. It's supporting collaboration, coordination, and partnerships. We'll talk a little bit about that in the comprehensive local needs assessment. And
one of the items that's frequently missed in Perkins is that it prioritizes support for what the law calls special populations, but we could understand them as vulnerable populations. And we are using these funds to help us achieve the vision and goals that the State Board of Education endorsed last year in May. And so just as a reminder, our strategic vision on the next slide is identified there. I won't read it to you. And the next slide is at a high level summarizing what the goals are. We're supporting high-quality programs that are aligned with the labor market. We're working to improve the public perception of CTE. We're treating industry as a partner, asking them to come and help, and asking them to do things to support our students in their facilities. We're going to achieve the vision by supporting implementation of career advising systems across the state, which is a key component of the state plan, and then supporting collaboration among and coordination between, which is critically important in an environment where we have regional technical centers that cause students to leave their high school during the day and come to the technical center, either all day or part of the day. And so this coordination and collaboration is really critical. So these are the concepts and the frame for all of the activities, or the majority of activities in the state plan. So before I get into the details, though, let me talk to you about how we developed this. In my mind, we started developing this when we started working on the strategic vision and goals. And that's because some part of me suspected that the federal government was going to pass a renewed version of Perkins, and we would need some guiding lights to help us figure out what the priorities were. And so here we are. So in all of, in this timeline for developing this state plan, it started in the spring of last year with internal meetings of our CTE team at the agency to draft out some big ideas. And that we used those big ideas and also based on our experience with the technical centers, we worked closely with them. We started work over the summer with working groups. We had a post-secondary working group that involved PCV, Vermont Tech, UVM was there, VSAC was there, the Department of Labor was there. We had 5 or 6 meetings over the summer. We had a secondary working group to work out some concerns with the technical centers and how they could use the funds and what they should use them on. We had a comprehensive local needs assessment working group, and we had an accountability working group. And in all of these meetings, and in every meeting that I've ever conducted to develop this state plan, I give this, this is called a RAPID framework. And RAPID is just an acronym that stands for recommend, agree, perform, input, or decide. And it helps people understand their role in the process. So if I'm conducting a meeting and I identify that I am the recommender, I'm working on this seeking your input, seeking some agreement from you, that my position is to recommend decisions to the Secretary of Education and the Deputy Secretary of Education. And so it was not my role to decide what goes in the plan. It's certainly Dan's decision and Heather's decision about what would go in the plan. And so to help organize people's thoughts and to help you understand this, the next slide is the essential question. How should the state invest $20 million in federal funds over the next 4 years? And the math there is, as a state, we receive $5 million roughly every year. And this is a 4-year plan. And so it's a big question that we had somewhere close to 400 people help us answer that question. And so there were a lot of people involved in different ways. The next slide is, how do we decide what goes in the plan? plan and what doesn't. That any decision about what goes in the plan has to be grounded in the vision and goals that I oriented you to, that you approved last year, and ask ourselves, is this activity going to help us achieve the vision and goals? And the next lens is it protecting vulnerable populations or helping to grow the economy or helping to make Vermont more affordable? Those are important questions that the governor asked. And then finally, does the activity that we're wanting to do address a barrier or create more? And does it address equity or contribute to further inequity? And the next slide is roughly the timeline. So over the summer, we developed the plan with partners that almost 400 people were involved in. In January, we held public hearings for comments on this plan. That was at the end of January. We had also a comment period of 30 days. All of these were required in the law. And then starting March 6th to April 6th, the governor has to, according to the law, have an opportunity to review the plan and sign off or not. And we have to give our partner agencies like the Department of Labor and the Vermont State Colleges an opportunity to comment on the final version of the plan and file any objections. We have to submit their objections with the plan to the Department of Education by April 15th. That due date may change given what's happening now. We do have a conference call with the Department of Education tomorrow to go through some of these questions. So the next slide would be alignment opportunity. And this version of Perkins shares definitions with the Every Student Succeeds Act, and it shares definitions with the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, which is money that goes to the Department of Labor and that funds our adult education and literacy programs. But we have alignment opportunities with ESSA in the accountability system. And through the process of the comprehensive local needs assessment, which I'll talk about in a second. But in the law, there are a number of required performance indicators, and this slide shows where the alignment is with ESSA. So we're reporting not on every student that's in the system, but what the law calls concentrators. And so it's students who've basically gotten halfway through their CTE program and are enrolled in the next part of their program.
Excuse me, Jay, there's a question. Which slide are you looking at?
This is slide 13.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So the alignment here is with, in academic realm, graduation. We're reporting on the cohort graduation rate and the extended graduation rate for CTE students who are concentrators. We have to report on academic proficiency in English language arts and mathematics, and a new requirement for CTE in this version is science. And in Vermont's ESSA state plan, we have college and career ready indicators, and also in Perkins. So industry recognized credential attainment, work-based learning participation, and dual and concurrent enrollment credit earning are the college and career ready measures. So you'll see on the academic portion there, English language arts and mathematics have asterisks. And what we had to consider very carefully is in the ESSA accountability system, the last time that we are testing students using SBAC in English language arts and mathematics is 9th grade. The majority of students that the CTE system serves are in 11th and 12th grade. And so we do not believe that holding the technical centers accountable to 2-year-old performance information made sense. And so we have proposed in this plan, and we have to follow our procurement process for this, but we're proposing to use work keys. And we'll back into it in this way. In the ESSA College and Career Ready measures, we have a list that includes SAT, ACT, and a number of other assessments, including industry-recognized credentials. And so the work keys, there are 3 work keys assessments that make up the National Career Ready Certificate. And one of them is workplace documents, one of them is applied mathematics, and the third is graphic literacy. So we're proposing to use the 3 work keys assessments to measure students' attainment of, or students' academic proficiency. And we've had a couple of centers who have tested and used work keys, and what they report is students take these assessments more seriously because it's applying what they're learning in their programs. It's more directly related to the career content of their programs. And there's added value here because the student would end up with an industry-recognized credential, which also plays an important role for what employers are telling us. You know, we're sort of in a crisis situation where we don't have enough people to fill the jobs that are available, but employers want to know that someone has the skills, the soft skills to be successful in a job. They can handle training new employees with technical skills. And so this helps to answer that question or propose a solution for employers. I'm happy to answer more questions about that at the end. We can pause now if you want to ask questions about that.
But just one question. This is John, Jay. The work keys, are those did you say they're a national standard that's recognized nationally?
Yeah, so ACT is a company that owns the Work Keys assessment, and Work Keys, the National Career Ready Certificate, is widely used in some of the southern states where there are a lot of manufacturing companies. As far as I know, we would be the first state that would be proposing to use it in this way. And so I can provide a little bit more detail about why, if you want that. Otherwise, I'll pause here.
Well, what are some of our peer states using as a set of assessment tools?
Well, their assessment systems under ESSA would still have students being tested in 11th or 12th grade. So we could continue to do that if our ESSA accountability system was assessing students using the SBAC in 11th grade. That model is what we used under the previous version of Perkins.
Right.
But there was a lot of frustration, I guess, on the part of the technical center administrators because we would be testing students either, let's say, in the end of their junior year, and then the centers are held accountable for that result of that, even though they didn't have to impact student learning. So they might have had 4 or 6 months.
And beyond that, I'm sorry, Jay, this is Kathy. Beyond that, you get an added advantage because you're actually adding to the college and career readiness aspect of the program through a National Career Readiness Certificate that is the work case assessment, right?
Yes, and to that point, these CTE students are then showing up in the accountability system for the high school.
Right. Okay.
And so it pulls double duty.
Yep.
Thank you, Jay.
Can you remind me, though, Jay, I should know this, But are the National Career Ready certificates and the work keys, workplace documents, applied mathematics, graphic literacy, is that specific to an industry?
No, but.
Okay, you can, I didn't think so, but you said
link-
something about the IRC, so I thought maybe it was tied to a specific industry recognized standard.
Well, this has the potential for all of our industries to recognize it. There's some work, and this is what I've been telling the technical center administrators. It can be an industry recognized credential, but we have work to do to get industry to recognize it.
I got it.
And there's some alignment here with work that the Department of Labor would like to do, and we think that this offers a solution that we haven't been able to have as a statewide strategy across education and labor.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay.
A question.
Jay, there's another question.
Go ahead.
What's the predictive validity of these measures, the SBAC, the SAT, ACT, and so forth, in terms of career and college ready?
If I heard the question right, what is the validity of SBAC as a college and career ready measure?
Yeah, in other words, we're giving tests on skills that don't seem to have any relationship to each other.
I don't know that I could speak to the validity of SBAC as a measure. I'd have to pull someone in from another division to speak to that. So I'll get into a little bit of the details of what the law requires here, which will help to explain why this approach. So the law requires that whatever assessments are approved in the state ESSA plan to measure English language arts, mathematics, and science would be what we have to use. But because of the complicating factor that CTE students in Vermont are primarily 11th and 12th graders, and the SBAC test, which is used to measure English language arts and mathematics, is last offered in 9th grade, that gap poses a problem for us. And one of the categories of assessments that we can use that would apply to 11th and 12th graders is the industry recognized credential. And so we're attempting to make an argument to the U.S. Department of Education that because of the structure of the accountability system in Vermont's ESSA plan, we need to have some sort of valid and reliable assessment that would be specific to a technical center program in order to adequately and accurately measure a student's proficiency in these subject areas. And barring something else that could have been proposed, we didn't receive any counter proposals from any of the administrators. And so this is what the option is this, or use 2-year-old performance data from SBAC.
It's a dilemma. And one thing, if you want your car fixed, you want your car fixed. It doesn't matter how you scored on the SBAC.
Okay, let's let Jay move on. Mindful of the time.
We never get into the policy issues here, but
That's
Jay's...
not policy. Go ahead, Jay.
Okay. So that was alignment discussion with ESSA and Perkins, and the next requirement in the law was to demonstrate alignment between the CTE system and the workforce development system. And so slide 14 kind of summarizes that. The State Workforce Development Board has undergone a process of revising the WIOA state plan in the last few months, and they also have a strategic vision and goals for their plan. And when I did a crosswalk, we were able to reach alignment in these 6 broad areas. Both the CTE system in Perkins and the workforce development system in WIOA have a shared concern across these 6 areas of protecting vulnerable populations, using labor market information to drive the types of programs that are offered, the role that industry plays in helping to make decisions about programming, that counseling and advising are really critical to any person who is accessing these programs. And in order to access them, they have to understand them, that there is a need across the programs for collaboration and coordination and non-duplication, which is really critical when you think about a person trying to move along a career pathway quickly so that they don't have to repeat the same type of instruction. But from a financial standpoint, you don't want duplication because that's wasteful. And the 6th area is visibility, that people need to see the system and understand a little bit about how to access it and understand what it will do for them. So those are alignments across the federal programs, not necessarily in the accountability system, though we do have some shared accountability with the workforce development system. So moving to slide 16 for the state plan priorities, this is the 4 main priorities in your green sheet. You will see on page 4 and beyond some of the strategies that are underneath these big priorities. And so offering the high-quality career paths and programs of study that are aligned with high-skill or high-wage or in-demand occupations, and we have some specific definitions about what those are that the Department of Labor helped us develop. That in order for those things to work, we need to make sure that the CTE teacher and leader workforce is prepared for student-centered education and supporting continuous improvement, that we're building on career and academic advising across the continuum of secondary to post-secondary. This is not an area that the agency has supported, but in the next 6 months, I'll be transitioning fully into the role of assistant division director, and part of my responsibilities there will be leading the efforts on career and academic advising. And then in the interest of students, easing and simplifying transition points. We're working on statewide articulation agreements with Vermont Tech and CCB and some of our other post-secondary partners. So you could read through the individual strategies in the green sheet. I didn't want to take up a bunch of slides or have tiny words on them, so I just refer you to the green sheet for that. Slide 17 kind of gives you some specific examples of what we're talking about. An existing program for CTE students is called Fast Forward. It is a concurrent enrollment program where the CTE teachers are teaching Community College of Vermont or Vermont Tech curriculum, so students, once they finish, would get college credit for that work. That's in addition to their Act 77 vouchers. We want to continue that program. We want to make sure that economically disadvantaged students and other vulnerable populations are able to access it and be successful in it. And we want to make sure that the colleges have some money to be able to add new courses and add novel delivery mechanisms to these courses to students in smaller centers or in rural areas. The career education piece I talked a little bit about, but the way the rules are written, the Tech Center is really the hub. The state board rules are written. The Tech Center should be the hub as a resource for career education in the region. And with policy changes coming from the legislature, we're talking about how do we reach down to 7th and 8th grade, which is a new area. How do we contribute to, we being the technical centers, how do we contribute to the development of a student's personalized learning plan? So these are all components of what's in our state plan. We want the technical centers to be able to use their federal money to support programs in their partner high schools. If you move to the next slide, 18, focusing on updating our program standards. The last time that I can tell, the CTE program standards, or what we call competency and task lists, the last time they were updated was maybe the early 2000s. So we will be focusing over the next 4 years on updating the program standards, breaking the programs down into courses or modules, and then that will help better align middle school and high school and post-secondary programs. It will also help us articulate to families and students what they will be learning in the programs and how they're organized. The next slide, 19, around strategies for the workforce. Up until this point, the state colleges have not participated in any professional development that we have put on for CTE teachers. They have expressed an interest to participate in those. So we're going to have more coordinated professional development. We will be conducting a needs assessment across the state for CTE teachers and administrators. We want to help them understand how to support special populations. We want to help them focus on proficiency and standards-based grading. And this is a broad statement here. As a state, we struggle with having enough people to fill the available jobs. This is a unique problem for CTE because we rely on professionals from industry to come into the classroom and teach. But the tech centers don't pay as much as an industry, as a company would. And so some issue here gets in the way with licensing, that people feel like the licensing standards are too high. And so we want to try to tackle that problem as part of that.
Licensing of whom? Teachers?
The teachers.
Yeah. So think about, when was the last time you tried to call a plumber to come and fix something, or an electrician? And we need those people to also be able to teach. But if they can make more money as a business owner and have less frustration, and this is what I hear from professionals, from trying to go through the licensing process, it's not an incentive for them to make the transition to teach. And so I'm not saying that revising the licensing standards is the only solution. I think there are many other solutions that we could identify, but we're just signaling we want to work on this. Sorry.
If I
Jay,
can
I ask, this is Peter on that question. Have you seen what Massachusetts or other states have done on that front?
I hear about it at our national meetings. I haven't begun to investigate it. Once this plan is underway, we're going to be looking at our neighbors.
Jay and the board, just this is Kathy speaking, and Jay, I think you've met my son a few times, but my son was a project engineer for Wright and Morrissey and decided to become the building trades teacher at Northwest Tech Center, where he graduated from in VTC with his bachelor's. And I'll tell you what, the process is lesson friendly. On top of the money that, the cut and pay, which he did actually willingly because he wanted to do this career pathway, the rest of the process hasn't been easy at all. And if we're building this incredible technical education system, and everything I've heard so far, Jay looks great. I've been removed since I've been in my new job the last year, but this looks wonderful. But we can build any system we'd like to shore up technical education in this state and get workforce and the students what they need. But if we don't have the teachers in there to teach it with the knowledge base that is needed to teach their industry-specific information, credentials, then it doesn't matter. So thank you for addressing this. It's long been an issue, came to, smacked us right in the face at our own household, and it's about time that it is addressed.
Thank you, Kathy. Jay, I'm just mindful of the time. We want to leave 5 minutes for questions and a discussion so that we can vote on the motion. And our target is 2:45. So we've been holding you up with questions, but let's just all be mindful of the time. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I will get through this and
Yep.
the time allotted.
Good.
So on slide 21, so we're moving into what are the local requirements. So the ESSA state plan requires us to think about continuous improvement, and there is, while it doesn't say it in the law for Perkins, we are envisioning this comprehensive local needs assessment as part of a continuous improvement process. So right now, we have a template out that was developed with partners. That's the comprehensive local needs assessment. And that information is being conducted by regional centers or by groups of regional centers to be able to get the work done on the timeline that we need. That information informs their 4-year grant application, which is due this in May. Every 2 years, they will revise their comprehensive local needs assessment. And on the next slide, it kind of says there's 3, this is slide 22, there's 3 components to the needs assessment. One is the needs analysis. What is the local labor market information saying? What are local economic needs? What are local education programming needs? What are the superintendents and supervisory unions doing with their ESSA plans, and how can the technical centers link up with those? And then there's the gap analysis. This is what the needs analysis says, this is what we're doing, how do we fill that gap, and then use that information to inform the local plan. So that's kind of how that process is. If something is not uncovered in the comprehensive local needs assessment and it's not indicated in that, it cannot be part of a local plan. So this is a new process that is requiring a broad array of stakeholders to be involved in advising the center's administrator about what they should be doing and how they should be spending their federal money. So the next slide is the local application criteria. I won't talk about that. In the accountability slide, slide 25, focusing on students, there are 3 new categories of students that we have to be concerned with. There are 9 in total. In Vermont state plan, we, like in the ESSA state plan, have an umbrella category called historically marginalized populations, which would be where students of color can sit so that we can see that there is a group, a subpopulation of students that might fall into a number of different categories, but it helps us analyze data and it will help us target funds to support those populations. I mentioned earlier in the presentation the alignment across these federal programs. So if you look at slide 27, these are the alignments with the Every Student Succeeds Act. If you look at slide 28, these are Perkins-specific measures. The non-traditional student is, for example, a male in a nursing program or a female in a manufacturing program. It's just a program that leads to an occupation that's not traditionally filled by a particular gender. And then we have an outcome measure. Then there's alignment with WIOA in the attainment of post-secondary credentials. The State Workforce Development Board is really taking up some action on trying to manage a universe of credentials in the state to help sort out the things that matter and the things that don't matter. As a state, on slide 30, we're proposing some informational indicators. The pre-tech participation rate by partner high school, so 9th and 10th graders. Then we're looking at the continuance of those students into a full program in 11th or 12th grade. And then we're looking at the participation rate by partner high school. And then above that, we report the industry recognized credential attainment to the federal government. We are also choosing as a state to report on work-based learning participation and attainment of college credits in high school. On slide 31 is the post-secondary accountability, very similar to the secondary with the 6-month placement, non-traditional students, and credential attainment, but we are adding a state indicator which was supported by the state colleges. We should call it an academic momentum indicator, looking at students who graduated high school in the last 2 years who enroll in CCV or Vermont Tech with at least 6 post-secondary credits on their transcript. So that is attempting to measure the success of our dual enrollment program at having to matriculate to CCV or Vermont Tech. Those 2 entities specifically because they receive the Perkins money and no other post-secondary entity does. On the budget, so slide 34, a school has to be an eligible recipient. For Vermont, we define them as the area technical centers, unless the area technical center or the regional technical center cannot receive the funds. And so St. Johnsbury Academy and Linden Institute cannot, as private schools, receive these federal funds. So we're working with Kingdom East Supervisory District, Caledonia Central Supervisory Union, and St. Johnsbury School District to work in that region. They'll receive the funds and build out some programs that link up to the state-approved programs at the Academy and Linden Institute. And the final slide being the budget. So we received $5 million roughly. The law says we have 3 accounts that these go into. 85% of it has to be distributed to the local recipients. 10% the state can hold for leadership activities, and 5% for administration of the grant. That 85%, we take $400,000 and put it in a reserve. That's what pays for fast forward and access for special populations to those courses. The remaining funds are split 75%, 25%. 75% of it goes to secondary and 25% of it goes to post-secondary. And then it's distributed further by a formula that's based on, at the post-secondary level, the number of Pell recipients, Pell Grant recipients. At the secondary level, the formula is based on the census of the population age 5 to 17 that live in the region, and then the population that live below the federal poverty line. Just this is how it's calculated in ESSA as well. So
why don't you show that? Why don't Jay? Why don't you show that? I know it's only 15%, but I think some of that makes a substantial difference.
Yes.
Just a suggestion.
So show
the remaining amount from the 85% and its allocation.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have that on readily available. So I'm working from home, so
no problem. That's all right.
Trying to figure out where everything is. 4, 2, 8, 1, 7, 6, 6, 9, 4. So 3.8 million that gets distributed at the local level. 2, 9, 1, 1, 3, 5 plus 7, 7, 0 plus 2. Yeah, 3.8 million.
Okay.
Jay, this is terrific.
Can I just ask or say something? This is Peter. I applaud your efforts. I wish this was broader. We still haven't dealt with the funding formula, which I think has a significant impact on attendance and to the tech centers. Regular ed access to the program, adult access to the program, certification program. There's a whole thing, a lot of things out there that I'd like to see attended to, but
I could speak to that if you want.
I would appreciate that.
Please.
Okay, I know that, so this would be outside of the Perkins plan, and I'm happy to come back and speak to you about this. It did come up when you were taking the vote on the strategic vision. So the legislature 2 years ago enacted Act 189, which gave the agency the authority to create 4 pilot projects to study funding and governance proposals. And so we did that. We're still in the process of it. A report is due to the legislature summarizing what we've done and what we need to still do. The 3 independent technical center, well, let me stop there for a second. Springfield River Valley Technical Center is an independent tech center school district. They submitted a proposal. And we extended the deadline and got another proposal from the Southwest Regional Career Development Center in Bennington, another independent tech center school district. And so we decided, because their plans were very similar, that we would combine the work with those 2 and add Middlebury, the 3rd and final independent tech center school district. So they have been working, we gave them a grant, they've been working for almost a year with Bill Talbot and another consultant from the tax department to analyze this proposal, which would be that it's really based on independent tech center school districts, because the voters of the region vote on their budget, not the voters of the host high school districts. So the idea is we get rid of the FTE and all of these complicated aspects of our funding formula. The tech centers develop a budget, the voters of the region vote it, and it adds a regional tax rate. But the money that the high schools would normally be paying for tuition comes out of their budget, and so the tax rate for the high school goes down. So this is the model that we're really exploring and trying to identify. Could it be implemented as a state and not just be dependent on the independent tech centers? So we've been making a lot of headway in this. It's developing the state plan and trying to support the pilots has been a little challenging, but it's a good challenge to have.
And on the other fronts, regular ed access and adult access and possibly accreditation programs in the tech centers, and any thoughts on that?
Well, so there's sort of 2 pieces to my answer there. That if the tech center is allowed to develop its budget and not be reliant on the FTEs from the students from the high schools, they could also include money in the budget for adult CTE and let adults come into the programs or evening programs, building that out. The second part of that is the Department of Labor has really been taking the lead on figuring out ways to support adult CTE.
Yeah.
And the governor in the last 2 years in his budget has, and the legislature has authorized money for adult CTE to purchase equipment. And so that's bonded money. The governor has proposed to do it again this year. And the Department of Labor has hired a contractor to work with state partners, including the Agency of Education and the adult CTE providers to kind of reimagine what the post-secondary CTE arena could look like in Vermont. You know, why do we do it the way that we do? No one can answer.
Right. And we've seen in Hartford and in Essex and other, especially when high schools and the CTEs are on the campus, that the regular ed kids can access the tech ed programs, and but that's not common throughout throughout the state. If you know what I'm talking about.
I do. We, I think, have a demographic challenge here too, where the last time I looked, about a third of 11th and 12th graders are participating in CTE, and so the administrators will say, well, there aren't the same number of students in my building as there used to be. Well, that is true because there aren't the same number of students in your building that could be. There's a higher percentage of students in your building, but it's just a sheer number problem.
Board, I think we should, Jay, thank you. I think we should
thank you.
Consider a motion. This would be item N on your motion sheet. Would somebody make the motion, and then we can continue discussion if necessary? Bill? Would you read the motion, please?
That the State Board of Education endorse the state plan for the Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century Act.
I second that.
And its motion's been made by Bill Mathis, seconded by Kathy Lavoie. Is there further discussion? I think this is a topic that we all would like to spend more time on.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
yeah, all around. But given the time, is there further discussion before we take action on the motion?
I would like to come back to this at some other day to talk about the long-range future of tech ed.
Yeah, yeah.
Jay, can you actually tell me, I'm looking through this, so you held the initial meetings in the creation of the plan, and that's, I just actually text my tech center, Northwest Tech, and to see about their input. And but what was the process in the final presentation of the plan to the local tech center administration?
Okay. So the law required us to hold public hearings and to have a public comment period. So we'll start with the public comment. The plan was posted on our website along with supporting documents to help community members understand. It's a long document. It's a little complicated. So we tried to distill it into, some basic points. That information went out through the agency's social media channels. It was in the weekly field memo. I sent personal messages to what feels like 100 people, but a lot of people who are directly involved and indirectly involved with CTE and invited them to comment.
Okay.
The agency held public hearings in 4 areas of the state. And just for context, the last Perkins plan, we only had 2 public hearings. And our neighboring state in Maine, they only held 1 public hearing in the state capital. So we held a public hearing in Newport from 6:30 to 8:30 and had food and beverages so that families could participate. We had a hearing in St. Albans, same time frame. We had a hearing in Springfield, and we had a hearing here in Barrie. And we didn't get much feedback from those public hearings.
That was before the plan development, Jay. Can you tell me, was there...
Okay, hold on.
Okay. Oh. Thank you, sorry.
I'd like to get the vote in before a couple people have to leave at 3. So if you're ready for the question, that the State Board of Education endorse the state plan for strengthening career and technical education for the 21st Century Act. I'll read the roll, and please indicate by saying yes or no. Kyle Courtois.
Yes.
Thank you. Kim Gleason.
Yes.
Kathy Lavoie.
Yes.
William Mathis.
Yes.
John O'Keefe. Oliver Olson.
Yes.
Peter Peltz.
Yes.
Jenna O'Farrell. I think Jenna had to go. And the chair votes yes, it's unanimous. You have approved the motion to endorse the state plan. I think we're a bit over time, Jay. I think you can see there's an appetite here to learn a lot more. And I'm going to count on my board colleagues to push me to make sure we get you back for more time with us if you're willing to make time for us.
I'm willing and happy to come and talk about CTE all day.
Well, I have to commend you. I think your presentation was just excellent. The pace was good. For some of us, the topics you touch on are very, very new. For others, they're very familiar and important. So we're very glad you were here to speak with us today. Thank you, Jay. Board members.
Mr. Chair, thank you to the board.
You're most welcome. Board members, we're over schedule. Just one thing, Bill Mathis had written a first draft of a proposed communication to the legislature regarding the weighting study. That's been sent to you by email yesterday. I guess I would, at this point, since we don't have a lot of time to talk about it, I would urge you to all to send your comments to Bill and to me. And I think there's two kinds of comments. One is the comments on the content itself. And the other kind of comment is on the appropriateness of communicating to the legislature on this topic in this way. So we'd like to hear both of those. And we'll try to make some integrated sense of what we hear from you.
I want you to be active. You can't look like a Bratt. You can't be.
Can't hear that comment.
I was thinking about making
I think he's talking to somebody else.
Okay. Bill, do you have anything further to say about that?
Just that this may change a lot since the legislature now wants us to go on the road on the weighted study.
Right, right. Yeah, I think we do need to remember that, hello? We do need to remember that we have to keep an open mind, or at least make the reasonable facsimile thereof, if we are to be the honest brokers that we intend to be. Is there anything else that should come before the board before we adjourn?
John, you're going to assign us duties or some tasks. Have you done that sufficiently, or
Well,
to help you out?
Yeah, thank you, Peter. What I plan to do is to write up, there are 4 sort of project areas that I outlined. I'm leaving out anything to do with the school construction business. I'm going to try to pursue the direction that I think I heard Kim Gleason urge, which is to see if we can dodge that bullet a little bit, given, number one, the strain on our abilities, and number two, it's a task to which we bring comparatively little expertise, that is capital budget standards for schools. But there do remain certainly 4 distinct tasks. 3 of them relate to rulemaking, and 1 relates to the weighting study. And I'm going to be looking for a point person to take leadership on each, and for each also to have a second person as their colleague on the project. I will send you a summary of the tasks and the timelines. And then I want you to think about that and either write to me or I'll call you and we'll talk about which one you want to do. I think there's enough there for 4 to 6 of you to become actively involved. It won't overwhelm your time, but I think as chair, I need to be able to count upon some of you people to be strong lieutenants in driving these projects forward. So I'll get back to you. By the end of the weekend, you'll have a communication from me about that. Anything else?
Move to adjourn.
It's been moved to adjourn, and it's been seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Over and out. Over and out, and thank you all for making this work. I think it went pretty darn well, considering everything.